Hello and welcome back to Springbeat, brought to you by, of course, the team at Unity Clash, but of course, MQL's Springbeat. So, gotta thank him as well. My name is Nightera on the desk here today, and beside me, Kyle. We're back for round 2. Mr. Steel Agent, how are you feeling for Springbeat Day 2?
Super ready. I am in the middle of a pretty intense Pokemon Go
That's
battle.
a Pokemon Unite.
You know, we're in Pokemon Go. We're in Pokemon Unite. Whatever we gotta go. I'm super excited about this one. We have, I think, 8 good teams. We have Volticons. We have some fantastic teams remaining in this bracket. $500 on the line. Should be a good day.
Right, and of course, as we go down into the final few rounds of today, we've got a lot of teams that are coming and vying for the champion spot here that we can actually highlight. But I want to ask you first off, do you know what is your most hated Pokemon for Pokemon Go, Kyle?
Oh yeah, it's Talonflame. I'm hating this thing right now.
And that's important because a lot of the metagame is going to come down to actually the strong assassin-like Pokemon. There are speedsters, in particular Talonflame. I do believe we'll be seeing quite a bit because these teams are no strangers to using it. So Fly is going to be a very strong component. But before that, let's take a look at the brackets here. Kyle, you take your time to look through your games. I'll take my time to look through at these brackets here, which right now we have gone through quite a beating across the board here. Coming down to the quarterfinals, it's Komai Esports with Enigma Esports, Sublime on Grand with the Big Five, Volticons Unite with MQL, 3 Hours or Less, and Rework Esports Remixed, if I'm not wrong. So this will be the games that are going into. There are 4 games, 8 teams, and only one champion.
Yeah, only one champion. So these are best of 3s all today, with the exception of the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5 matchup. Should be a pretty good day of Unite. Our first matchup that we are going to see is going to be Volticons Unite, the 3rd place team in the EU Regional League, and taking on the MQL squad, who recently just won Underdunk. I believe it was the 77, so I think these are going to be two pretty good teams. Yeah, I'm super excited about it. But also, the MQL squad has Dispenza on it. Dispenza, notably a support player from, I believe it was, I forgot what the name of the team was, but they qualified for Worlds in that 4th spot through NAIC last year. I think it was started with an R. I can't remember what it was, what their actual name was. But they ended up splitting ways for the most part, and like 2 of the players ended up being on Lunex Gaming. So should be a really good team composition. Should be pretty good battle today.
Right, and so as we take a look into how the games are going, like you said, Volticons, we saw them yesterday, and it's only right that we continue to look at their legacy going into this year. So Kyle, we're going to be holding on to that game later on against MQL here, but MQL's got a special spot in here. I mean, it's in the title, MQL Springbeat. They've got to be showing something good here, and they've managed to make it up to top 8, so I do believe we've got a show coming in for us here, so I'm just saying, could be a little bit tight. It could be a little bit tight. You know, Volticons was doing great. MQL was able to show what the namesake is for here. And I, for one, am excited to see how this pans out. Now, are you down in your Pokemon Go games? Because we gotta get going.
I lost.
Good effort, though. Good effort.
It was a good effort. Yeah, I'm trying to knock out the 80 wins in the Go Battle League that I need to do the next level. So we're just trying to run through it. Try to get it done as fast as possible. I'm running... So my team right now, I am running Drapion, Grumpig, and Corviknight. It's super fun. A lot of fast move pressure, a decent amount of charge move pressure as well. Some potential RNG with Corviknight getting the boost. Some potential RNG with Drapion getting the debuff. It's actually a pretty fun team comp, except against Talonflame.
He's so happy talking about his Pokemon Go team that he's forgot he's on the Pokemon Unite cast.
Yeah, we forgot that we were talking about Pokemon Unite, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, like
yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. But like you were saying, we have a couple good teams. I mean, Komai Esports, we are likely going to be seeing them later on. Well, maybe not. They have a matchup against Enigma Esports to take on, or to start us off. Komai, obviously, the EU regional champions. And then Enigma is I think it's the only remaining team from LATAM in the 3rd spring show. I have a note here. In the 3rd spring showdown, season 10, they got 3rd place. And 5th in the league qualifiers in LATAM North. So not a bad squad.
Not a bad squad indeed. So I guess it really comes down to whether we'll see anything coming from either of them, which I think is going to be interesting. These teams definitely got something to show here, and that's why we're here to kind of line you guys up with what they have going into it. But I think right now, more importantly, how can we get this started? What gets the ball rolling? It's the important question here, and it's always going to come down to the draft, which I do believe we're waiting on just a bit here for them. But if not otherwise, I'm quite excited to, get a good idea and what sensing of who you think would win going into this. For the cards, strong team, MQL, again, namesake. Who do you think has a better edge overall based on your understanding?
I mean, Volticons probably has at least maybe a slight upper hand. I mean, just being, the 3rd place team in EU. But I wouldn't discount this MQL squad. Obviously, I think my favorite going into this day 2 is probably going to be Komai Esports. It's hard to really go against them, right? EU champions. I'm sure they have a little bit of a target on their back going into today. But even like teams like this 3 hours or less squad, I'm kind of interested in seeing what they can do. Reggie191, Ray, who's the IX sub or alternate, Zealot, who is one of the top lane players for Root Dignitas, who is obviously North America champion for the regional league. Just a lot of like good players in today's bracket and the remaining portion in the top 8. It's all going to be, everybody is starting, you saw the graphic, everybody is starting in the upper bracket. So two chances to lose today, or I guess you have 2 shots to win. You can lose 1 set, and that's it. That's all you get. You can only lose one set today. Yeah. 1 chance, 1 mission. Let's see how it goes. I mean, it's going to come down to the very little details later on. I mean, yesterday we had so many amazing games here. Even when Tano and Matt Magical was covering it, it was a beautiful set across the board here. And so, as we go into it here, we can only hope for the best for the top 8 teams going into this. Now, the production has some word for us in terms of where we'll be starting up here. But you at home, I think you have an idea exactly how this is going to pan out. Because you have a favorite team and you want them to win. So I want to see you guys comment down there who you think will win. Give them the love and support that they need, because this is a Pokemon Unite community. And the word unite, pretty strong here. Don't you think? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's very, very key part of it, right? Yeah. You got to unite to win. It's in the name. They made a whole song for it. They made a whole song for it. You heard that song?
I don't think I have.
There's like I think it was Worlds 2 years ago. They for Hawaii, they made a.
You gotta unite the fight.
Yeah, it's like they put it in the start of the show for the main broadcast. It's like,
I did not know.
You can win the day if you unite. Yeah, they made that whole song for this game. Insane work.
That's interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah, it's on Spotify. It's on Apple Music. Probably all your streaming platforms. I imagine it's there.
You imagine it's there. I mean,
yeah, I would imagine.
I wouldn't know. Who am I?
I'm just here, man. I'm just here. I don't know. I think we're still waiting on check-ins. I'm not sure if we have a lobby here yet. Wow.
I'm so sorry. Can I call this one?
Yeah.
The man, the myth, the legend, MQL, in his own tournament, in his own team, is late. He set this up, and he's not here. What were the odds? What were the odds?
Production, can I start another Pokemon Go battle? That's the question I have now.
I've already started.
Okay, we're in the lobby.
I've already started a showdown match. It's fine.
You started a showdown match?
Yeah, do you want to see it?
I have a Pepsi. I have Nugget Ice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I've got like a Sprite here.
Is yours in a plastic bag?
Oh yeah, I mean, like I bought it and they brought it down, so it's like, it's in a cup still. Calm down.
Okay. But why is it in a plastic bag? Is that a thing?
Well, they gotta carry it here,
You don't take the plastic bag off?
I cut a hole open in it. Surely that helps.
What?
What do you want
The
from me,
weirdest
man?
way to drink a beverage I have ever seen. Everybody in chat, is that weird? Am I overreacting here? Can we get mods to put a poll in chat? Can we get a poll in
Love
chat?
me some good rage baiting.
Like, surely you can take it out of the bag.
I could.
Drink it
I
from the
I
cup.
just. Fine. Oh my gosh.
I feel like you're
Fine,
missing an
look, I
important
got it
step
out.
here. Okay. Okay. All right. I feel a little bit better here. I feel a little bit better here.
Look, he feels naked now. I'm gonna put it back.
Okay. All right. Fine. All right. Well, let's talk about meta. We have a little bit of time while we get the
Talonflame's
first
really
match
good in
set up.
Pokemon Go. I heard. That's
yeah,
a great meta.
is pretty good. We saw a lot of different things yesterday. I think that the biggest takeaway that I have is still it's Machamp. Machamp is such a game changer in this game. A lot of the drafts revolved around this Pokemon. I think we had one game where there was not a Machamp represented at all.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yes, that was.
I feel like
last
this
game.
Pokemon is just too good to pass up.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. I agree. But the thing is, this Machamp just something that you must pick up, and I feel like when it comes down to it, it offers one real thing, which is positioning. Right. I get to put your Pokemon out of place from your team, out of place from the enemies, line you up for nice shots with cross chop. It offers so much on a Pokemon that shouldn't have that much stats, but somehow is making it out with it. So I think that is one thing that we need to consider.
Sure. Yeah, I think Machamp's definitely good. I think a lot of teams have been prioritizing this Moltres as well. Moltres, I think, is also kind of one of those Pokemon that's getting taken early in the draft. It's also getting fairly represented in the ban phase. I think there are probably a handful of other Pokemon that are still really good. The Snorlax is not impressing me. And maybe that's just a me thing. It seems like it is safe because it doesn't really give too much information in the draft of what you're going to build around. But I just have been not very impressed by the performance of Snorlax. Yeah, it does provide a decent amount of crowd control, good amount of sustainability, but every time, the metrics come out and we see the win percentage for Pokemon, Snorlax, when it's getting picked at a high rate, it's rarely over 50% on the win rate. So, to me,
Okay.
I don't know. I just don't know. It looks good. It passes, the look test, but it just doesn't seem to get the results.
It doesn't stick on, is what I feel you're trying to get at, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Fair enough. I like how you're going with this. And that's a big problem moving into a lot of the games. There's too many Pokemon that are not they don't just gel well, they're not glue for the team enough. There's just so many parts that are too loose.
All right. Looks like from what I've heard from production, just got a little bug in my ear. Looks like teams are mostly ready. Should be getting the ready checks very shortly.
I hear you.
And, we'll get in the match.
All right. I mean, I'm ready to get something going here. We're stalling. My bad if we're stalling, but
yeah, we kind
that's
of
our job.
stalling.
Yeah, that's our job. Hold the brakes on that one.
I could have done probably 2 additional Go Battle League battles.
Do you want to try one now?
I could have. I could have. I probably could have.
Do it.
It could have worked. No, I'm not gonna start another one. I'm not gonna start one now. It's fine.
On. You got
just
this.
need. How many more wins? I need 4 more wins.
10?
Yeah, we're almost at level 80. You can't really see it. I need 4 more wins. I also need 270 more excellent throws and 50 more raids, but it's fine. We'll get there.
Hey, you got this. No, Kyle, you got this. I know you do. You are amazing. Don't forget that.
Oh my gosh. We have a draft. Full to Count Unite, MQL in the Springbeat, and we are getting into the bans very quickly. I wouldn't even say quickly. We're getting into the bans very slowly, but we are there regardless. Umbreon, Machamp, going to be for the first off the board.
I mean, it's a little bit of a slow start, but it's not the worst start that I've seen thus far here. Gotta give credit where credit is due. As we move into it here, Zard Y again, such a menace on the field yesterday. My pick for being the biggest menace here in the MQL Springbeat. But we still have 3 more bans, and that's going to be very important because it looks like Snorlax is going onto the table here and on the chopping block.
Yeah, I don't blame him, right? I think this is totally fine. Go ahead, ban the Snorlax. I mean, again, like, I don't know if it's worth the ban. I feel like you could just kind of play around this Pokemon. I think the Pokemon that are worthy of the bans are going to be that Psyduck. I think Surfetch also pretty busted in its own right. The detectability is really strong. So we are going to just get on into this one. First pick, like we talked about, we're getting that Moltres going early on.
Right, and it's a great start for them here. Moltres, not my favorite pick when it comes to a replacement for Charizard Y, but definitely one that still does ravage the field quite a bit here. MQL, our, I don't know, Knight in Shining Armor or, star of the day here. Going to look into a Speedster, the Galarian Rapidash, and I really like the idea they're going for here, hit and run, because we have a Greedent on the side as well.
Hey, Greedent, not a conventional pick, especially early on in a draft, but we're going to let MQL cook here. Volticon's going to line up their next 2 picks now to try to counter this Rapidash Greedent. Not sure really what you could do against these 2 Pokemon. At this stage in the draft, we'll see how they want to line it up. I do like Zapdos. I think this Pokemon is probably one of the better attackers. Still think it could probably get disrupted a lot by this Greedent, especially if they go Covet Belch. And MQ on the Rapidash also can penetrate that front line, get to the back line with those smart strikes, and really wreak havoc.
Right, and you know what? All the same, we're gonna see how this pans out. The first thing I would like to figure out is whether they can actually lock in something that gives them a little bit more CC, crowd control, right? The knockout coming in from Aegislash Sacred Sword is something that I am looking forward to here. Muddy Water as well from Vaporeon, but now we need something to hold everything in place, the tank of the team. And there it is.
Okay. We are going to get that gutter pick of the Buzzwole. I think that's actually probably a really nice play there. I do like that. Also, the Chandelure doesn't seem too bad here. There's not a tremendous amount of dive, and the dive that they do have are in the form of those all-rounders that typically need their abilities to do so. So I would really imagine that we were going to go Imprison here. So Dispenza can have a little bit of leeway to avoid some of what Volticons wants to do and get into that backline. So I actually really do like this composition.
I super agree with you, and I think that that's exactly what they need to look out for. So it's going to be a little bit tough for them going into it here, but I have my hopes up. If I were to pick a favorite team here today, I think MQL actually looks a lot more convincing into the draft here, but Volticons is no team to slouch on, so we've got a show on the road here. I love the variety, love the picks here. Let's get on with it.
Let's do it. Yeah, Tibby on the Moltres. I think this is going to be a key matchup in that top half. Really want to see this thing get online as fast as possible. I'll be interested to see what MQL wants to bring into the top half. I think they have a few options. Maybe it's this Greedent as a top laner. It could be a little bit wild, but let's get into game number 1 of our winners quarterfinals. Tibby is going to head towards the top path in the central area for MQL. It is going to be the Galarian Rapidash of all things.
Great start going into it here. They've gone with these standards here, the 2-1-2, but I like to see what Sklover can really bring to the table with Litwick here, because Litwick wants to scale up fast, right? And if you just let Litwick live like on its own here, look, just taking a big chunk of damage off the little sword, just giving a little stab here and there. It's not looking too good. And of course, Sklover just wants to do its own thing, so how is this thing gonna pan out?
Well, it was looking to try to steal away that piece of wild Pokemon. Unfortunately, unsuccessful. Their successful mission was stealing both of those citrus berries away from his Zapdos. Look at this. Vaporeon deep in enemy territories trying to run away from this Hoopa, just delaying the inevitable. Eventually, the little Eevee goes down. This little Honedge might be in a little bit of trouble. Litwick, the fellow ghost type, is going to burn their eject button just to get back to this pad. Zapdos zoning pretty heavily, and Litwick can't really do much about it.
Right, it is going to be a tough one going into it here. I don't like the situation they put themselves in moving for this. but it is looking a lot more favorable there. They're trying to make some headways, but Ghatlue Pradesh just gives them a lot of space to move around, and it's stuck there. Volticons need to find a way around this, but they've opted to gather around into the center to see if they can force something to happen through the invade.
Yeah. Big invade. Yeah, they're going to send 3 members there, enable this Greedent to get online. Response here from Zapdos. Buzzwole misses the grab. Greedent now going to just run away, and it is that Covet moveset. Vaporeon trying to shove this Hoopa through the portal outside of it. Unfortunately, unsuccessful. And the top path off cam, we saw Zacian take down that Moltres.
Right, so this is going to be a tough one here. I like what they're doing here, but I'm not seeing a proper response on the side of MQL. This is another invade trade back what they've kind of lost here, and Leon picking himself up for 1 Baltoy here is able to walk scot-free. And again, no one is there to respond. We do see MQL at the bottom side here. 2 of them could run in to help out and stop the Regidrago, but I'm not seeing anything responding to that. We put her down for 1 to Zacian, and now it's a bit tough as we do have Zapdos taking out the Regidrago.
Beast Boost is going to enable a couple of KOs from this Buzzwole. Now they're in a little bit of trouble. Smart Strike connects on them into the Dazzling Gleam. Vaporeon going to try to heal up some of that damage, and Buzzwole still pressing forward. We're going to have the overheat from the Chandelure take out the fellow attacker, and that is a nice KO for MQLs.
Ooh, and there it is, bit by bit. They're gonna see they can inch their way forward. It's starting it off strong here, and they got the numbers advantage moving in. Secret Sword whipping down damage. They've got opportunity to turn this around, but they don't want to start a fight that they cannot win. They're pulling back the big save. They need to posture for this, because right now it looks like objectives has spawned. Regilecky's priority is going to Volticons, but on the other side here, they kind of portal out to see if they can stop the Moltres on the top side. But who else is gonna stop them but the Hoopa? It's a 1v4 with the Regilecky as the 5th member of the team right now.
Yeah, that might just go directly into that goal zone. Looking for the overheat. Moltres try to get the steal, unsuccessful. Met by an Imprison. Moltres able to dive bomb away and onto a Citrus Berry. More overheat met from the Chandelure. Gonna retreat back into their own safety. Greedent still on the invade, being a bit of a pest there. Covet Belch is gonna take that buff away from Volticons.
Alright, and they're gonna keep it up here. The damage is going through. MQL able to back away with just a slither of HP here. I mean, that's what all Ghatlue Pradesh do. Prance in, prance out, going into that door. We do see the pickup here, almost getting nicked. He has the little bit of a problem here. Triforce activated. They don't go into it. Iggy looking for damage going through, and now it is in a bad spot. Secret Sword is invested, but it's not gonna land his hits here as Boss will come to the back, slams it down. They pick up the Zacian here, and now the Super Sword Strike comes in here, and it's going to dish the damage here. Hoopa's down for the count as well, and right now MQL is in a fantastic position to turn this game into their favor here. They're gonna try and force it down, but Volticon takes a fight back at them. MQL, you're the sole survivor. Let's see what you can do. They try to make headways here, but there's nothing they can do now. And Kyle, I think the resolution is losing this pad, and again, yourselves.
Yeah, it's not a great play there for the MQL squad. They have lost both top and bottom pads, so Volticons has a bit of spacing advantage, and they're going to take that to their advantage. Look for an invade. Here comes Aegislash on the blue buff. Here comes the remainder of the squad, and they're going to absolutely demolish that buff. Hoopa's going to try to get through the Hoopa portal onto the retreat, and they do. Moltres going to keep the Zacian at bay. Aegislash going in deep behind enemy lines. Zacian, fellow Steel type, takes him out.
That's not a good sign. It's going to be very interesting to see how they can turn this around here. The scoreline now is 210 to 79, but this time it's a little bit different. MQL has the priority onto Regilecki here. They're going to see if they can try and make something happen. And no trades coming from the other side of Volticons here, which means it's going to be tough because they have the Hoopa's Rings Unbound. And so now they can also respond to Regirock.
Great tempo play here from MQL. They're looking for KOs. Aegislash in a bit of danger. Met by an Imprison. They go down. Berry Blast from this Greedent into the back line. Going to disrupt this Zapdos. Keep them from going too far deep. Moltres in a bit of a bind, and they are going to have to retreat into their own Speed Flux zone. Met by a Smart Strike and Dazzling Gleam. Vaporeon hits the Aquamarine Splash, but they're not going to really get much from it. Hoopa goes down to the hands of the Zapdos. Now the retreat is on. Great eject play from this Buzzwole. Going to slam down the Chandelure just like that. Two members are down. Buzzwole once again going in deep. Sovereign Sword going to try to slice them down, but Zapdos sends the legendary beast back.
it's gonna be tough here. They've now kind of get into this resolution phase where they can just, leave and not get any more casualties here. But MQL is just so desperate to try and see if they can make a play here, to try and get back anything, salvage it, and it's just not looking good each time they try and force something. This is a tough call for them. I'm not sure what the correct play is, but it's definitely not that. Now, this is the other thing that they have to kind of contest it right now, and let's see if they can actually turn this fight into their favor.
320, 152, 318 on the clock. Let's see how they want to prioritize this wild Pokemon. Unite move, expended by Aegislash. Buzzwol's going to grab the Greedent, put him in a blender. Unite move from Greedent, it's going to give them a little bit of shielding to try to run away. Met by another Buzzwol grab, perfectly executed into the Zapdos, and the poor little squirrel is going to go back to the nest.
Bit by bit, inching their way closer to the 2-minute mark here. The score line is looking about half of what it shouldn't have been. Volticons is now up 320 here, which is doubling what MQL has by a little bit extra as well here. But MQL is no slouch to this. They try to pick up a fight here. They do pick themselves up onto the Regieleki, and maybe they can turn this into their favor.
Reggie Rock going to be the Reggie up in the top pass. So nice little buff here for Volticons as we get into our Groudon. See MQL checking tall grass areas, making sure they do not get caught off guard. Volticons lining up through that top left portion of the map.
Right, it's looking slow, looking steady. They need to find an answer here, and I'm just trying to see if there's anything that could really help them out here moving into this Groudon fight. It's the Unite moves that they're missing. The Berry Valley flop is gone. Rings Unbound invested here, but we do see a Triforce count in. The Rip is going short. It is going to go into Volticons Unite. Zapdos here. They turn this around, and now the damage flying through. Artillery Mage just coming in, flying by, and of course, there's no one else in sight.
I like the call there for MQL. They kind of wanted to just go for the Rip. I feel like they thought that was their only win condition. They weren't winning team fights, so might as well try to get something going. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out in their favor. Volticons able to get that Groudon as well as almost all of their points in. 818, 172. This should be about insurmountable at this point in the game. 120 left on the clock. We're just going to try to kill some time and look towards game 2.
Right, but what can they do in game 2 here is very important. We need to think about that all the same. And to me, there's just so many options that you could try that they're, maybe something that they want to think about, rather. And I guess, first of all, is the composition wrong? No, I don't think so. I just think that there wasn't really enough of whatever they're looking for, right? Hit and run was the idea. Was there a lot of hit and run? I don't think so, because you have a Chandelure who has sit in the backline and, look pretty and win. So my question again remains the same. Is that enough to turn this around?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I feel like I didn't love the Greedent here. I mean, I think it's definitely a fun Pokemon. I mean, I don't know about it in that 1-2 slot with the Galarian Rapidash. I feel like it just didn't quite pan out. I feel like there are a number of Pokemon that they could have gone first. Maybe grab a supporter. Maybe grab a different defender. There's so many on the table. I mean, obviously, Psyduck, Snorlax, Umbreon weren't available, but Blissey was on the table. I mean, Blissey would have been quite good, I think, in this game. I don't know. I feel like there are a couple other picks, and then you could have kind of responded with your damage dealers towards the end of it.
Right. Here's the scoreline. I think you know what it is. It's just a big, giant gap going into Volticon's favor.
Big chunk.
Finally hitting the 1,000 mark as well.
Yeah. 1,106, 172. Gonna be your final here. Volticons coming out ahead here in our first game of our first set of the winners quarterfinals. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't too bad. I actually really did like the play at the end there from MQL. Just go for the Rip. I think that was... I think they understood their win condition at the time. I mean, you look at the KO numbers. 10 from the Zapdos, 10 from the Buzzwole, and then everybody else kind of rounding out those. And you look on the other side, it wasn't a strong showing in game 1. I think that a lot of that was the composition. I did like the Zacian. I still think the Zacian does really well against the Moltres. As you saw in that top pass, Zacian was winning the early game, and it just kind of ended up falling off because I feel like the Scalers outside of the Zacian just couldn't find footing in these big team engages.
Agreed. And well, it shows in the chart as well. Moving into it here, they did get objectives, they did trade for it. It looked very even, but across the board, Bouldercons had a lot more control in terms of how they responded, right? Each time MQL did something, Bouldercons responded back in the same way and recognized the situation, only for them to continue to punish them for making such plays later on down the line. It was an escalating defeat, I would like to say, because it just really felt like the adaptation coming from Bouldercons was just top notch. And mind you, MQL had 2 Reggies to put as well. So this is something that they're gonna take a look into here as they move into the next game, because this is a best of 3, so it's gonna be tough for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I did like, I mean, of all things, like, I didn't think that the Chandelure was gonna pan out the way it did. It actually performed quite well. I think kind of what my theory was on why we're going with that Pokemon was for the Imprison, and I think for the most part it did prevent a lot of dive. But unfortunately, I just feel like when you go Greedent and you go Galarian Rapidash, I think you said it before, it's a very hit and run. And unfortunately, you just didn't have that consistent front line in front of you, because those Pokemon like to roam and cause havoc away from like the team. So I don't know. I'll be interested to see kind of how we attack draft in game 2.
Okay. I like the idea going into this. Let's take a look if this is how they're gonna line up to, I would say, turn the game around. They need something here, a little bit of footing, and I think this is the answer they're looking for.
Yeah. Looks like we are gonna swap sides. I think that's what the play is here. So MQL will be on that first pick side. Volticon's going to be on your second pick. And we are going to stay on Groudon here in game number 2. Immediately, we are going to see similar bans: Machamp, Charizard Y.
Right, so this is going to be an interesting one going into it here, which I should remind you that because SQ is only Groudon, we're going to be sticking to it here, which is also why we mentioned like this is the last game of, or the last tournament of the regular season, right? So important to note when we're going into this. But otherwise, yeah, we're going to see how this pans out ultimately.
Oh, alrighty. Yeah, Moltres also getting banned. Psyduck. I think these are very, very strong bans. I think the Moltres was really tough to deal with, so I imagine that's why they're going to go ahead and ban that one out. I think the Zacian ban also might be just knowing that Volticons is going to want to play that. I'll be interested to see that as well, kind of how this one will play out, what we're going to draft first. I think there are a few options. I mean, Zapdos is there. Surfetch, certainly one of the top picks as well. So I think that one, probably one of the better all-rounders, if not the best remaining all-rounder on the table.
No, that's valid. I don't think you're wrong in saying that. So moving into it here, we're going to see some interesting stuff for sure. However, I do want to make it very clear that as we're doing this, that means we're leaving out some of the most important players on the game here, right? You have the Mega Lucario. I would celebrate for it, but it's against Surfetch here, and I don't know about you, but you know, there's a reason why you don't bring a fist to a knife fight.
Is that right? Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess so. I mean, we're gonna see that Lucario, we're gonna see that Snorlax. Immediate response to those 2 Pokemon are going to be this Espeon. I think Espeon is kind of in a unique spot because it is able to provide a little bit of anti-dive with that Unite move. So I think that's why a lot of, attacker players have consistently played this Pokemon year over year over year. So I do like this. The one problem that you do have with Espeon, though, is that you do get outranged by other attackers, and you're going to see Volticon's response to that is being that Mew.
Right. But if we go into that here with the Mew, the question is, what am I responding? And it looks like Dhelmise is going to be onto the table with Comfey, which is, I would say, not that fantastic. I'm really excited to see, again, one of my other favorite Pokemon, Dhelmise, on the field, but there's just so much frontline you don't want to pull in. I feel like it's kind of wrong. You know, like if I pull in the Slowbro, that's a slow beam that's coming to someone potentially. If I pull in the Snorlax, that's a heavy slam that's gonna fly to the back lines, and then all of a sudden it's a mess of a game. So I don't know how good the call is from MQL. I am still gonna hold favor to Mega Lucario, of course. So Volticons, you have my vote.
Okay, all right. I mean, this is also kind of a unique composition in the sense that we are going to see this Dhelmise. Not a Pokemon that you see a ton of in competitive play, but it's a Pokemon that I think is super fun. We'll see if they're able to hit some of these poles. I think that's going to be a very crucial part of this composition. Obviously, it goes without saying, a crucial part of the composition is going to see if the Zoroark can scale and keep this Comfey, pressing forward. I think this is going to be a 2v whatever situation. And if the Zoroark gets stopped early on, it's going to be really tough to deal with. Or it's going to be really tough for MQL to find that footing. They're going to need to find some KOs early and often.
Right. So, I guess here we are. We're going to see whether this is the match point they're looking for, or can we get an answer out MQL to actually tell Volticons, sir, stop, sir. Because that's important.
Yeah. We'll see.
It's always going to be that case.
Is that so?
I feel like it is, no? As we go into it, we will figure out how true my words are. So, move on towards there. We are going to see Zoroark, of course, going into the central area. But it's a 2-1-2 competition across the board here, with the only difference being Buzzwole, who has not seen the light of day in the central area, coming back into the fray.
There we go. Yeah, Dhelmise going to be on the bottom side. So, kind of that pseudo-defender type Pokemon. E-Ball can be a little bit early. Dhelmise is going to capture that wild Pokemon. Unfortunately, very low on HP. Snorlax burns the eject button in tow, takes out the anchor, and more points going to rain in for Volticons. Another E-Ball is going to connect on that Eevee. They grab that Citrus Berry, keep themselves upright for the time being, and on the top side, bit of a stalemate.
Ooh, and here it is. It is going to be the one and only Lucario Tibby trying to get some hit-ways. But again, look at the range of that leak. Am I wrong to say that he brought the wrong type of equipment to this fight here? Bare Fist just won't do in this one.
See Zoroark gonna hit that combination. Unfortunately, Buzzwole is gonna interrupt that completely. Ray in a bit of a bind. They're gonna go down. Mega Lucario, still a regular Lucario, gonna take out that KO. And Buzzwole is gonna finish off that Comfey collar. Points in for Volticons, and they are purring early on.
I'm not really liking the situation here. I'm going to be real with you. I mean, I like the response from MQL. This is a very brave and a risque performance from him, but it's just not the right call, I would say. You don't have anyone to respond with. You have no priority across your lanes. No one's kind of pushed in, so it's very hard for you to be responding.
Okay, and now Dhelmise is just going to 1v1 this Snorlax. Fortunately, a bit of a stalemate once again. Top path, Lucario Slowbro going to try to press forward. Surfetch still a Farfetch'd. Eventually, they do secure that last bit of wild Pokemon, and now we do have the shield and the giant leak for the Surfetch. So, finally get online, and that is a sigh of relief for MQL.
Well, it's a great sigh of relief indeed. They started off here. We do see the X marks the spot. They do take the fight, but I don't see no KOs coming out, and that's a big problem coming on MQL side here, especially when you're Zoroark. You're scaling fast, but once you stop scaling, you're kind of going to fall behind very quickly and very heavily too.
Okay, yeah, Zoroark now looking for a little bit of an invade, looking to spot where these where these enemy Pokemon are. Snorlax, Mew hiding in the tall grass. Zoroark's gonna see where this Buzzwole is going in. Big heavy slam engage. Psyshock combination. Here comes Zoroark with the follow-up. They find two. Oh, great pull. Dhelmise pulls that Mew into harm's way. Espeon gonna finish the job. 30 points in. And they're gonna leave this goal zone on 2. They can actually break it with a 2 over, or 28 over.
Well, it's a tough call. They've got to see if they can find an answer through this here. One shot, one dream. That's the Zoroark's mission, and we are gonna see if X truly marks their spot. Jimmy, on the other hand, with his bulked up stats here, gets out to Regieleki, and he's gonna be able to get this one free of charge. So as they go into it, there is a big problem I see. The numbers are not in their favor, but Zoroark does have damage. They do actually challenge it. MQL picks it up for the Registeel here, as well as the Regieleki, and now they have priority to try and take this fight here. Swole comes in here with a slam here, but I think that's all there is to say about that, because that was a clean getaway coming in for MQL to clean up the fight.
Good stuff here. Yeah, they're looking much different in game number 2 than in game number 1. Regieleki walked in, more points deposited into that T2 goal zone. This is looking pretty good so far, and you still have a minute of this Registeel buff to also work with. So, yeah, right now you got to be very happy if you're MQL.
Right, I mean, of course, I'll be very happy if I'm MQL, obviously going into this. This means that I have a great opportunity to take this fight. It's going to be a tough one, and there's the hook coming in. They do pick out some Mew here. There's no damage on the backline here, so now all you really need to do is to collapse onto the squishy tanks, because when you have 3 Pokemon, there's no way you're going to be absorbing that much damage. Look at that. Slowbro goes down for the count here with a little bit extra healing, but otherwise, it's still pretty much a relentless fight. They do get Dhelmise here to buy some time by scoring, giving them the tension away from the other two here. It looks like Jimmy, your noble sacrifice indeed.
Oh, poor Jimmy. Unfortunately, Dhelmise gonna go. Oh, good little grass knot there from the Comfey. Zoroark taken to the skies. Gonna try to hit that Unite move. Unfortunately, met by a blender. All 5 members of Volticons converge on the Zoro Comfey collar, and now they're advancing forward towards this T1. Great play by Espeon. Dispensa heating up. Gonna hit a Psyshock as well as the Unite move, and 2 members down there. 1 hook there. Dhelmise able to take the Slowbro into harm's way, and that should be cleaned up very nicely. Maybe eventually this Slowbro is super bulky. There we go. Dhelmise able to finish the job.
It's just a little bit of a rough time here for the side of MQL, but they slowly pick themselves back up onto this race here. The scoreline now is 271 to 53. It looks like Volticons has met their match of this round, but they do have a lot of party tricks up their sleeves here, so we're going to see whether they can make it out with that Mega Evolution of theirs.
We won't talk about that whiffed Unite move right there. Doesn't matter. We still grab that Regirock here. Snorlax going to try to engage this fight. 4 members of Volticons. Great play by Buzzwole. He's going to grab MQL. He's going to try to run away now. Here comes Zoroark. Takes out the Lucario. There's that Unite move. We're still going on in. Big power nap from the Snorlax. Another jump in the air from this Zoroark. And they're going to take a 2 KO streak. Great little... Sweet Kiss there from Comfey is going to pull in another Mew. Going to try to run away, but you cannot run away. Oh, you can, actually. Perfect Mythical Mirage there is going to avoid the damage and keep them upright.
Oof, and I like the response coming into this here. It's about 30 seconds left here. They need to stand by the prep by posturing themselves up. Well, the Regieleki is actually getting distracted. They do try for it. No hooks given, no. Unfortunately, for them, it is going to be a little bit of a tough call. They kind of need to wait for Dhelmise to see if he can grab something. There's the call. There's no pickup. That is such a pain.
Let's see, 271, 53, 320 left on the clock before our Groudon. And levels are looking pretty good. Zoroark has kept pace, right? Level 13 right for them. And the rest of the squad also kind of doing pretty well. We'll see if we can get this Lucario. We have Surfetch going in. Gonna go right back out, play the Hokey Pokey. They're gonna turn right around back towards T1.
And I mean, that's what it's all about. They've got a minute to go. They've
Nice.
got to make something happen.
Good pickup.
Hey, you gave me lines. I'm just following through with you. You got me good.
All right, another pull here from Dhelmise. Unfortunately, no follow-up from MQL. We're going to see if we have a play here for the Zoroark. Unfortunately, this Slowbro is in hot pursuit. Going to make sure that they continuously grab vision. We do have this top objective. Both teams very interested for the exception, with the exception of the Dhelmise, who's mostly just hovering the central area.
There it is. It's the first contact. No pickups just yet. Looking for it. An answer, a vision, a dream. The Registeel comes in. Lucario is starting it off here to see if they can get something going, but no response. The wait. There's the hook, though.
Oh.
No pickups on the anchor. Oh, the 1 hook. So beautiful.
It was close. It was
It's a
close.
tear in my eyes.
I know, we almost had it. Oh, great block there from Snorlax. It's going to put MQL in a bit of a bind. They're going to retreat right back, and Groudon has hit the map. We have a power-up punch charging up. Good heavy slam from the Snorlax. Psyshock misses the mark there. Another hook misses the mark. Jimmy is on half HP, and MQL is going to have to retreat. Another Psyshock there misses, but we have a power nap from Snorlax. Mega Lucario has hit the mark. Here comes Dhelmise into the backline. Going to get bullied out. Eject button burn. Groudon now at half. We have one more hook going in, and now we have the Surfetch trying to run. Buzzwole on a hot pursuit, and they're going to have to retreat. Oh, the Slowbro is able to steal away the Groudon. Volticons captures it.
Ooh, not looking too good, ladies and gentlemen, though. Volticon somehow turned his losing play into a winning one. Superb teamwork there at the very end. They kind of wrap it up for them, but it's not over just yet with a minute on the clock. This scoreline is still very much possible. Little less possible after that one.
Yeah, 433, 271. Need to break some shields, steal some buffs away from Volticons. It's not over yet. We just have to, figure something out. We have to find a pick. There's still 45 seconds left, so we have to check all this tall grass and look for a way in.
Right, but there's the problem with finding a way in. Usually, there's only one way in, one way out, and right now, I think it's just gonna be having a good brawl here. With a level disadvantage here, MQL needs to play very, very well if they want to make it out. 20 seconds on the clock.
Good pull there from the Delmais. Snorlax power nap, and Mega Lucario's hitting the fray once again. Good power-up punch is going to take out the Espeon artillery. Sweet Kiss is going to pull in a couple of members, and there's the Unite move from Zoroark. Unfortunately, they're going all the way back to the Pokemon Center. It's just the little surf fetch, but that duck, not in a row. Volticons going to win this set 2-0.
2-0 indeed. A very clean set nonetheless here. We definitely did see one good thing that came out of this is the fact that MQL actually adapted their strategy, almost made this one out with the full bag and everything. So I kind of think that there's a chance here, but it's going to be very tough for them to turn this around.
Well, 2-0 for Volticons, 433-271. Going to be your final here in Game 2. So MQL squad's not done for the day, but they will be going down to that lower side bracket. Winners finals, or winners semifinals bound as Volticons unite. They will be playing either 3 hours or less or Rework Esport. The winner of that set will take on the third place EU team.
Ooh la la, indeed here as we move into this one. It was a very spicy match. MQL unfortunately will have to bow out of the top half of this bracket, but they still in the game. Still got the chance to make this work here. It's just a matter of time for them. This is our top 8 teams for a reason, right? So we're gonna see how they can pan this on out here. They've got a great VOD to review here. It is his tournament anyways. He's got so much information to work with as we move into our next match. Volticons Unite definitely coming out on top here as we do see a beautiful scoreline. We're gonna check into the stats in just a bit here, but Kyle, I gotta give it to you. This is a great game 1 moving into this.
Not bad, honestly. I thought this was definitely a better showing from MQL. I thought they had a really good moment in there. Honestly, though, when you have a Zoroark Comfey, you have to be very wary of that Slowbro Unite, and unfortunately, they walked right into a brick wall that was that slow beam. So yeah, Volticon's ready to press the button, and they certainly pressed it. Daddy Leon, really big plays there. Not only that, but also securing the ground.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. But now that we're kind of like down that part of the story here, I think we want to see a little bit more in terms of how the game played out here. Now, if you were just joining us here, let's take a look at how the scores went in, what objectives they picked up. It's going to come into the replays.
Big replays here in game number 2. This is a great moment. Good play to set up a couple of big KOs. This is kind of where things started to go really right. I love that pull from the Delmais Mew. Just did not know what to do there. This is a good secure there from Despedza into the Unite move, into another Unite move. Yeah, I honestly thought that MQL was going to just like run away with this game. Unfortunately, it just didn't end up that way.
You're absolutely right. I mean, they had a chance to actually run away with the game. Like you said here, they had, for example, the Registeel buff in this situation, but then somehow they lost the fight. It's just kind of rough for them, but they had a chance there. They still had a scoreline. Psychic Solar pulls out. You see, they could have done so many things to make this happen. Having the hook into it as well. I mean, it just looks like Volticons was feeling themselves a little too well after the first win, and they were a little complacent. I had to be real with you on that.
Yeah, they got off to a really slow start, and I guess you kind of expect that, right? When you have a Zoroark Comfey, you kind of expect to get off to a quick start, and that's kind of what happened. Volticons just kind of hung out, waited for their moment. This is another good Night Slash there from Zoroark. Hit a couple. Lucario goes down. I think that was the only one that went down. This Sweet Kiss is just so mean. It's one of the like most annoying. That was a good little detect there from MQL. But Sweet Kiss is just such an annoying. To me, it's like one of my least favorite moves to play against.
I agree with you on that. So I guess what was the problem at the end of the day? It's just really came down to teamwork. I really felt like it was just that. There's not much else you can really say when you come into this, right? And of course, as you take a look at the replays here, you can see how it turns around. We had the Bosco come into the fray here, had to back away, lost one. Coming into that, the Slowbro somehow made it out of there. But really, look at the amount of players that were in your team as MQL. You lost such a big fight already early on here, and that just made it so hard for you to carry on.
Yeah, and this is kind of maybe a slight misplay here from Volticons, knowing that Chari is on Mew and just didn't have any sort of secure lined up on it. It could have been really bad if Dispenza had a Psyshock, or, you know, if Delmise had theirs. Yeah, is that just a boosted attack from Slowbro that gets it? I mean, definitely not the cleanest secure from Groudon, but, you know, if it works, it works.
I mean, definitely did work there.
Crazy.
Yeah,
it is. It's just a boosted. Oh no. Oh,
those are the right words. Oh no,
indeed. That's gotta feel a little bit bad.
I mean, what can we say as we go into it here? But that's the first of the games. They're coming out hard, strong. MQL has had the spotlight into the fray here, as well as, of course, their name into Springbeat's tournament name. But I think this is going to be interesting for you, because we're going to be seeing BH3 versus Koma Esports next. And I want to get into that very soon. So, Kyle, I'm going to bring us into a break. You don't get a say in this. It's my call. Production doesn't get a say in this. We're going to a break. True. Send it. Send it.
welcome back in Pokemon Unite trainers. My camera's blurry. I don't know why it's doing that. There we go. Maybe. I don't know. We got MQL Springbeat. It's probably because I was messing with my chair height. There we go. We're back.
That's fair.
we were kind of goofing around backstage.
We were.
I was like down here. Cause our production said I need to go higher, so I went lower. But then it messed up my camera. But either way,
normal.
we are back. It's
We're
so
back.
normal. We got the MQL Springbeat, $500 on the line. We are in the winners semifinals. This next matchup gonna be fantastic. We have Komai Esports taking on Sublime Mongrand, which is essentially BH3 Esports minus Utah. And holy cow, this is gonna be an incredible matchup. And honestly, a treat for everybody at home.
I mean, I cannot tell you how much I'm excited. I'm like this excited. You know, look at the amount of space up here. I'm that excited.
Yeah, there's a lot of space up there. Should I just go
Indeed.
higher and higher then? Should I go
Yeah,
higher?
yeah, like slowly we just go higher and higher each
Like,
time. And people figure
Should
it
I
out.
like be up here?
Uh,
Should I be up
maybe,
here and I
maybe.
cast from like here?
I don't know. I mean, people will realize it at some point, right? Like, I mean, it's gotta be subtle. But as we go into here, into the draft, it's gonna be an exciting one for that. Because Sublime Mongrand here, we saw yesterday, they made a splash into the scene. And of course, Komai Esports, who could forget them? Because we've got our regular teams moving into this here. We've got Nils, Ghatlue, Kami, Narami, of course, Toast. You know them. They're like homestay brands. You know them. You love them. But Sublime Mongrand, if they take Komai Esports down, this is a dark horse story. They could run away with the entire tournament today.
I mean, I think either of these teams are kind of like teams to watch out for. So the fact that we get this here in our round 2 of day 2 is going to be fantastic. Already, we're getting some of the bans, some of the notable bans that we have seen all day today and yesterday. But at least one Pokemon, maybe make it 2 Pokemon that we don't often see banned. One being that Dodrio and 2 being that Mew. So I think this is kind of more so target bans against Sublime.
Right. So I do see a hover for an Italian at some point here. I guess the question I want to see is whether it pick up. Ghatlue wisely chooses to pick arguably the strongest Pokemon in the game right now here. A little bit over buffed is going to be my champ. You know, the champ in the name is there for a reason. But in response to that, we have Nachos here. And of course, this team, I don't know what to tell you, man. There's just so much to talk about when it comes to this team. And the first thing we need to talk about is the relevance of Mega Lucario in here, because Ambot, the strong defender player, obviously going to pick something very, very bulky. But then we have the Mega Lucario coming in here, and that kind of gives you a good idea of how the team might really play out in terms of fight.
Yeah, I love the Blastoise pick. It's not banned, so I think this is a fantastic Pokemon to grab in that first rotation. Komai does have a few options here that could be really powerful. Moltres online as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that one get picked up. Oh, we're going to get the Vaporeon as well. Pokemon that we haven't seen a ton of recently, but we did see it in our first set. And it did look pretty dang good.
You know what? That's fair enough. I mean, to be fair though, losing win rate when we have this combination of, this pair of Pokemon so far today, right? Which is only one game, but you know, happens enough times that you kind of need to consider whether this is a good pickup. On the other side though, Sublime Mongrand going in with a more bulky setup here, and so I think we want to get something that will really punish them. Bring me a Suicune in here, bring me a Megazard, you know, X maybe, you know, dish the damage out early. I think Zard X is wrong, but you know, you get what I mean. I want something that gives a strong AoE effect here for your team to slowly pick them off. That might be great. Suicune is what I'm feeling here, and Komai has responded to my call.
Yeah, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I love the Suicune. I think this Pokemon is really good, especially when a lot of the damage dealers are going to be in that more mid-range, and so far, that is kind of the name of the game for Sublime. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe something a little bit more rangy here in that gutter position. I think Cinderace can do exactly that. I think there are a few tools that are at Cinderace's disposal. Notably, the Feint, right? Being able to dodge a bunch of different cooldowns with that ability is so valuable. I imagine that's what we're going to go, but I could always be surprised.
I mean, surely, all the same here. With this entire team locked in, I guess the question remains now is like, who do you think will win? I like Gecko Kami going in with the Suicune. I like the Mega Lucario. And I think Sublime on Grand has a team that really can support Resu in this regard here. But will Komai Esports really allow them to just run freely? Can Ghatlue fly into the backline? That's my question I have. So it's gonna be interesting. I'm kind of shocked that I don't have a favorite team.
Yeah, I think there's also kind of something to be said about this Blissey pickup. I think this Pokemon is really good into that Machamp. I think we saw it yesterday. We saw a situation where Blissey got picked up early, if not first, and neither team ended up deciding to pick up that Machamp. So I think this Pokemon, especially if we go Safeguard, is kind of a counter to Machamp because it could cleanse those submissions. We'll see how it goes, see if we're able to get those Safeguards online. But let's get into game number 1 of our winner semifinals.
Starting it off strong here. I mean, of course, 2-1-2 competition has been the try and true here, and I'll keep mentioning it to you just in case you forget that we're in a very stable meta. However, on bot side here, Resu is going to be up against 2 legendary Pokemon here, which means stat-wise, we're going to see a little bit of contention here. He does pick up a little bit of damage here, a little bit too much that I would like to see, but at least he's safe on the pad here. But the question is, can they really farm anything here? Look, Resu's just taking like a beating here and unable to really stop them from doing much as well. Top side as well, it's not looking any better here. They've got evolutions to their names here, and it's stifling the entire team.
Okay, Mega Lucario coming down to the bottom path to provide a little bit of support because Komai has pretty much stayed on the right side of the map down there. Right. Submission online, they were looking to engage on that Snorlax, instead wisely peel backwards, go for this Not-2 family, and Komai is going to be able to pick that up all by themselves. 3 members down here in the bottom path, just this Moltres trying to get any little bit of Pokemon. It looked like they got one of the small birds, but now they're just going to try to hold on to this T1 goal zone. Here comes the support from the Suicune. Still 3 members trying to push. 12 points denied. Resu unable to deposit.
I mean, very wise choice. He did attempt a second dunk, I believe, but after that, he really just backed away. He recognized his position here. I like the discipline to back away as they go into this, and I like the fact that they really tried to play their outs there when the Lucario came being very aggressive, but that's just not cutting it here. You kind of need to level up. That's the most important thing for your kid.
Gotta level up. You definitely want your Serena online. Pokemon that has not been able to get there quite yet will evolve at level 6. Currently standing at level 4. Snorlax was looking to maybe get a little bit of a steal there. Wisely decides doesn't have the follow-up. And with Ghatlue kind of looming in the tall grass, you want to be very cautious. You do not want to get grabbed. Instead, they do get grabbed. Good follow-up from the rest of Komai. And it's the Moltres picking up a KO. Submission not on yet. Eventually comes off cooldown. Tries to grab Resu. Denied. Resu now with a counter punch. Going to be able to get one Pokemon. It's just the Moltres. Somehow Ghatlue got out alive. I don't know.
I mean,
it's crazy.
Fair enough. Right, as they move to the 7-minute mark here, first of all, Regidrago is still up here. The point count isn't escalating too much here, but stacks are involved in this game, which means 26 points for Komai Esports. They're doing a fantastic job going into this here, but I need to see a response from Sublime on Grand, and this is what I want to see. They do back away here, but look, punish. War Turtle almost going down for the count here. We do see of course, Blissey trying to make some headways with his team, but unfortunately, they lose one member, and they're going to lose the second as well here, which means now you're going into a 3v5 fight potentially, if not for the numbers.
Oh, they're looking to break. They do break. They do find a KO, but Machoke goes down. Toast online, level 8 on the Serena, including a triple KO up in that top path. Now Regieleki likely looming for Komai as they also try to chip down this Reg Ice. Snorlax looking for a steal. Heavy slam a little early. Moltres on time. Blissey trying to help this Snorlax escape. Resu providing a little bit of support as well.
Great start here as you go into this. I like the response now. They kind of just trade objectives, and of course, I mean, what can you do, right? You have the numbers to kind of support it, then go for it. Starting off here, Mega Lucario goes into the fray here, Machamp taking a chunk of damage here with the eject button as well to try to stop them from moving back. But that means now Regieleki is down to just defend, and nicely done. Wise a choice for them to really just take a fight and discipline to back away so they can defend this with the Mega Lucario. But this means number advantage is not in your favor here. We do have a Toast in the corner here. Serena wants to look for a fight. Got his team to come with here. He bursts out the Mega Lucario. The barrage will return the favor here. And now he's stuck in the corner.
Okay, no Mega online for this Lucario, and Ghatlue in hot pursuit looking to take down Nachos. Here comes Serena as well. Close combat's going to provide a little bit of self-sustain, but that's not going to stop all these points from flying in, leaving the goal zone at 33. Here comes Lucario once again. More healing Aqua Ring. Gonna provide that. Surf into the wall.
Ooh.
Hydro Typhoon online. Gonna knock up Ghatlue, who's gonna have to try to run away. He does. Serena might not be so lucky. Instead, they pull a Unite move that's gonna pick up Resu. Here comes the counter. Oh, good play from Snorlax, and Resu picks up the KO on the Serena.
And Fing Fan Fu, that's what it is supposed to be. The onslaught is coming through here as Sublime Grand finds an opportunity to try and step away from the fight here and make a better posture for the next fight. And the same thing is going to happen again. Look, 3 players at the bottom side. Lucario goes out to try and farm with the Blastoise here, which means that these 3 players, they are kind of postured to try and stop the fight from Komai Esports. And Komai Esports wisely decides, you know what? This objective is coming out first. Why not we just all go as a team, and if they try to respond, we turn on them. Great start here going in for the Gecko Kami.
Okay, Snorlax caught out by a submission, and now Frozen Solid, Endless Ice Spike's gonna take out that Snorlax. Here comes Lucario, Aura Cannon from the backline. Here comes a power-up punch. They miss the mark. Close combat, eject button. They're gonna try to take the Unite, or they're gonna try to take the objective. They do. Lucario able to steal it away from 3 members. Gonna hit another close combat there. Surf is not gonna stun them up. Power-up punch helped avoid that damage. Here comes Resu. Here comes the Snorlax with the block. Aquamarine Splash from the Vaporeon's going to give a little bit of healing. Hydro Pump as well as a Surf. 2 water types are going to take away that fire type as Resu heads back to the Pokemon Center.
Very great fight there. The discipline from them to just go as a team here definitely helped them all the same here. They really tried to posture for a good fight from Sublime Grand, but the numbers just did not favor them moving into this year. And like that, they were able to back away, take minimal damage, and get KOs alongside a free buff they could have taken for themselves, if not for the fact that Mega Lucario took it away from them.
Yeah, that was a really good play. Level 13 on that Mega Lucario, by the way. They're looking for some more KOs. They're going to find one. Suicune going to be the first to fall. Surf into the Speed Flux Zone for this Blastoise. Another Unite move from this Mega Lucario. They're looking to siege this T1 goal zone. Has not been successful yet. Only the Suicune is down. Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise. They're expending Unite moves. Nacho's in a bit of a bind. Going to have to retreat a little bit. We have the Blastoise getting picked up by Ghatlue. That's going to be a KO foul, but a noble sacrifice to allow Sublime to retreat back to T1.
They try to create another opportunity again here. Damage is being tagged onto Lucario. They lose the Mega as well. Resu tries to dish damage here. They go for first onto Serena. Turns back. Gecko Kami looking a little bit frazzled, but not dazzled here. Heavy Slam comes into the Machamp here, and this is the problem that I have with Machamp. There's no way for him to really peel out of the damage if he has no teammates here. But thankfully, Komai Esports is just so ready to stick as a team to make something happen here. Look at them coming back out almostly unscathed.
That's a big KO that they got on Lucario. It's level 13. Likely something where Nachos wants to try to recharge that Unite move as fast as possible. Look at this breakup in the top path. Blastoise 10-point overdunk. Not much, but it is going to be a consolation prize because it is going to be Kamai securing a Registeel prior to our Groudon, looking for an engage. Heavy Slam onto the Moltres. Blissey with a little bit of a follow-up and backup for the Snorlax. They're going to put down the block, trying to retreat back to their own side. Heavy Slam into the front line. Going to get grabbed by Machamp. It's going to force out that Power Nap into the eject button. Here comes Mega Lucario. They have hit their Aura Cannon, and they're looking for Ghatlue. Suicune going to be the first to fall. And Vaporeon's going to go backwards because they're on very low HP. Groudon at half. We're looking for some cures. Mega Lucario's going to be the one to do it.
And again, what did I tell you? Lucario is my boy. Making out that. But the scoreline is still not too big just yet, right? Look, it's 143 to 190. Of course, they're going to try and see if they can return the favor and trade scores. And unfortunately for them, just a little bit shy off. And Narami drops down here. Komai Esports in such a weird position as Sublime Grand is being the dark horse I was calling it out to be here, forcing it out here. But that also means you should pick Mega Lucario. Think about that.
Man, that could have been a really big play if Vaporeon deposits that into the goal zone. It could be a very tough play for Kamai if they want to come back. They're going to try to do so through this T1 goal zone. They're going to need to steal away a buff. Moltres unable to get it, and they're going to have to peel backwards. Here comes Serena. No KOs found yet. Just Moltres down for Kamai, and Resu is starting to hit their A button. Barrage blow. Unfortunately, Ghatlue back in the Pokemon Center, and Kamai is starting to fall down. Sublime holds on, 291.43. More points inevitable. 4 KOs from Resu.
Ooh, this is going to be it here. Sublime more grand. Whirling down to the final pad here to get a big chunk of salt. And I think Hawaii Sport just has one question on their minds, and that is, how do I stop their teamwork? They're so unsync at the very end. It's very hard to tell, Kyle.
Yeah, this Lucario was just really tough to deal with. It got off to a quick level lead, and yeah, they got that KO on it late, but honestly, I feel like it didn't provide the value that Kamai probably would have wanted there, because that did allow Nachos to get recharged with their Unite move, and you saw the value that that thing provided in that last part of the game.
Right. So, well, this is the scoreline. Sublime will grant up a point here, with Resu really making waves in terms of the assistance, in terms of getting KOs and the assists for his teammates here. On the other side, though, I'm kind of surprised to see Nachos not running into a Talonflame early. But you know what? All the same, 90k damage is very impressive here, and there's a reason why he is winning here in this first round with the 760 points.
160, yeah. Pretty good stuff. Yeah, we'll see how this goes in game number 2. I'll see if Kamai wants to maybe change their strategy. I thought their draft was pretty good. I liked pretty much everything that they had, with the exception of, I didn't know it was going to deal with this Mega Lucario, right? I mean, also, this Blissey. I mean, we talked about how Blissey is kind of a good counter into the Machamp, but it's also a really good counter into this Serena as well, because it's able to cleanse a lot of the crowd control from that Pokemon.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what Kamai does here.
I don't really think there's much you can do other than, you know, take team fight better at the very end here. It felt like they had everything going for them early on. I wouldn't say they were in an advantage because of that, but I would say that they definitely knew that if they were behind, there are different things they can do. If they're ahead, what else more can they do? And so, with that experience alone, I feel like there was a great chance for them to really make this a winnable game.
This is the final fight. Great engage from Snorlax. Hits a head or a power nap in 4 members of Kamai get knocked up from that, forcing the fight. Gekakame getting caught out in a blender of all 5 members. Vaporeon has to retreat back through their own central area. At that point, the rip was on. Lucario able to secure, and that's why you pick that Pokemon. Not only for the value that you get out of that Mega form with all the cooldown reduction, but the secure tool on that Pokemon. Power Punch, one of the best to do it.
Ooh la. It just slowly makes their way in here. You can see how it keeps on piling on and on. And right now, with the scoreline being Sublime Grand with 1 point up, it's going to be very, very taxing on to Hawaii Esports, because they kind of don't want to lose to this team, right? You want to stay in the upper rank as much as possible here. You are champions in your own right as an EU team here. And so right now, that is the question. Can they maintain this crown? Or will we see Sublime Grand kind of snatch them back up?
We'll see. They're going to have to try to come back here, because if they lose this game, that means that Kamai will be going down to that lower side bracket. And you certainly do not want to go down there. But let's get into game number 2, getting through the ban phase. Immediately, Kamai saw the thing that they had the toughest time dealing with, and it was that Blissey, so that is going off the board early.
Ooh boy, last one in. Kyle, that's the Doju.
What?
That's the Doju log. I do see a Blastoise log. Will we get Zardwire? There we go, that's the Zardwire. I was kind of anticipating to see whether they would flicker over it, and they got it.
Yeah, Zardwire makes sense. I mean, it's definitely one of the better Pokemon in the game. Provides a lot of value, similar to that Lucario in the Mega form. Final bans, though, Umbreon, Psyduck, Mega Char Y for Sublime, Blissey, Dodrio, Mew. So they do not want that Dodrio. They do not want that Mew in the game either. I think you'll likely go this Machamp route once again. You don't have that Blissey to deal with this time.
Yeah, and that's fair, I guess. But as we do take a look here, the question is, why wouldn't they want to take first pick for the or ban the Machamp brother? So I'm not sure what the answer is here. First of all, Nacho's going in on that feels so wrong here. The Mega Lucario comes in for another day, and I guess it looks like I do have favorites in this game. So I'm like Grand stealing my heart so early on here is one thing, but Komai Esports need to find an answer overall.
I love this Slowbro pick into the Lucario. I think this is just very wise. I think this Pokemon is really good when you have one of those power pick Pokemon. You think Char-Y, you think that Mega Lucario, who are really incredible when it's in that Unite form, that Mega form. And I think the Vanguard Bell being on it has kind of allowed Slowbro to be a little bit more valuable than just with its Unite move. So I do love that. But we see 3 all-rounders already for Sublime. You're also grabbing that Surfetch.
I mean, is it really 3 all-rounders here? Mega Lucario, I can close my eyes. But like, Suicune is more like a support that happens to also do damage, you know? It's a little yellow, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it gets played that way. I think it's still, you know, a little bit more rangy, but yeah, it's still technically an all-rounder. It still has a purple background. I don't understand the classifications in this game sometimes, but we do get Resu on the Inteleon. This is a very big comfort pick for Resu, one of the best Inteleons to do it. We'll see if the back line, or I guess the front line of Kamai, can get to the back line of Sublime. This Serena and this Machamp are going to be in hot pursuit of this water type.
And I agree with you, as they now have a solid composition formed here. I gotta lean my vote onto, again, Sublime Grand, because they got a Mega Lucario, but this time it looks like they've got a little bit of each range into their kit here, so they need to take fights appropriately and accordingly, based on what they have. On the other side, though, I do think Komai Esports is going again with something they feel just really works here, which is just having enough damage going in to heal, shield, and whatnot. And that's a very strong way to look at it. So, my question is, which team comes on top in terms of the draft here? Again, I think Sublime Grand has it this time.
Yeah, I mean, they had it in game 1.
They had it in game 1?
Yeah, they had it game 1, so they're going to try to do it again in game number 2. I think the thing that I'm most concerned about if I'm Kamai is going to be if this Machamp is going to be able to get to the back line. I think you have a lot to deal with, but that's why we play the game. Ghatlue heading to the central area with that Machamp, and we are going to send Serena, the Bound Suite, along with Hoopa up to the top of Kamai.
Again, 2-1-2 moving into this here. I really think Sublime Grand's a little bit, it's a little bit overkill on the top side of things. Lucario and Suicune, I feel, is just a super strong lane already. But then at the bot side, you have 2 evolution Pokemon with, a Squirtle and a Subble. It just feels wrong.
It does. Suicune gonna hover this central area. Try to slow down this Hoopa. This Lucario trying to steal some of this Natu family. Good Meteor Mash there to give a little bit of space and allow them to secure him.
Ooh. Coming in. One chance. Starts the fight here. Lucario looking to see if he can get anything, but no, it takes a lot of damage. Ghatlue. 9 minutes on the clock here. We are going to see start of the Natus in the center here and see if they can take an opportunity or another fight here. But if not, it's a strong chance to go for a fight here. See the opportunity takes them. This is the displacement I'm talking about, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a great play. Eject button and able to pick up that Squirtle. And a good follow-up there, right, from the Espeon to make sure that they hit that shot. So honestly, great communication there from Kamai. But unfortunately, it means that the advantage has gone to Sublime on the top half.
Right, and now that we're going into the 7-minute mark here, of course, we have to see how they're going to respond. First one, though, is Regidrago here. We do see Ghatlue flicking off the duck on his shoulders here with the help of the Hoopa to give it a nice dunk moving into it here, but scoreline is 45-45, and the problem with that is that you can only have one winner, right? So in this opportunity, you kind of want to see if you can take someone down to get a lead early, but Lucario is defending top. Do you want to go for that? As Ghatlue, do you want to try and make a fight out of such a situation. Can you capitalize on the opportunity?
Reggie Drago in the central area, neither team really positioning for it just yet. Just tipping and tapping it. Still nearly full on the HP. We do have the Espeon starting to make their move towards there. You need a little bit more damage, but get pretty secure here for Kamai. We'll see if Sublime even wants to try to respond. Doesn't look like it.
It's still going to be very tough going into it here. They have two players on top, just kind of hoarding all the XP they can at the top side here. They try to make a play, no Mega on the side, no Mega Lucario. He isn't even at the right level to receive that beautiful, beautiful power. He needs to scale up ASAP before the first objective comes in.
Good shots here from Resu. Good push from the War Turtle. But even better response from Kamai to send everybody down with that Hoopa Hyperspace Highway. Now we have the objectives hitting the map. Reggie Rock down in the bottom half. Regieleki up top. Resu's going to start it off with a nice little snipe shot. Going to connect there. Kamai unable to respond just yet. Lining up the snipe. We'll see if they're able to secure. Oh, there's a big old barrage blow into the back line. Ghatlue coming in with a vengeance. Psyshock going to take the War Turtle back to the Pokemon Center. Here comes another submission. Dodges a bullet. Looking for the Suicune. Going to dodge another one. And now 30 points, going to connect in this T1. Nice little snipe shot, but that's not going to do the trick.
Ooh, here it is. Starting off, they are going to put themselves in a great position to see if they can turn this around into one objective for themselves here. The Regieleki. They have time. They see how they're going in here. They see it's going to be coming in from the War Turtle first. A beautiful kick into the face here, but in response, looks like I have a giant mighty sword, and I'm going to make you eat those words. Turns this around. It's Regieleki on the pickup here, and right now it is a great time for them to take a great push because with a 6-member on their team, I think they've got enough damage and sustain.
Good stuff. They are able to get some sort of value with that Regieleki. Forces Kamai to deal with it. Also, Liam can focus on capturing some wild Pokemon. They get a majority of that central area Altaria family. Look like Resu was able to get also that. Nice little snipe shot steals away some Pokemon from Kamai's side of the map. So honestly, Sublime starting to scale a little bit here. Level 10 on that Surfetch, and you have a couple other important level 9s.
Ooh, here it is. Damage tacked on. They're looking for it. The barrage ball was just invented so fast here. What a great call. It's almost like it's a free CC for Machamp, who really needs this opportunity, but no KOs.
Yeah, Surfetch responded with their Unite move mostly just to escape, and they barely are able to just get off on a sliver of HP. Do you have another Regiroulette heading down to the bottom path? 5 seconds until that appears, so we see Sublime starting to migrate south for that objective. Meanwhile, Kamai already here, gonna start putting a bit of damage on it. Serena kicking this off, already down to half. Ghatlue able to dodge a snipe shot. Blastoise coming in with Hydro Typhoon, but Lucario able to secure in the Mega Form. Good Unite move from Espeon. Serena also gonna pick up the Lucario, who's gonna heal off with that close combat. Nice little stomp right there, but no! Somehow Sublime able to dodge all that damage, and Lucario escapes with a sliver.
Or this is gonna be a little bit tough moving to the 4-minute mark here, because you kind of want to take a fight now, right? You want to throw all your Unite moves and whatnot, get a few little bit of extra leads through getting EXP for the fact that they are getting EXP, or just a massive amount of opportunity to just roam the map. And it's tough. This is the problem with the strategy. If someone's perceptive and they can see it coming from a mile away, they won't step close to it. And right now, Komai Esports is low-key playing behind when it comes to that in terms of the levels.
It's going to be a very minimal overcap if Regieleki walks in. Hoopa still in the unbound form, now goes to the confined form. Regidrago has hit the map in the central area. Another team starting this off yet. Slowbro is going to capture this Suicune, put them in the slow beam. Going to be grabbed, but good response with the Ice Spike. Suicune able to survive all of that damage from Kamai, and now Regidrago getting worked on. Snipe shot does not connect in time, and it's going to be Kamai taking the Drago.
Ooh, right. Ooh, nice damage tagged onto Slowbro here. Can't heal it up here, but a few more stray shots onto Pokemon that matters here, like a damage dealer, could make a difference here. They start the fight really strong here with the Azure Spyware coming in to see if they can get any vision onto them. But again, Lucario is on the top side getting a 40 dunk here. There's not a full team going into this fight. You need to play it slow and steady. Wait for the opportunity to come back around.
Now Lucario going back to base. Actually going to head back towards that top path. Try to get their level 13 as fast as possible. Regiroulette, the third and final one. Going to be another Regirock, the third Regirock of our game. And now, snipe shots fallen from Resu, looking to space out. And Kamai mostly just stalling this out. They do not want Sublime to get it, but they also do not want to get it themselves.
Ooh, right. There's an opportunity. 10 seconds on the clock, Kyle. It is the somber moments like these that we need to remember that we're not always here for the action, but to see how it pans out importantly. They're not postured. Sublime Mongrand is actually at a disadvantage here. Komai Esports is disciplined enough to stay in the fight together as a team. They get it, the barrage move hits
big
for 2
play!
here. It's a big play indeed. Psychic Solaire comes in and they're not fighting a mark for this.
Huge play. Good response there from the Espeon, and 2 members are down for Sublime. It's just Kamai who has lost Ghatlue, so no Machamp. Hoopa's in the Unbound form. Unite move falling. In comes the Lucario looking to try to cake some KOs out of the Hoopa portal. Hoopa not able to go in return. So you have an eject button burn from the Slowbro, and now Lucario in a bit of a bind. They're going to try to retreat, power up, punch, charge. With Groudon, now at half, here comes Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon, Serena's gonna pick somebody up, Slowbro! It's Kamai that steals it out of the hands of Sublime, and now they're on the offensive, Serena with the double KO, those boots are meant for stomping, and now Kamai advancing towards these goal zones.
Oh my lord, this giant lead starts off strong here. And I guess Komai Esports now just needs to continue to rack up the points, stay ahead of the curve, and this is smooth sailing on it. They don't touch anything and they will win.
Yeah, good stuff here for Kamai. Second time we saw a Slowbro steal a final objective. This time it's Kamai coming out ahead there. They still are up over 250 points. They're going to have to defend a little bit. They could potentially give up this T1 goal zone if they want to. They are going to interrupt the Blastoise from scoring, stall this out, and that is really all they need to do. Slowbro is going to stall out a little bit, only a couple of points in, 44 to be exact. Another Whirlpool from the Suicune. Eventually, 60 points is going to be the points in. Hoopa's bringing the team in on the opposite side of the map. They're playing for points. 100 burgers sold up, and that is 200 additional points and pushing for Kamai's game 2.
Let's look at the score. Moving into this. It is going to be Komai Esports, who has picked the ground, who has scored the points, Kyle. But is that enough for them to take home the gold in this round? It is 1 apiece for each side now. Look at the stats here with Ghatlue just skyrocketing his way to be the MVP here. But again, like I said, the composition looks very clunky here, and that they ran with a Suicune, and arguably why they were able to hold so long, well, that's the reason why Suicune is also the MVP of Sublime Mongrand's team.
Yeah, honestly, like, really smart plays from Kamai. Loved the response from Espeon when Sublime tried to engage. That Unite move was perfect. They were able to take down that Surfetch, which I think was so valuable, very crucial part of that game. And honestly, then just holding on. And you gotta give some credit to Geku Kame to secure that, because that certainly wasn't an easy task there. Either way, Kamai holding on in game 2. And we're going to a game 3. This should be very exciting.
Right, and I think you're absolutely right. But I think it comes down to what's more interesting is actually whether we can see how it played out, and then we talk about it, and that's going into the replays here.
True, got some replays. This is a great play from Ghatlue to body block a bit of damage, secure that first Regirock, able to push out that Inteleon. I love that play there. This was a little bit of a return the favor with the Lucario. It was actually the close combat, not normally the secure tool of choice. Normally we go power up punch, but desperate times, desperate measures. And yeah, they held on. They were able to get enough self-sustain with those close combats to take out that Serena.
Absolutely right, because I do remember this moment here. There was just so much going for them, and they pulled back, which I thought was so wrong, but it was never punished because they were so front and forward facing here that Sublime on Guard just had to take this fat L, and unfortunately it looks like the game truly begins. As you can see here how the Rings Unbound starts things off here, taking a KO. The rest of the team is just kind of just relaxing. They're like, let's go in together. This Snipe comes in here, there's the pickup, and like, oh well, what can I do?
That was perfect. It was kind of combination with that Suicune Whirlpool that kind of, I think, pulled Ghatlue kind of into, I don't know if it was intended, but kind of pulled him into that snipe shot. Great play there. It's a good knock up right there. And yeah, that was pretty crucial. And this was a moment where I thought that maybe Sublime might have had it. But you survive a little bit. Slowbro able to just survive and hold on. The rip was coming here. You had the Inteleon. You had a good zone play from this Blastoise Hydro Typhoon, but you had an even better surf here from Gekukame.
I mean, can you tell what's going on from this one still image alone? I mean, production, take a photo of this and then just send it to all the other casters and ask them to figure it out. They cannot. There's just so much best coming in here, and all you need to know is that one person will only get the last hit. That's the important thing.
You can only be one person, and it was Slowbro this time. We saw it in the previous set, and we're going to see it in set number 2. But this is going to be the first Game 3 situation of the day. And honestly, I couldn't ask for a better matchup for it to be. I mean, you have basically the number 1 and the number 2 teams in EU on that on the opposite side of the winners bracket. We also have the number 3 team in EU. So these EU teams kind of showing up today.
Top of the leaderboards here, it's gonna be the ones you've seen, the tried and true household names here of the EU community. Springbeat's got you covered. But let's go into our final game, our first best of 3 game 3 game here. Let's see what the lineup is for here. A Megazord Y would definitely be appreciated. Let's see if you don't pick it up.
Good Blissey. I think they want to kind of stay pretty stagnant here. I think Kamae was pretty happy with the way that their draft went and really how the game played out. That Blissey ban really allowed Ghatlue to really run havoc with that Machamp. They definitely did have some problems against this Surfetch, so I don't blame them to go ahead and ban that. Surfetch does have an ability detect that's able to avoid a lot of that crowd control as well, so kind of two different Pokemon in the Blissey and the Surfetch, but kind of the same reasoning behind probably banning it.
I like the explanation you're going with here. And now that we finalized our bans with the Dodrio coming in here and of course Megazord Y, I think it's time to figure out what exactly they can do to pick up and turn this around here. Ghatlue again just insta-locking into the Machamp. If it's open and it's not broken, then I think you should just leave it as it is.
Okay, we're going to go very similar draft to start us off. You got the Mega Lucario Blastoise for Sublime. They're also pretty content with those two as their core. We'll see if we go with the Slowbro once again. I would be not very surprised if we do. I think that worked really well. And look at this, Toast going to pick up the Mew.
Right, I agree as they go into it here. This is going to be a little bit tough for Lucario to go in now, so I think you need something to respond to Mew as well. Last round, we had the Agent Sniper himself here. Not Steel Agent, just to be wary of that. But of course, we are going to be seeing a little bit of a switch up when it comes to Inteleon going as the backline. So now that we have suddenly shut down the Mew here, how are you going to play around it?
Oh, I love this Alchemy pickup. I think this Pokemon is probably my favorite supporter right now to play. I mean, obviously, we could talk about Psyduck all day long, but that Pokemon's most of the time getting banned. But of the Pokemon that are in the supportive class that do not often get banned, I think this Alchemy is such a good pickup. I think it's one of the few healers that do really well in this meta, which is really bursty at times. So those cream puffs do provide a decent burst of healing. 1,000 HP at a time can be really valuable, especially when you have the Mew beams. You have Narami that's going to be hitting quite a bit of skill shots with those Psyshucks as well.
Right. And this is going to be your final lineup into this game. game number 3 here. It is Coal Mine Esports versus Sublime Grunt. And now the question is, can this really help the team? I already laid out the scenarios for you. Kyle, thank you so much. You also laid it out for us. Can they overcome it is the question that we have to put our faith in them.
I don't know. I kind of look at these compositions, and Nachos on the Lucario is definitely going to be a problem. I do think that's Gekkokame's job to use their Unite move onto that Pokemon. Blastoise is going to be that top lane Pokemon, right? You don't have a traditional top path Pokemon. Right. You have that Blastoise playing with the Muscle Band Rapid Fire Scarf, so that is going to be your damage dealer, but a bit more of a bulky one.
Right. So as we go into this here, it is going to be, again, game number 3. It is the last one that we're going to be seeing of Coal Mine Esports and Sublime Grand. While this team's moving up here into the brackets, let's take a look at how that pans into the games here. So, yeah. Kyle, let's make this a good one.
Let's make it a good one. Gonna be the last set of our winners semifinals, last game of the winners semifinals. Let's get to it. Kamai Esports gonna be on your purple side. Sublime Mongran gonna be on your orange. We are gonna send Narami as this Mew up to the top path, and we're gonna have this Talonflame down bottom.
And again, makes it the 2-1-2 composition here as they go into it. Very balanced here. I do believe Mega Lucario will just go in and just, farm up and up towards top side here. But this moment here, Toast overextending, I feel, does get away thankfully because has the moves that, allows him to move around. It's a little bit more acrobatics. What a beautiful.
It's a very interesting composition up in the top path. So you have an attacker as the Mew in the top path along with Gek as the defender, and you kind of have 2 damage dealers down bottom, so very odd composition in these pathways for Kamai. We'll see how it plays out with all the scrapping that's going to go on. So far, you do get that Slowbro online, which is going to be very valuable as we go forward.
Natu is here being secured by his team. Ghatlue in a great position moving into this. He has the farm to really take a fight. In fact, I would like to see maybe a potential invade here, because what can they possibly do against, Ghatlue, who's scaling just so nicely up almost basically every 30 seconds here, right? So now they go into this, they got the damage done, they even dropped a 19 for the stacks now. And so, I guess this is the start of a snowball that Coal Mine Esports is leading towards.
We're going to look for additional stacks. They're actually, I think, going to send this Talonflame into the central area to level up while Ghatlue focuses on stacking their attack way. And that's exactly what happens. Ghatlue level 6 right now, looking pretty good. Going to look for one more submission, maybe to try to take down one of these backline Pokemon. Good secures, though. Sublime, able to salvage some of the Pokemon in their pathway.
It's going to be a little bit rough, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for them. They've got themselves a footing into the door here, but now it's just trying to hold the door open. And the first thing that comes to mind in terms of how that works here is to get a pick, right? If they want to make a play, it's got to be because they find someone who's out of position.
Great eject. Great eject into the Psyshock. That's going to send a couple Pokemon back. Talonflame's going to connect on the Lucario with that fly. 20 points in. Heavy Slam from the Snorlax going to be a little bit late. Another fly is up. That's on time. Double KO. Kamai Esports working on all cylinders so far.
Right. Let's take a look at the Red Dragon now, just taunting them here. Looks like we have Coal Mine Esports so ready to respond to it, and that's a great start.
Great start indeed. 94 to a big old goose egg. 720 birds online. Ghatlue looking for an engage, and they do. They find the Snorlax again. Perfect follow-up. Nils doing an incredible job with these Psyshocks, waiting for Ghatlue to hit the submission and knocking these pins down. Sublime kind of has to go to the drawing board. They're going to have to avoid all of these team fights until they can get leveled up.
There it is, bit by bit, they're inching closer. Y has 2 players on deck here. Sublime Mongran decides with their numbers advantage. Let's try to take on the Reggie and Lecky here. I think this is a 2-death success.
Oh, no!
No! Kyle! That was a robbery and it's in daylight.
Yeah, that was a highway robbery indeed. Heavy Slam on the Snorlax, no follow-up from Sublime. Regieleki acting as that 6th member, but here comes Mega Lucario coming on in. Oh, we had the barrage blow, but returned by a power-up punch, close combat combo. Another power-up punch going to connect on the slow bro. Close combat not going to hit the mark. Fly's going to land on the Lucario. Psyshock a little bit short, and Sublime going to lick their wounds. And honestly, I think that went pretty well for them.
I think too, because I mean all across the board here, it looks like they're able to make some headways in terms of defending to keep the team kinda, alive for the fight here, and so I respect that. But at the same time, I think that the better question is whether Komai Esports actually capitalizing on it a lot better.
All right, we still have 3 members up in the top path. Toast, along with the supporter Alchemy, just kind of scrapping in the central area. Toast able to secure all of that Altaria family away from that supporter class Pokemon, and now Kamai on the offensive towards this T1.
Right.
Here comes the follow-up from the supporters. Here comes the slow beam, this time on the Snorlax, and it's going to be Toast that lands on the Snorlax. It's going to be a big KO right there. Nice little snipe shot's gonna connect. Here comes another Fly, double KO. Cake, the bakery is set up, but it might be a little bit late. Kamai gonna full retreat away from that situation.
Ooh. There is a chance. I do see an angle to go into this here at the 5-minute mark here. And pardon me, I'm taking a look at the map very closely here. But now that they split up here, there's no yellow dots, there is a chance that they can go for a trap here. Set something up to catch them off as they, walk around the map. You see, especially into the ground pit, because that is the one place that they would naturally cross by just because they're walking. But at least for now, Regirock is spawned. Maybe it's better to just force the Regirock fight instead of going up to see if they can get something going for that. But this is going to be tough. Sorry, yes, Regirock fight. Move into that. Moving on though, there's a nice B coming through here, and damage is done, Kyle.
Yeah, we have the snipe shots coming out from Sublime as Regirock tries to walk into T1 goal zone. Meanwhile, Kamai able to secure that Regirock as well as a ton of points in the T2. Here comes some Unite moves. Regirock finds its home in T1. Flame Sweep's going to go all the way to the Speed Flux zone, and now the goal zone's broken. Lucario in a little bit of trouble. Barrage Blow redirect is going to take out that Lucario, and Ghatlue hits a double KO. They're going to pivot down towards the Snorlax. Espeon cleans that fight up, and Kamai able to take down this T1 goal zone. More points flying in, 291 to 80.
And the points keeps on piling. They just keep on going. I mean, they don't stop coming. They don't stop going. It's back to the boonies for you if you want to kick the ground running.
It didn't make sense. How you play for fun. Brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. Yeah, There is so much to do right now. We have a lot of Altaria family. We have a lot of wild Pokemon to capture for Kamai. What a pivot that was. I'm going to have to pat myself on the back for that one.
Thank you so much for having that.
That's what you're going Shrek, right?
Yeah,
we
were.
Yeah.
Smash Mouth.
Yeah, we were going Shrek. Okay.
Yeah, but even with this kind of scoreline here, they have the numbers to take the fight, right? Sublime, Mongrass trying to take the fight now. They burn a lot of Unite moves. That's what I want to see. But you have 1 minute clock to farm that back up here, and they never gave up. They never let down, and they're not going to run around right now. They just want to take a good fight because they are deserving of you.
Oh, great Fly is going to hit a couple. Oh, sidesteps the snipe shot, earns a triple KO. Oh, Alchemy was looking for the returning Talonflame, but unable to connect. Musted Auto is going to connect on him. Psyshock, Psybeam combo, and an E-Ball. Eventually, the little cream puff is going to go to the bakery.
Never gave up on the Alchemy. Just truly hunted them down. There's nothing you can say.
Much. Regirock, though, for Kamai. It's going to be the third Regiroulette of the game for them. Sublime needs to find something here. They're down by more than 100.
Okay, now here's the scoreline here. 291-172 here. Kyle, it's a low 50 Talonflame here. Potentially, this could win the game itself like we mentioned just now, right? But on the other side, it is a fairly strong and bulky team. That is my concern in this entire ordeal here. And never gonna make them cry on this one here, but the damage is really high, and they might say goodbye. I'm not gonna tell that as a lie, or hurt you.
Nice little sweet scent there from the Alchemy, but Lucario is going to engage on the Mew. Here comes Ghatlue into 4 members, reposition the Barrage Blow, and Teleon has to burn an eject button.
My lord.
A little bit of a shield trying to run away from the Machamp, but you can't hide. And Teleon and Mega Lucario back down into the Pokemon Center. This is Kamai's chance. Flame Sweep is out. Power Nap We're going to bed. Blastoise is in the mix. They're looking for a Unite move. Bakery is set up from the Alchemy. There's that Hydro Typhoon. We got to get a secure online. Muse got it. Come on, Esports. They're going down. They are taking Pokemon down with them. Only the Blastoise, and they're up by more than 100. They have everybody with the Groudon buff.
Right, and I guess Komai Esports turns this around if it's possible here, but Mega Lucario is not gonna stop here. They try to make a fight, turning it back for it, and unfortunately for them, it looks like there's nothing Mega about this Lucario.
Back in the Pokemon Center, Snorlax gonna set up a block, try to avoid some of that damage, but that's a lot of it coming their way. Kamai very wisely playing patiently, Ghatlue away from the team, looking for an opposite end push. Nice little connection there. Kamai doesn't need it. Slowbro able to take the KO, and they're gonna break this goal zone. 355. Ghatlue deposits another Hundo Burger into the T2, and this should be Kamai's set.
It should be indeed. I don't really want to say it should be. It really is. Slow beam onto the Alchemy here. Nothing to really do right now other than celebrate the victory that you've hard-earned already. Komai Esports really had a struggle early on against Sublime Mongrel, but maybe it's just for them to really feel out the team here as they go into it, and all the same, they made it out perfectly after that. A wonderful game for Komai Esports here, but Sublime Mongrel definitely made them put a good fight up against them.
Gotta love it. Kamai Esports heading towards your winners finals. Sublime Mongrand, they are not going to be done for the day. They still have an opportunity to come through to the grand finals via that lower side bracket. But regardless, 863, 172 going to be your final here. MVP honors going over to Toast. 7 KOs, 4 assists, 234 points deposited into Sublime Mongrand's goal zones. Ghatlue not looking too bad themselves, and yeah, you look at all of this damage dealt. Look at Narami and Nils. 72 and only 14k taken. 78 and only 16k taken. What a showing by these attacker players as well.
I mean, it's Narami's, like, trademark Pokemon. If you see a Mew on the field, Narami is definitely one who's going to be picking it up here. And in most cases, if it weren't for the fact that they were kind of leading, I think Narami would be doing so much more damage. But in any case here, you can definitely see how the levels definitely padded into their favor here. They had a Registeel, they had 2 Rocks to their name as well. Sublime Mongrel just didn't have any space to really make a move around, and that's how Toast got so high leveled so fast, which also made it really hard to fight because you might have bulk stats, but levels still give you a good chunk more of them, right? You need to match levels, and that's just so hard to do when you don't have a single Reggie to your name.
Indeed. Good stuff here for Kamai moving forward. 3 Reggie Roulettes, 2 Rocks, 1 Steel were the objectives that they were able to capture, as well as that Groudon. I'm sure they got a Reggie Drago sprinkled in there at some point as well. But honestly, they really controlled the tempo of this game. They got off to that really early start. It's like, what, 170 something to 0 at one point. Sublime started to crawl back in there, but really, this was Kamai's game to lose, and they held on.
Right, look at the entire fight after this. They had opportunity, but somehow it was a Slowbro who was just wandering his way through the fields here and, happened to pick it up. We saw it happen just now as well with a random boosted auto attack, but this is going to be how it pans out for it. As they do overextend the fight here, they get punished. And it comes in the same here. Look, their teammates are already, it's a 5-player fight. They go into it, they fight on the pad, overextend, overstate, and the punish comes in.
Yep. Yeah, they try to go for that additional bit of XP in the form of that Altaria family, which cost them some KOs. Ended up costing them this T1 goal zone as well. I think in that situation, probably would have been better to just full retreat back towards their goal zones, try to get some of those citrus berries instead. The tempo and the vision from Kamai, they were able to allow Ghatlue to reposition and find the KO there. This is also a great play here. The sidestep of the snipe shot from Toast and able to close out the KO on Resu. Great job there. And this is the Groudon fight.
yeah, and again, look at the score points on the board first before we even look at anything else here. It wasn't even that far apart. It's just the fact that they were taking more objectives on the side of Komai Esports here as they go into it here. And resource-wise, it doesn't even look like they had a lot to work with. We had the Fluffy Crease Supreme to heal that up here, but at this point, it was 2 tanky Pokemon they're healing. I mean, like, what's supposed to happen? I feel like at this point, you're trying to save your Unite moves to get the secure on Groudon, not to even take a fight, because you know you don't have damage. You kind of need to wait it out. But what can you do?
It's a great play there. Somehow Ghatlue doesn't go down in that moment, which honestly, the most criminal part about that was that Ghatlue was on almost negative HP. I didn't see a single sliver on there. So incredible stuff from this squad. I mean, you expect nothing less, right? Komai, yes. The EU champions of the regional league, you expect them to put up a showing, and they certainly did. They stumbled in game 1, but game 2, game 3, they looked really strong. Game 3 was probably their best showing of the day so far. Obviously, we didn't get to see their first set, but they looked really good in game 3. I feel like everything was going in their way, and it certainly did. But that is going to be it for our winners semifinals. We're going to truck on along going forward into our bracket. Winners finals will be next, but don't go too far, folks. We got more MQL Springbeat. $500 on the line today. You do not want to miss this action. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here for some more action in the Springbeat Pokemon Unite tournament. Spartano here, and of course, I've got the legend Magical on the mic with me. How are you doing today, buddy?
I am doing good. I'm ready for some more Unite action and see how these games are going to go, because we've definitely had some amazing games so far. A lot of 2-0s, but from what I've been hearing and what I've been seeing, even though those are 2-0s, they haven't really told the full story. These have been very close games with our teams. They are hotly contested across the board, and makes me really excited to see how these teams are going to start stepping up, especially because, like we saw in the previous series we just had on stream, Komai, they lost that game 1, but they bounced back hard and were able to find 2 games immediately off Sublime to continue to move forward in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Recognizing what needed to be banned to give them the upper hand. On the other side of the semi-finals, Voltigons Unite, they went toe-to-toe with 3 hours or less. Unfortunately, weren't able to defeat them. So now we go into Komai Esports taking on 3 hours or less in the winners final. So we stick with Komai, who seem to be having the best tournament they've had yet, Magical. I mean, they're fresh off an exciting run in UCS, winning the regional league. They've been absolutely dominant this year so far, and they're kind of sticking with that here.
Exactly. Even if there's been a couple hiccups here and there, they have been this very strong team that have learned from some of their losses to be able to bounce back into these games. And it makes it really interesting to see how they're going to approach this draft. The big one for them that I think has really been helping lead them to a lot of the success has been Machamp. We've seen it banned a lot, but in the previous series, Sublime, they let it through, but not realizing they had to have that Blissey if they wanted to actually beat it. And now Blissey immediately banned. Looks like 3 hours or less. They did their research. They watched the games. They know that probably that Machamp's going to have to get benched at some point.
Yeah, and the thing is, ultimately, like, even if they do go on and ban the Machamp, like, Blissey is such a good support Pokemon in any kind of build that you have for it. You're not really going to complain at that still being banned out. It means you still have stuff that you can use that count as well. So, continuing the bans here, Safetched is going to be the next one for Komai. Moltres has to be picked up with 3 hours or less, otherwise you allow Komai to take that, and you do not want that to happen. Let's see what Toast is going to ban out to end their banning streak here. Looks like Zacian is on the chopping board.
See, the one thing I want more teams to start doing is they realizing what has been like a powerful thing for certain teams like that Machamp. And if you're going to leave it open, be like, okay, the Moltres could be the trade. You leave something else that is really powerful up, and then you can offer that as like a, hey, you need to lock this in, or we are going to take that really powerful champ, or we get the Machamp instead. But here, they went for the Charizard wide, and they opted just to go for the power picks, letting Ghatlue get that Machamp yet again.
Yeah, and it does open the door for Reggie to take the Umbreon, but I don't think Komai are going to be too upset with that just yet. Unstoppable on Machamp is just crazy with submission, although Psyduck can be pretty decent at least trying to buy a little bit of space for their team. So 3 hours of less have probably got the best call that you could coming out of the gates here with those 2 picks.
Yeah, and looking at what could be for Komai, going for the Vaporeon Espeon. So getting some of the evolutions to counter that evolution on the other side for Reggie and Umbreon. I really like what 3 hours or less have so far in the Umbreon and in Psyduck. Having Mean Look, it's one of the few ways you can actually help lock down a Machamp pretty consistently. And then following that up, it looks like, oh, I thought it was going to be the Dodrio early on. I'm like, wow, that'd be a wild one. But Inteleon, I do like that range to kind of do that damage to Machamp before he even gets to you.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, and you have that Garchomp as well for your rip ability and just demanding respect in that melee range. Narami's going to pull out the Sableye, though, and this gets me so excited, Magical. Narami is such a brilliant support player, but the stuns that this Sableye can do, it is a #1 counter to these kind of all-rounders, and it's going to be very good at causing this Inteleon to have to continue to move.
Exactly. Now that Garchomp just doesn't have it as easy once you have to deal with that Sableye, but looking at Narami to move around with the Sarina too, the Queen's Ascent can really lock down great targets, but I think that having this Talonflame to answer that almost on the side of Toast and be like, okay, if you want to have that single target locked down into the backline, I will just try to get on top of Nils, remove the Espeon before it really becomes too much of a threat.
Yeah, that's their only ranged attack realistically, and the Psyshock Psybeam combo works incredibly well against what 3 hours or less are bringing at them. The Umbreon, the side at the Garchomp, they struggle against that kind of Espeon, but that Gravy Talonflame is going to be one big threat for Nils, and that means a lot of responsibility for Gek to be protecting that ranged attack, so they're definitely going to have to keep on their toes here at Komai Esports. Really like the draft that both of these teams have got, 3 hours or less. They're making them work for it here.
They really are. They're going to make it hard for Komai to find an easy victory in this one, but if a team's going to do that, Komai are a team that have been able to find those victories, even in such adversity going up against them. So I want to see how Ghatlue is going to really pilot this Machamp in these games, especially with an Umbreon on the other side. Umbreon has kind of been one of those defenders that always has just been in the meta, just regardless of what you do. Mean Look is such a strong ability to lock down a single target, especially someone as vital as that Machamp. Submission needs to lock down onto critical players, especially onto the Inteleon, because once you get that lockdown, there's very little ways you're going to get out of that one easily, at least if you're something like an attacker like that Inteleon. Here we go. Onto the Theos Kyro. Hours or less. That's free to find out who's going to be the first.
Just as expected here with where the lanes are currently at, although Serena in the bottom lane is an interesting choice, but it's more experience that they can take and easier to get those stacks in, as we see that going straight out of the gate here. Reggie trying to take this one away, but it won't be easy to take that from Nils.
No, but nice little points dunked in by Toast already. The Bond Suite trying to get something. Reggie, there you go, going for their own to counteract that. But even look at the top path, we see that there's already a knockout from the Psyduck onto one of the EVs. We have 3 EVs here, but here we go. Starting to get some of those EVs evolving. Nils finally hitting the Espeon, but the other 2 EVs yet to hit that evolution.
Having that Espeon in the bottom lane just makes it incredibly easy for them to get the secure. Naturally, we see them rotate up into the top side here. Komai Esports love to take this strategy. Submission is already on the fight. Ghatlue trying to see if they can find the KO onto the Talonflame. Not an easy task. Ghatlue is 1 HP in a dream, and Gravy looks to find the KO. Uses the acrobatics to get out of that position. Narami is going hunting here. Will they find them? Yes, they will. And they get the revenge.
Ghatlue surviving with what I'm pretty sure is literally 1 HP for so dang long is the reason why that goes Komai's way. Any point he gets knocked out earlier and it's completely topsy-turvy, but Ghatlue, what a play there on the Machamp, the Machoke here, and still getting some damage there, looking for all these rotations around for Komai, giving him so much priority. And then you see that Narami on this Abelai just looking for that action while Vaporeon had taken away Psyduck.
See, that's the perfect example of what this game is going to be like. It's not going to be an easy task getting away from that Sableye as Gek does fall with a little bit of HP. Any assistance on the side of Narami there, and they take down that Gabai. They do have to back up to the pad here on the side of Nils because they are quite weak. That is a fly Talonflame coming their way. Yeah. And Zealot is just going to try and see what they can steal. Narami, though, so on point with these stuns, buddy.
Really is, and just causing so much chaos. Zealot on this Gabite thought he could just stay up there, farm away, but just gets caught out too far after so much pressure had been put by Narami. Now with a mean look on to Ghatlue, that time getting the knockout, not letting him live with 1 HP, but more dunks going through for Komai, trying to even up the point differential. But Gek has to pay with his life, while Narami trying to do more chaos in the backline as Sableye. Gonna sneak away, but that time couldn't sneak out of there. Nils getting only a little bit of damage on a Gravy. Gravy will heal up just in time. And then Reggie chased off Ghatlue, pulling him back in with a submission. Will have to end up falling. Another knockout, this time for Komai.
Yeah, this Psyduck, really brilliant for 3 hours or less. Perfect targeting with that sidekick there, but it's this combo for me of Ghatlue and Nils that proves to be such a massive threat. When you're in submission, you've got nowhere you can go, and Nils knows exactly where you're going to be landing. Here we got Narami trying to see if they can get the stun onto the Intel, and they do! Can they steal the Reggie steal throw? It's dashing in on the Gabai, but no, the Dragon Rush does it. Unfortunately for Narami, they will fall, but they do get a KO for their effort.
Hey, you know, again, the chaos that this little gremlin can cause is pretty much top tier and unparalleled on any other Mon. So troll, but so good on how you're able to get into these backlines and do things like that. It would have been even crazier had that been the steal onto the Reggie. Right now, the double evolution, getting Reggie lucky for Komai, so at least getting one of the Reggies across the map.
Smart play as well by Nils there, just leaving their cooldowns to get that secure at the right time. A barrage blow into the face of Reggie here. Pulls out the Moonlight Prance, and that at least burns that Unite move. They find him with the cross chop. Narami with the Chaos Glower does manage to hit onto the side of Chubbs. They're sent back to the home base right now. Opens up the space, at least for Komai, to get back onto their side. But they haven't found the KO off the back of that. Good steal onto the farm from Gravy, but caught by Ghatlue. Flame Sweep will come through just to get them out of that position.
And continuing with Rami finding that stun onto Gravy, the submission combo walking down Talonflame. Knockout for Serena, while 3 trying to stand up for 3 hours or less, but another submission. The mean look onto Ghatlue, not doing enough. He's still alive again with 1 HP. He survives, and it's the turnaround. Komai looking to sweep up under the pad, getting a knockout. A livid outrage has been popped. It's a single guard chop trying to fight back, get anything, slamming the double kill. The turnaround there from Zealot, saving the game for the side of 3 hours or less.
Absolutely, it did. Finding those double KOs means that they now have the advantage. Fly's going to come in once more, trying to target Gek is Gravy, but they don't find the KO just yet. Now going a little bit too deep is Zealot into the arms of Ghatlue with his submission. Full power Sai will reduce that damage though, and it means Zealot does have the self-sustain, but they do fall onto the claws of Toast as they find that KO. But now 3 hours or less, trying to see if they can retreat out this position, sacrificing their supports for it. And with that mean look, they are able to get back to their T1 pad.
What a push and pull fight from both teams there. Komai initially with the upper hand, but Zealot's guard jump saving the day for 3 hours or less, making sure they can push back. They don't lose the pad. They have enough time to get back onto the map, and now they are the ones getting the Reggie sealed, making sure they secure themselves these objectives away from Komai.
Definitely was not even worth risking to try and get that secure from Komai. We saw Nils show a little bit of face for it, but as soon as they saw that Talonflame, did not fancy that one. 3 hours or less have all the advantage down in this bottom lane. They've got a Reggie steal. They could push this if they so wanted. They see the rotation coming out from Komai Esports. Narami has been spotted, and if it wasn't for that fly, that would have been a second stun onto Gravy and likely KO'd.
More than likely. Barely was able to get away as we have another fight, this time over the Reggie Drago. They were able to get the second Slayer, and now it's delivered average, trying to get the damage into the backline, continuing to chase, but the submission dragging to the guard champ, not going to be the hero this time, but he has to trade his life a 1-for-1 as Serena looking for the Psyduck, getting that solitary damage, doing a lot. The Psyduck trying to get back to the pad, not in time, got stomped down by Toast. More knockouts, but we see that 3 hours or less taking the pad, and now they have the aggression onto Toast if they want to, but they gotta be careful. Toast had Gek right behind them, and that is why 3 hours or less are gonna relent.
Definitely a close game here. That was an 11 overcap down on that bottom pad. Gravy trying to take this aura away from Komai Esports. And level 13 nearly on the side of this Talonflame. We see the same for Toast. As expected here, buddy. An incredibly close game with just under a minute left before we say hello to Groudon. Grabbing the Regidrago for 3 hours or less gives them the extra experience to have a level 14 Garchomp on their side.
Man, that is going to be brutal in this upcoming Groudon fight, and then getting the Reggie lucky to push back. Not going to be enough time, I think, on the clock for it actually to matter too much. But we see that Rami at least getting some dunks for Komai will get found by Gravy. Despite the stuns, this time around, the Sableye has no backup and was an easy target.
Looks like 3 hours or less are going to have a sniff down here in the bottom lane as well. They could potentially get all 3 objectives before that final objective, which is massive for their team. But Zealot is going to dive in here, gets 3 of them in the Dragon Rush. Livid Outrage is used already.
Nice
They're
detect.
taking this as the fight. Gets hilarious pop, but they get KO'd before it can finish. They find Talonflame, though, magical. Now they just have to find Zealot, but there's too much damage. And self-sustained the wish from Reggie, keeping them nice and healthy. Queenly Ascenders will come into the back lane, takes out Psyduck. That's a barrage blow from Ghatlue. In the mean look, though, but it does drop the damage. Zealot is so weak. Submission is found. They take down Garchomp, looking to take down Reggie too. As their spy vision is there, they leave it down to Narami to handle what's here. Chaos Glower finds the Inteleon, and Komai Esports going for the rip. If they can zone out Reggie, they will take this. Here comes the Talonflame fly, though. It's taken by Gek, and Komai have all the advantage here, Magical.
They've got the advantage. They already had the lead too, and now with more knockouts under their belt, they're ready to take out these pads. They're getting more points and gonna have that lead one step away from the grand finals.
Oh, what a fight! I mean, 3 hours or less, they made the decision down in that bottom lane. They were like, this is so close to 2 minutes. This is going to be the fight. We dive onto them, get free in the Dragon Rush on the back of Zealot, and then they pop the Livid Outrage, and it was working for just a moment until Get gets back, provides the healing of the Aqua Ring. They get on their own pad and use that for healing, and boy, does it work. It was a good effort from 3 hours or less, but Komai, they knew just how to defend it.
Knew how to defend. They then got the Groudon afterwards, and now a massive lead with only 35 seconds left on the clock. Not enough time for 3 hours or less, unless a miracle can happen. They are rushing for these pads, trying to pick up any points they can on their way, but there's just not enough time. We can already see that Zarina and Machamp are moving into the base. They should be able to dunk in more points, so even with those points that are going to be dunked in by 3 hours or less, it is not going to matter. Komai secure themselves victory in this first game.
And again, you know, I feel like the Machamp, even though they were in mean luck, they managed to find some big damage onto Zealot with that barrage blow, and then the submission again. I think the Machamp is just so incredibly good in the meta right now, Magical. They've got to consider keeping that out of the arms of Komai.
Like I said, if you're going to leave it open, too, at least make it a trade. Make it worthwhile. Say, if you want to get Machamp, we get Moltres. Because right now, Ghatlue is just nearly unstoppable on this Pokemon. This is just looking so good in his hands. And those that are comfortable with Machamp can make it look even better. Every time we look at Ghatlue, he's perfectly placed to make sure that he's getting the cross chop into the submission to drag the enemy into his team. So that's an immediate follow-up. There's just so much lockdown potential from it.
Such a great combo with Nils' Espeon as well. We already saw that throughout the most of that game, and it just means that when you're trying to do things on the side of your defenders, your all-rounders like Zealot, it's so hard to do. 71k damage Zealot took there, the most in this game. Because of that submission, you can't move, and as soon as you get hit by that side shock and side beam, you've lost most of your HP. Luckily, great self-sustain does Garchomp have, so Zealot still drops 87k damage and made it an incredibly close one in those final few moments. But that felt like a back and forth like we've ever seen in these games here, Magically. It all came down to that final fight down in that bottom lane, and a good way to bounce back for Komai.
Making sure that they are maintaining that momentum that they had from the previous series, going into this one after beating their EU brethren in Sublime and knocking them down to the losers bracket. They're here getting that first game against 3 hours or less. So we got to ask ourselves, what 3 hours or less are really going to do going into this game 2 to try to combat what Komai have brought to the table? And sadly, for 3 hours or less, it doesn't really feel like it's like I'm honing in on the Machamp a lot, but they also played very well despite that. They were looking really clean, and that's why I think I'm focusing so much onto the Machamp, because their gameplay was so good that if they just remove that one element, I think they take that game.
Yeah, I think Gravy had a brilliant game on the Talonflame as well, to be honest. They were really managing to find some good picks with the fly and the flame sweep, flame charge straight away. It was pretty good from Gravy throughout that. And on the side of the Psyduck, great displacement. The mean looks were on point as well. It was just that combo of submission that was just a bit too much for 3 hours or less. I think I'm with you if you do take that out of the game, because even in mean look, like, you are in range to hit the barrage blow, to hit the submission. So it's that difference for me. And then the toast like flank all the time on Serena, it was really good from Komai. And I think it's just those slight differences that meant 3 hours or less were kind of fighting a losing battle at those stages.
Yeah, because you just watch these fights where Zealot doesn't get submissioned right away and just see how much damage he's able to do. But then in the fights like there, where submissioned, how quickly the Garchomp falls, because you need to be constantly doing that damage. So you are that pseudo tink where your health is bouncing back and forth, constantly healing up to be so annoying and be such a menace.
I love our production have just got clips of Zealot getting submissioned for the entirety of this game. And every time you watch it, look where Nils is on the Espeon, ready to go instantly on the back of that submission. This was the Livid Outrage where they decided this is going to be the fight. Psychic Slayer was great, but they get KO'd way too quickly. They've pushed back to their pad here of Komai to get a little bit of shield in. As you see Ghatlue getting it right at that moment. They are in the mean look. They try and go for the submission. That mean look comes through once again, but the barrage blow is going to be popped here, and that's a huge amount of damage that it manages to find. Second, that's gone. Submission back onto Zealot, and the KOs come through off the back of Toast Serena. It was really well played from Komai, recognizing the pressure that 3 Hours was bringing them. They had to go back to the pad to get that healed in, get that shield in, and find the KOs.
And then after that, they get themselves that Groudon. They secure victory off of that and make sure they are just one step away from the grand finals. While 3 hours or less, it is that bounce back time. It's how you approach game 2. You got to go, okay, that just happens. That's how best of 3s are. What can we do to learn from that game? Because it was very close for 3 hours or less. They were looking really good in a lot of those fights. It's just small elements. I even think the Sableye was annoying enough that you look at that and you're like, okay, what do we do about the Sableye? Because I think it also provided a very similar kind of support like the Machamp does with that solitary lockdown onto one person. And it's just the follow-up. You were talking about the Espeon into the Machamp combo that was working well. Sometimes it would start off with Sableye into Machamp, into Espeon, just locked down forever. You're CC'd for like a good 4 seconds at that point. You're like, do I get to play the game?
What I did really enjoy is Narami hitting that Chaos Glower onto Saija on that Inteleon in their Reserve Spy Vision magically. It meant they got nothing from that Inteleon Unite move because they had to go back home, which is just huge to not have on your side. But here, I was wondering this. It looks like 3 hours or less are deciding they want to go for the first pick this time, which I like. That could force the hand of Komai, as you've already mentioned. It's like, we either take the Machamp or force you, or they banned it out, or force you to ban out the Moltres.
See, again, this is where I think more teams there's that trade that you can do in some of these, but then also you are trading some very powerful mons, and it's not always worth that risk of having that trade of possibly getting the Moltres, but then letting them get the Machamp if you feel it's that strong. But here, just banning that outright, no longer wanting to deal with it, also opens up the Blissey, probably not going to get banned, but Umbreon was looking like it could be banned by 3 hours or less. I would be surprised because I would have thought they might want to look for that first to grab that early on. In fact, that's why they swap it up to Snorlax, leave it up to Komai to decide what they want to take away as well. If they want to follow up with the Charizard, why?
Okay, now I suspect that Komai will be looking for the Mega Lucario for Ghatlue in this one, and 3 hours or less should probably expect that to come through. Psyduck is going to be a great pick as a first pick. I think that will continue to be a contested first pick in these games.
Yeah, once you start removing certain elements like that Moltres, Surfetch, Machamp, Psyduck is pretty much going to be your #1 go-to. If it's ever left open and you don't have slightly more powerful mons like the ones I just listed, you should be grabbing that pretty early. But double defender here. Blastoise, already a very strong defender with a Umbreon locked in for Narami too. Komai have quite the formidable front line already going on.
Yeah, and that's going to be Wish from Narami as well, which means they've got the heals that they need.
Do it, Gravy.
Gravy!
Do it. No, go back.
That would have been good. Like, the melee in this game right now is so strong that we do love to see a little bit of Tinkaton. Was hoping for the Dodrio as well, but they're going to take the Espeon away and pair that with the same kind of tactic with the walls of Reggie. The stun that it does is a really good setup for Psyshock and the Psybeam once again.
Enigma showed us yesterday how good the Mime still can be, especially when you have things that are low range where you're not going to have an easy time getting in and out of these fights. Nils even opting into a pretty rough matchup with Mime being on the other side in the Galarian Rapidash, because you go in, you're going to have a hard time getting out around those walls, while Ghatlue does, as you called out, Tano, onto that Mega Lucario, pretty much expected for Komai.
Yeah, listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this Mega Lucario has been the backbone of Komai throughout the entirety of this UCS season, but I'm very much enjoying what 3 hours or less are pulling out. I was hoping for the Tinkaton, but instead they're going to go for the Zacian here, which gives them great secure with the Sovereign Sword and good early pressure.
I like that.
But they're going to pair that with what I expect to be a Hyper Beam Dragonite. That paired with the Espeon
Hyper Beam
is a great combo, mate.
Really? You think it's going to be Hyper Beam and then Decidueye for Toast on the other side too? Getting some good spice going on.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a good matchup. You've got great secure on both sides. It could be Outrage. We've been seeing a lot more Hyper Beam just because of the pressure that you can put in and the amount of damage that it drops whilst you're able to keep yourself kiting around the enemy.
Interesting. Just not used to seeing that tech, you know. For so long, it's been outrage. It's like what the go-to for any competitive Dragonet has always been outrage. So switching up the Hyper Beam will be really interesting to see that extra damage that you can get in some of these fights. Well, as you said, kind of staying on the outskirts of it. But then you have to worry about things that are going to kind of kite you around like that Decidueye. If you're not able to get close to Toast to do that damage from the sideline, then Toast is going to be a menace on this Decidueye. Knock Knock can do so much damage so quickly, especially if you all get locked into a corridor.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I do feel is that people will underestimate how good the Dragonair stage on Dragonite is. It is, you know, a lot of these Pokemon that have those 3 stages of evolution, Magical, like the middle stage struggles quite a bit. Like T-Tar comes to mind instantly. You know, I mean, they have those stages where it struggles quite a bit. That's not really an issue on Dragonite because it is so quick at dropping that damage. So I kind of like this play from 3 Hours or Less. I really like the comp that they've thrown together here, playing off that mime. Let's see if it works for them, buddy, because they need this one if they want to try and get it to a game 3. Whereas Komai looking to make their way straight into that grand final here.
They are on now match point away from the grand. They would like to have the easy trip into it. 3 Hours or Less, as you said. A lot of pressure has been put onto them, and they decide to go for that Dragonite in this game. And we got more strategies, some things that you aren't quite prepared for, as Reggie fighting with Squirtle over this Bunnel Bee, but right behind him is going to be the Galarian Ponyta, looking for some damage from Seija, getting some onto Nils, but just not enough. And Reggie's not even done. He's still playing aggressively, wants to steal those away so bad.
Oh, okay, getting aggressive up here as well. It's 3 Hours or Less. They've got Zealot on that Zacian. So difficult to take down. Chubbs is a good front line as well on this side for that. If they can stop Narami getting level 4 here on the Umbreon before they can start getting those 850s in, that would be huge for 3 Hours or Less.
Really would. Like, just being able to get these kind of leads for yourself and finding these advantages. As you said, though, look at Gravy here. The Dragon Dance getting so much onto Toshis, firing away, playing aggressively. He was able to get the knockout still and continuing. Dragonair, you are called to Tano. So powerful still.
I love how they just prove my point there, Gravy, just kiting around the opposition, and that's exactly what Dragonite is so good at doing right now as they dive straight back into the central area, trying to see if they can limit Toast on this Decidueye. That is such a good decision for 3 Hours or Less as Reggie comes in as well. They're looking for more, but he's getting so weak though. Narami trying to get them with that boosted. They won't be found. It's a double for Reggie, and they are controlling Fire Sky Ruins right now.
Dono, are you a prophet or what? Because that Dragonair absolutely crushing it in this one. And I think it's also an element you were calling out. So many people don't expect Dragonair to be so good, to have so much damage. They thought, oh, it's just the second evolution, we'll be fine. Gravy's like, nah, this is my prime time. I'm ready to carry this game and get massive advantages while Zealot does a lot to Narami. Ghatlue did show up just in the nick of time to be able to save the life of that Umbreon, bouncing him up and down, but he sliced through, even with the mean look. It's the turnaround. Chubbs making sure Zealot gets that double knockout.
Oh my god, 3 Hours or Less have come out aggressive here, Magical, and it is working for them. Some points are going in from Komai. They're trying to keep up with those levels, but it is difficult. You've got a level 8 Zacian on the field. We're not too far from getting the Dragonite here. Ghatlue has to come down, try and see if they can put the damage with the stuns onto Gravy. The mean look will be enough to find the KO at least, but levels-wise, they're getting there on the side of 3 Hours or Less.
Gravy just a little bit too cocky in that one, overstaying their welcome, needing to vacate the vicinity a little bit sooner. You're doing a lot of good, but you need some backup still. Can't quite 1v3 yet, but at least there's enough time for him to get back onto their feet. A lot of damage from Reggie to take down the Mega Lucario with the help of that Regieleki. And now we see that it's a Dragonite into the fight. Being look onto Chubbs, but they're bouncing around Toast, taking out the carry, putting up the wall. Can't get out too easily. And Reggie being a menace while the team gets the Regieleki.
And that's going to be a charge up hyper beam as well from Gravy. They've got their Unite move ready to go if needed, and that just obliterates the HP of the mighty Blastoise. 3 hours or less now, wanting to push this T2 pad, knowing there's no home-based springboard for them to get off. Reggie does get pretty weak. The hyper beam will connect, but they do have to retreat now. Nils is going to dive on in with that smart strike, causes the stun at least, but the Draco impact is going to land. They're in the beam, they can't go anywhere, but they're going to find the hyper beam KO anyway, and Narami has to second guess this one. Too much damage, tries to Milo can get out of there. Hyper beam sends them packing though.
And he's not done. He sees a pony out of the stables, was tempting fates and looking for that one. But Gravy just putting on a showcase here on Dragonite's capabilities. Really carrying the team, already hitting the double digits alongside Zealot's Zacian, who's at level 11.
I love the Metal Claw decision on Zacian here as well. It just goes hand in hand with the aggressive play that 3 hours or less are trying to go for here. Koma Esports, so they do have a moment of respite. They managed to score some points, keep these scores very close, and if they can fight together as a team, that will lead them that way. But we see Zealot coming in on the flank here, going to get the Surf on out, full power Sai perfectly on time. And again, Gravy just connects with these hyper beams, bro. Moonlight Prance has to be used by Narami, escapes with 1 HP in a dream. The wish will get them back to a healthy state at least, but look at Gravy still skiting around the entirety of this fight. Hydra Typhoon has to be popped. They find the Rapidash anyway. Knock will come through, but with a Psychic Solaire and Zealot cut, they take them down. 3 hours or less win that team fight.
What a chaotic fight, too. Narrowly winning that 3 hours or less. They wanted to get the dunk advantage, but instead they're going to take Regice before Komai can show up and continue to have these leads. A lot of that off the back of Gravy, but Zealot, too, saving the fight ultimately at the very end by showing up in the nick of time to make sure they got some critical knockouts.
The thing is, when we watch these team fights, it does look like 3 hours or less have the advantage. But looking at these levels and looking at this score, it's an incredibly close game here, Magical, and it's still anyone's to win. So they've managed to keep themselves in it, which is great for Komai Esports. Regilecki taken in that bottom pad. There will be another one because it was before that 4-minute mark. But now they just want to grab all the farm they can from the central area, while Zealot is going to continue to push up in this top side. They have to back up on the side of Gek, grab the citrus berries, and now we look to retreat on the side of 3 hour or less. Here comes a flank from the Espeon as well. Draco Impact is going to land as Gravy just does what Gravy's been doing all game.
What retreat? That was a bait. They were forcing him in. They were saying, come on, you can fight. We're at a disadvantage. In reality, they already had the flank. They were ready with the cavalry to show up in the nick of time. And now, Zealot chasing Nils. 3-level advantage, by the way, for that Zacian.
And it's play rough alongside it as well, which is, we're not used to seeing. This is so good from Zealot because it means they have extra dive. Good knock though is going to drop a lot of damage here. Psychic Solaire will buy a little bit of space for 3 hours or less, but they're going to find the KO onto them anyway. The shielding coming in from Gek was massive there as Gravy was looking to hit them with that hyper beam. Not quite charged up to max just yet. Narami is going to get on the flank and get out of here as well. Again, good stun coming in from this Rapidash as 3 hours or less and now on the back foot. Gravy has to be wary of this. The hit is coming in from Toast. They're 1 HP and they're KO'd. Komai Esports bounce back, and that is a beautiful pushback and a good overcap.
They realized the Zacian had overcommitted, had used too much earlier, and they knew it was their time to strike. They got the knockout on it to the Sword Doggo quickly, then getting the Dragonite. Big knockouts for Komai. That's why they bounced back. You see the experience lead that had been massive before for 3 hours or less, completely mitigated now.
What a game we're seeing. What a set we get to witness. The rip on this Registeel coming out from Zealot. They are getting pretty weak, but it's a Decidueye secure Toast. You absolute beauty. Locks in the biggest buff they could possibly have for this Groudon fight in 15 seconds.
What an arrow there, firing true to steal that away. I can't believe he got it with the Spirit Shackle there.
You have to be seething if you have 3 hours or less on the back of that one. What a buff that would have been. But now advantage Komai. They look to go for the rip on the side of 3 hours or less. They do have the Sovereign Sword going for the rip on the secure with the Hyper Beam. But no, it's going to be Ghatlue that finds it. And this is why you don't let this man take Mega Lucario. As Komai bounced back, they were struggling in the team fights. They were going for the rip on the side of 3 hours or less here, buddy. But they had Ghatlue ready, and they secure it with the Hundo Burgers raining in. It looks like they could take this entire set.
Ghatlue, you legend! Oh my goodness! Getting such a perfect Aura Blast there to secure the Groudon for the team, saving them in this game and getting them into the grand finals.
That is insane. I mean, they had the Hyper Beam, they've got Psy Beam, they've got, you know, the Sovereign Sword. They have all the secure you could possibly want, but you can't out-secure Ghatlue as he goes on in with the Aura Cannon. And now they're sitting pretty. They've got a minute left in this game. Look at the position that they're at. They're going to allow the entirety of 3 hours or less to push the pads, and they're going to try and see if they can defend. But sell it now. They have been spotted. They will find this KO onto the Zacian, and the retreat comes in from Reggie. I don't think it's going to be enough for the entire team.
No, not when the whole team is already ready to dive. Knock, knock, showtime, traded, double knockout for Decidueye. The rest of the team, 3 hours or less, just way too late on this one. You can see the clock just struck midnight on their game. Komai will be moving on to the grand finals in 3 hours or less. They'll be knocked down. They still have more chances, but it's going to be in the lower bracket, and they're going to have to fight their way back if they want a rematch against Komai.
This is why we love Pokemon Unite, mate. It was looking so strong from 3 hours or less throughout the entirety of this game. Gravy was just so impressive on this Dragonite. Like, we couldn't keep our eyes off the way that they were smoothing around this battlefield. But Komai Esports, they grabbed the Registeel at the perfect moment, giving a huge buff to their team. And they were there for the secure, witnessing the rip coming out from 3 hours or less. What are we witnessing here, Magical?
Genuinely, I think that steal from Toast won them that fight afterwards. It gave them the confidence to then move up into that fight with the extra power they had. They knew that they could fight that one. And Ghatlue, like you said, just perfect on the Aura Cannon. Just how you can use that to secure objectives. It's kind of nuts, especially when you look at the other side in 3 hours or less. They have insane secure too. So Ghatlue somehow, despite it all, make sure they get Groudon and they take this second game to move on to the finals.
What a game that was. And as we see Toast stats here, I mean, both range attackers did so well in that game, but Sager as well, 71k, 38 taken. Like, that was such a brilliant set. And it honestly felt like 3 hours or less were gonna be able to take that. They were so aggressive in that game. It was working for them from the get-go. We saw double KOs, triple KOs coming out of a Dragonair in that one. Zealot was controlling that top lane, but you know, it's Pokemon Unite. 8 minutes don't matter when it comes down to the final stretch, and Komai have just really shown us how that's the case.
I can't believe that that's how that game ended too, because it goes to show you too that we've been seeing a lot of these 2-0s, but that's the kind of 2-0s they are. They are close games where it's like the 2-0 does not actually tell you the full story of how close these series have been between the teams, and how during this game it seemed nearly impossible for 3 hours or less to lose that game. They were dominating. Gravy, we're going to see a highlight clip of Dragonite and Dragonair plays throughout this all, but then it's just those last couple minutes that matter the most, and that is when Komai decided to step up, and they picked up the win because of it.
Yeah, it was really huge. Like, finding the right buffs at the right moments, finding the right targets. I just loved witnessing Gravy in this one, though, especially pairing it with Zealot Zash. And like, you saw the way that they were doing it there, just kiting around that fight, dropping those hyper beams. And it's so difficult because, like, you have to use a wish to heal that damage alone, and then you don't have that ready for anyone else. So it was really good play from 3 hours or less, but the way that I mentioned it in the game, you look at the levels, you look at the points, Komai kept themselves in it for the entirety of this game, Magical. I don't know how or where, but it was always them in the fight. They lose these team fights, but then just keep the levels until this one where they bounce back big time.
And it's just crazy. Like, here, it's close. It's back and forth. This kind of gave Komai that little bit of a glimpse, like, hey, we actually could win this game. There's still, this isn't over just yet. We got the sword dog, and after that, it was just chasing down and getting even more kills for themselves. Like, all right, now we have a little bit more gusto into these fights. But that steal right there, getting that away, allows this turn from Komai where they can step up with more confidence onto Groudon. I would love to see the slowdown on it to Ghatlue and just watching how this Mega Lucario, I think in the middle of the whole fight, is just somehow able to get it.
I mean, Gatlue's sitting behind Gravy there, so the Hyper Beam doesn't hit him. I just think too early from the side of 3 hours or less. You've got Sovereign Sword and Hyper Beam both hitting this Groudon, and it's just ever so early because Komai have stopped hitting it, and the Aura Cannon looks like it's coming through here. And that just does a humongous amount of damage. I mean, that is RNG right there, to be honest with you, Magical. It is a 1 in 3 chance of being able to secure that for Ghatlue.
It really is. It's a crazy circumstance, but that's how Pokemon Unite tends to be. It can be some chaotic things like that where you just have Ghatlue somehow getting that and securing the win for Komai to move them on into the grand finals.
Yeah, it's great patience as well. Like, you recognize that rip is coming through. Aura Cannon does a huge amount of damage, so you hold that. Because if you're in your Mega, you also do a lot of damage, so you have the opportunity to do that and then, you know, win the team fight. But Ghatlue held it until they could use it for secure, so that in itself is some good patience from Komai Esports on that one. But I mean, that was fantastic, buddy. They're the first team that punched their ticket into the grand finals here. They're fresh off winning the European region for UCS, and boy, are they showing why in this series here.
Exactly. They're just showing a great understanding of the meta right now and the powers that Machamp have in this one, but then the backup of Mega Lucario, because now if you try to take the Mega Lucario away, that's 2 bans that you're levying towards just Ghatlue, and there's so many more. Ghatlue knows how to play so many different mons that you're not really going to be able to ban them out. It's kind of crazy, like what capabilities that a player has. And I hear that we actually are going to go to a game 3 in the lower finals, not lower, the lower semifinals right now. You can actually go see how, quarterfinals, that's right, quarterfinals, and see how Volticons Unite versus the Big 5 is going. Big 5 took game 1, but Volticons, they bounced back in game 2, and now at a game 3, we get to see how these lineups are, and I see a Delmise, and I'm very happy about that for the Big 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a really good comp for both teams, but I mean, listen, I'm from the EU region, right? I try not to be as biased here, but Volticons Unite, they've got some fantastic picks for all of their players there, buddy. They're going to be very comfortable with what they've got. I do like the pick of the Metagross. I don't think we see that enough in Pokemon Unite from Big 5. I'm liking if that's going to go Zen Headbutt, because Chari King needs somebody to keep him busy in this game, or that Greninja is going to cook your team.
Yeah, but the thing is, I like that call out onto the Metagross, because there's also a Comfey. The Comfey on Metagross is even more disgusting. Just put the hula hoop on, let the Metagross go and fight, bring them into the Thunderdome. There's a lot of chaos that can happen. So Greninja, normally very slippery, Metagross has ways to stay on top of you pretty consistently.
And listen, the Big 5, they're fresh off some wins in Underdunk. They got 72 and 3rd in 76 Underdunk, so they are fresh off winning Volticon's top 3 in the EU Regional League, by the way. They defeated the EUIC Champions Team Pets and recently won the weeklies that happened over here in EU. So you've got 2 huge teams clashing up in this one in the 3rd game of this best of 3. Whoever loses this is out of this tournament. Here we go. Volticons Unite on your purple side, the Big 5 here on your orange side.
So NA want to step up in this one, keep themselves alive in this one since EU has been dominating. We talked about that yesterday. They were looking really good at the beginning of the qualifiers. NA started to step up a little bit. We even had our LATAM team sadly get eliminated by the Big 5 here just in the series before in a 3-game series. So another 3-game series for the Big 5. Gotta be feeling the burn a little bit in this one, but as we see Big Fan trying to invade and put some pressure on to the Charmander, will eventually go through the Flux Zone and just gonna go right towards that Lucario and look for some dunk to get some extra points with the backup of a Delmise Comfey.
I'm a big fan of that invade, to be honest, buddy. You go in there, you take the blue buff, you take a citrus berry, and you get a stack. You get yourself onto Blissey. That is everything you could possibly want from that kind of invade.
Jeez, and just watch that with the Comfey now attached to the Blissey going around. This poor Eevee just can't do anything, kind of like, get out of here, go away. It's like a little chihuahua being a guard dog, right? You're just hearing the woofs and you're like, okay, it's not that bad. But here we go with the German Shepherd to back you up in Lucario. Gonna help a little bit more, but you gotta be careful when you take an anchor to the face like that. Eevee just gonna get a dunk, so they get something out of this play. But the Big Five starting off pretty good in this top path.
Yeah, they finally have their Charmeleon online on the side of Volticons, but it took way too long, and it meant that they found a KO on the side of Big Five. Big Fan will go down here finally, but this is an exciting opening for both of these two teams. They're managing to score plenty of points, they're keeping the pressure on, and they're at least managing to stop some of these levels that they're looking for. They have the Matang online, whilst we don't have a level 5 on the side of Tibby yet.
Not just yet, and looking at where everyone's kind of moving around at the moment and seeing where we're getting some advantages. Still looking at how this Delmise is trying to keep this Eevee from evolving, not even letting the dunk go through. So no evolution for you. Still only level 3, tragically. It is a little difficult for the side of Volticon so far.
Yeah, I think Leon's going to have to go and just grab any piece of farm that comes up at that on the back of this goal, down in that central, just anything. Man. You have to get to Umbreon. Now, they've broken the goal, so it does open that extra bit of experience for Volticons that they desperately needed on this top lane. But it's again, Glaceon is now online for the side of Big Five. It's going to be the Icicle Shards, which is going to be massive at putting the damage down to Snow.
I don't know why they actually broke that bad. I would have held on to that one. It only had 1 point left, but I guess they just want to get some more map control as they are chasing, looking for the Snorlax far out of position. Big Five at least getting themselves advantages throughout the map, moving around the Sky Ruins and getting themselves a lot of the farm and trying to keep experience leads for themselves. But it is starting to get a little bit more dicey as we're getting close to the Unite time.
What I do like about this comp that I saw from Big Five is that it's basically protect Glaceon. And Glaceon does a humongous amount of damage just in the game with these shards anyway, that it's going to be so hard to get through onto them. Look at that burst damage coming out from them once again, and they've got to deal with Delmise before they can even get close to that Glaceon. Glaceon stage will drop nearly half health in Cherry King already with just one burst of damage. They get points in again. Seismic Slam is going to come through from the Charizard Y, though. That opens the gate for a good bit of pressure from Volticons, and they do find the KO on Glaceon. That's a double for Cherry King, and now they're going to get the Regice uncontested.
They forgot what happens when Charizard Y gets into these fights. They felt they had an advantage, but didn't realize it was because it was a 4v5 until Charizard Y arrived. Getting a nice Seismic Slam, turning that fight around for Volticons, getting them double Regis in this. Oh, no, that one actually was secured by the Big Five. I thought they were actually going to get that one, but at least getting themselves the bot Reggie while we see the Big Five bouncing back despite having lost that fight ultimately at the end. They end up getting the Regidrago and Regieleki.
Yeah, it's pretty huge for your team, to be honest. You're not going to be too phased at what went on down in that bottom lane if you get that pressure from both objectives. I do like the steal on the buffs here, but it's going to be a Seaweed Snare just instantly onto the side of Tibby, and they're sent back to Nurse Joy. That's Lucario no longer in the fight, and look at where Big Five are going right here, buddy. That pad is exposed on the T2. They've got 20 seconds to score plenty of points, break this, and open up a win condition, and they're going to do just that. Compute and Crush is going to come out, send Umbreon flying, and that's going to be secured all day long. They break the pad, not much of an overcap. Here comes the Wallaby Shuriken from Tibby. They will find the KOs, but they've done what they needed to do and exposed that top lane.
But was it worth it? 5 knockouts, an ace for Volticons to get that top pad. And now we're going to see pretty much the same answered back, this time with overdunks for Volticons as they will break the top pad, get themselves a lot of points. They are still behind, but that's still a lot they have to play with. We even see the bot pad, only 2 points remaining. Quite the overdunk that can be committed to for Volticon soon.
It certainly brings Volticons back in this game, and it's a debate on whether that push was worth it. We'll find that out as we get to the end game, because they do have that Regieleki that will spawn in and can push the home pad. But again, Volticons can just defend it. So we'll have to see what that does. Right now, though, it's going to be pushing this bottom Reggie for the side of the Big Five, because in the central area, Volticons are looking to get a bit feisty against the Metagross, and they find that KO cleanly, having to use Seismic Slam for it.
Oh my. And then Delmite's turning it back onto Charizard. Why? But that's perfect because the cleanup's already there for the Volticons. Glaceon has nobody to defend them, losing their life. Another delayed ace. Metagross has respawned, but died at the very beginning of that one. Now showing up to try to hold on to the spot pad and deny any more points. What we're seeing is on to Registeel. That's really the objectives the Volticons came here for.
Yeah, that's a huge buff that they're going to be able to take here, given that at least up until we say hello to that final objective, and they're going to be able to find a huge amount of damage off the back of that, which pushes this pad. Not much of an overcap on that T1. They could have got more, but they just want to break it, regroup, and go to this Lecky. You have to show for it. You can't allow that to be taken just under that minute.
Right now, the Big Five, they are starting to make some mistakes after mistakes here because each time it feels like they're just not getting back onto the map in time, and then they're committing staggered people into these fights and losing them one after another after another. Another Reggie taken by Volticons. Well, it is still the point lead for the Big Five. I'm favoring Volticons right now. They have the experience advantage, and Groudon's going to be up in about a minute.
Yeah, the Regieleki going to Volticons just means that push that the Big Five gave wasn't worth it. The experience that Volticons now has, they've got a level 14 Greninja, 13 on the side of Tibby. We also see that with Snow now hitting 14. This is all advantage onto the side of Volticons. The Orn's coming through here as well with some good stuns. Big Five, you're absolutely right. They felt a little bit broken up from the mid stage of this game. And it is this Dhelmise Comfy combo that at least keeps them in it with the frontline's sake, but it's all about whether they can group up and take a final fight.
Right there, they were kind of having an awkward skirmish where they were debating whether they wanted to go for it or not, but they didn't have Glaceon. That is the whole thing we talked about with this composition from the Big Five. It is a comp that is built to defend that Glaceon and allow the Glaceon to be the carry. But with experience leads now getting more than just one level, we're seeing level 14s here for Volticons. Dhelmise still only on 12. We have Blissey on 11. Your carries in Metagross and Glaceon a level behind. An engage attempted with the yawn, pulled in with the anchor shot, but he's going to be able to take a huge power nap. Absolutely destroying the back line. Compute Crush with the Thunderdome, though, has locked them in. They're getting the damage from the Glaceon, trying to see if they can hold on. The help from that Comfy keeping the Metagross shield alive. Finally will fall. The burn from the Fire Blast as they melt the ice. Impossible to get out of there. Volticons, they've got Groudon in their sights.
Yeah, this is going to be a KO on the Groudon for Volticons Unite. Not going to be able to get there is the Big Five. They do have points that they need to score. I'm not sure if they're aware of that. It will come up and state who's currently in the lead, but they will regroup and look to push after that state. Leon is looking to do that in the bottom pad instantly here. They've got a minute 20, which is a lot of time for them to be able to do so, but they've got to play this smartly because a good defense is going to be the difference between winning and losing here for Big Five.
Exactly. So a lot of time still on the clock, plenty of opportunity. But the Big Five, if they can pull off this miraculous defense and deny Groudon, they will continue their journey here in the Springbeat. They will move on to face off against Sublime. Well, Volticons, they now realize they are behind, and they're going to have to make this push. They found the Dhelmise too far. That defense with the Comfy on top, impossible now. 3v5. How are you going to manage this one, Big Five?
Losing that Comfy Dhelmise, I think that's too much. Seismic Slam's going to come through as well. That's it. That's it, bro. Big Five has been deleted. The Volticons pull out the Control-Alt-Delete, and that is it. They're going to take this game, take this set, and we say goodbye to the NA team of the Big Five. What a game that ended up being. The bounce back from Volticons in that one, Magical, needs to be studied. It was absolutely clean from them after that push that the Big Five made in the top lane.
Exactly. Big Five, I think, overcommitted. They used so many resources to get that big push at the beginning, and then afterwards, they just couldn't hold on. They didn't have that foothold strong enough on the rest of the map. While the Volticons, they saw their opportunities. They made these small picks here and there that gave them advantages. So when it came to these later fights, they had the experience to make sure they took this serious and move on in the Springbeat, and they will face off against Sublime in the losers bracket.
That's going to be crazy. So the lowest semi-final is EU versus EU, and that means, I mean, they're 3 hours or less. They're sat in the losers final waiting to see who they're going to be competing against, buddy. I mean, we are on track for an EU final, but hopefully 3 hours or less they can put a bit of a wrench in that work as we have a look at these highlights here. And it was this push, realistically. I understood what was going on in their brains. If we push this, we can get the Lecky, that opens up the pad. That's a win condition for us. But the ace that Volticons are able to pull out here, you've stayed way too long, and they just get so many levels off the back of that.
You overcommitted the resources. You went so far, and from here, it's just the who gets the levels too. The Lucario, Mega Charizard Y, and Greninja are the ones who got all of the experience. And those are the ones you don't want to have it because they are the scariest ones that you're facing off against. And then after that, it's just these small picks. Big Five were just out of position. We see right there, Big Fan not where he should be. And then afterwards, you get this huge fight, and you see how close this fight was for the Big Five when they were behind.
Yeah.
You can only imagine if they were even, that they probably win this fight. They probably move on into the lower semifinals. But unfortunately for them, because of those earlier plays giving momentum back to Volticons, they just didn't have that win to make sure that they were stable in these fights.
I really enjoyed the fact that Kari King didn't get caught in that compute and crush as well from Blush. If they were in that stadium, they'd had to have used double team or something to try and get out, but they could have gone down there because it's a huge amount of damage that Metagross does in that stadium magical. So that's, again, another situation where it's literally down to one small play that kind of changed that one. But that's it. That's the state of the game. Goodbye to Big Five. What a team they have been to see. We're going to head to a quick break here, chat, while we get ready for the next set for you. Grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself a snack. We will be right back. Welcome back, trainers, and we have another EU showdown for you here. Sublime taking on Volticons. Magical, this is going to be one heck of a set.
That it is. Sublime, they took a game off of Komai in the upper bracket, but then Komai turned it back around to actually knock them down into the lower bracket in the first place. And Sublime definitely going to be a little bit angry after that and have been playing with some animosity towards teams. Like, we got to get back into the finals. We want our chance at Komai again. We've learned our lessons, but they still have to make sure they are running the gauntlet in the lower finals. And they're facing off against Volticons at first. If they beat Volticons, they'll move on and play against 3 hours or less before they even have a chance to get that rematch against Komai. And I know 3 hours or less in that finals themselves, they are wanting to get their revenge against Komai as well.
And what we know about this team, Sublime Monglan, they have some players from BH3 who, of course, have been the team to keep an eye on in UCS. Just no Utah, just no Megu, but it is still BH3. And of course, they've gone up against Volticons many times in the UCS season this year so far. They've played against them so many times. They've even lost some games to them. So this is one matchup that is going to be very tasty in this tournament because it's going to have some UCS infliction to it.
And Volticons, they know they can beat Sublime, but when the pressure is on, can they actually pull it through and move on, get the upset win against Sublime, and move on to face off against 3 hours or less themselves? It all depends on how this best of 3 goes. They ban away Umbreon to start it off, and I'm looking at what other bans could be there. The Scyther ban, well, Scizor Scyther ban from Sublime, the respect being given to Volticons.
I mean, Snow is an incredible Cypher player. I love this response from Sublime. Not only is like the Scizor decent and Tivy can play that very effectively, but Snow is so good on Cypher. So recognizing game. So Fetched is going to be banned out here as well with the Charizard Y from Volticons. Snorlax. I mean, the thing is with defenders right now, though, is that they're so incredibly good that any defender you ban is just valid.
Yes, but Moltres and Machamp are both open, and that's what I was looking at, and Sublime do what I was hoping for. They have now put the ball into the court of Volticon and say, you need to take one of these two, because you can only get one. We will get the other one, and they go for Moltres. The Machamp can easily be picked up by Sublime if they want to now. Yep, there it is, quickly getting that for themselves.
Yeah, that is a handshake if we've ever seen one, and that's going to be an interesting matchup to watch for the entirety of this game, but also taking the Blissey means that they can't really be countered against the Machamp. So what more could you possibly want for that double matchup? Sublime.
Mime. Go Mime. Go Mime. The Mime's actually so good against Machamp. You put up the walls to deny him that angle to get into. I actually think that is a great way to go for it, but they decide not to. Getting Hoopa, map mobility now for Volticons with a Blastoise. And as you were talking about before, kind of going back to the point about any defender you really pick is valid, or ban you have is valid. The pick on the Blastoise, though, I think a very strong one here, and a Mamoswine for Mbok on the other side.
Yeah, that Mamoswine is a good counter, if there is one, to the Moltres at least, because Moltres has to fight in your face, does have escape tools, but Ice Fang, one of the best crowd control combos in this game, especially paired with, once again, the Espeon. Basically doing the combo of Machamp, Mamoswine, and Espeon means a lot of damage Volticons have to worry about, but no surprises, Chari King is going to pull out the Greninja here. We just witnessed the capability of that Pokemon on that player, and it is an issue Sublime have to be concerned about.
And to round out the draft, Sublime grab a Dodrio. Very low range composition outside of their Espeon. Single target too for the most part when you have the Machamp and that Mamoswine. Makes it really difficult if you're, say, a Greninja trying to survive. You are going to have to use that double team perfectly. Make sure you are avoiding everything that is going to be chasing you to the bitter ends of the earth.
This is going to be one heck of a matchup, buddy. Both of these teams know each other so well. Both of these teams compete against each other so often, not only in the official tournaments, but also in the unofficial grassroots stuff that we see in this very region. So I expect both of these teams to be going all out. We're in the lower bracket. Remember, it will be a best of 3, so it's a tiny little bit of margin that they have, but neither team is going to want to lose this first fight.
Yeah, losing one game already puts you one game away from elimination. So picking up this first victory, gonna at least be nice. But of course, it is a best of 3. Like I said, that is still a margin. You have at least that one game you can lose, but that is it. You want to start off strong. Both ones unite. Sublime Monk Grand. Load up on the PS. Very well. You got some very strong Mons on each side.
I think this top lane is going to be the matchup that we have to keep a very close eye on. It's all about what the Moltres and that Machamp can do. And in fact, Machamp's going to go into the central area here. Was beginning to rotate into that top side, but no invades coming out, which is quite interesting. Both teams usually like to pull that.
I think it's a bit of that respect we were just talking about between the two teams. Torchic and Machop into the jungle path. Not going to be the easiest time for either of them, but you also look at what is drafted across the map. The Hoopa possibly could have gone for that invade, but they want to help out the Squirtle, who's playing very aggressively here, trying to get something back, but had to use an eject button, noticing a Machoke nearby. And there it is, the submission into the eject button, but that double team perfect to get away.
What a perfect doll move coming out from that Froakie, but again, Fizzy is just going to run into the arms of this Machamp. So difficult to get away from when it's in that central area. It has submission so early on, and they're going to get some stacks off the back of that quite easily. That's actually worked out very well for Sublime.
Yeah, and getting Sublime these early leads can start snowballing when you have a speedster. The Dodrio we haven't seen actually do anything yet, still only Doduo, but speedsters are great when your team is already getting the momentum for you too, because now you have luxury. You don't have to feel the pressure that you have to make the move. You can wait it out and find that perfect moment to strike.
To be fair, this is a matter of getting to the late game for the side of Volticons. They've got Blastoise that they need online. That's 3 stages of that Evo. They also have the same with the Blaziken and that Greninja. So it's about surviving the early game here for Volticons. Only 50 points on the board, but Sublime are not leaving it there, buddy. Look at how aggressive they're getting up here. Submission is going to land. They do get away on the side of the Hooper. Ice Fang's looking to get ready to go onto the Moltres, but they are diving deep, and it works for them.
They get themselves that knockout onto the Pilswine, but Choke is kind of debating if he wants to join in, having Dodrio to back him up now, getting something on, but that blast from Snow, taking out Dodrio, submission, not doing enough. As the power from Volticons hitting that critical evolution for Blaziken, giving him a lot more power. The Moltres to help out as well with the resets, but they got to be careful. They have Pilswine back in the fight, and back behind them is going to be the Dodrio. Another Ice Fang to drag in the Moltres, getting the knockout this time. Overheat has been canceled. Dodrio has turned it around. Sublime, they answer back from the play. Volticons throw their way, getting themselves a lot of points dumped into the top path.
This is just a perfect example of the kind of set that we're going to have here, buddy. Volticons managed to find the advantage, gets plenty of points in and KOs, and Sublime bounce back within the next minute solid for their play here. Looking at the levels, they do have Dodrio just close to that Unite move, not too far from Machamp being online as well. The overheat looks to lock it in, but Psybeam, this is why I say it's the best secure in the game, mate. You don't even have to hit the objective, just hit somebody near it.
And that's exactly what they do, just take that away. I was ready for the overheat to lock that, but Snow, unfortunately, just a little bit too late on charging it up, and somehow Kuro takes that for Sublime.
Now they have everything they want realistically on the side of Sublime. They've got Psychic Solaire, they've got the Barrage Blows, they've got all the Unite moves they need. I mean, they don't have a Mamoswine yet, but you really just need the Ice Fang on the side of this Mamoswine, and that's what they've got. They're going to dive on in on the side of M-Block, and they're trying to see if they can hit onto the side of the Moltres. Ice Fang won't because of the trick, but it will on the side of Submission. Triple Trample comes through, and that is a Regirock boost for Sublime out of the gate, and they find Blastoise as well.
They absolutely destroy that fight, getting themselves the objective, dunking in these points, wanting to get a 40 over cap here, getting a total of 36 over dunked for Sublime in that top path.
Oh my god, 160 points to 95 now. Good bounce back with the 33 coming out again from Snow in this bottom lane. Chari's trying to see if they can just find something here. Unfortunately, the double team doesn't work as they hit the wall, and the submission lands off the back of Machamp once more. So, again, back and forth as we see from both of these teams. Look at Machamp looking to see if they can find the right target, but just decided to keep away from that Blaziken.
Yeah, decided it wasn't worth it with overheat. The damage is going to be pretty dang good there for Blaziken, hitting level 11. The only, now the second one on Volticons at be double digits. Oh, you look for Sublime on ground. They are looking pretty good. Just need their supports to hit that double digits, and they're more than happy with those being the ones that are lagging a little bit behind.
TB's getting the boosted ready on the Moltres here so that they can get the reset instantly. Going for the rip on the Regieleki. Look at where the Membok is going, though. Going to be a Hydra Typhoon that does lock down as well. They take the Regieleki, and they're going to have to deal with this Mammoth Mash in their backline. Rings are let loose here, giving them the stun capability as Volticons are going to go pedal to the metal to see if they can break this bottom pad. But look at where they are on Rezu with the Dodrio. Gets into the backline. Cherry King is eliminated instantly. The Barrage Blow is also going to land. They've taken out the damage dealers from Volticons, but Sublime, they lose Dodrio and Machamp. The Lecky walks on in. That will be a huge overcap as the 39 points rain down.
Getting themselves a 32 over dunk and having a lead for Volticons. Going to feel good after that fight. The Moltres secure onto the Regieleki saves that fight for Volticons, and now as they have scaled up into this late game, they have every one of their players at that max evolution. And we're looking at how they can move around this map and make sure they're getting stronger fights against Sublime. Big factors are going to be that Blaziken, the Greninja, making sure Greninja is not going to get attacked by Rezu. That Dodrio going to be a big thorn in the side for Greninja.
Gonna get the Reg Ice here for Sublime. That gives them a decent HP recovery buff, but I am enjoying the way that Mbok is playing so aggressive against Tibby, because if the Ice Fang doesn't land, the submission certainly does, and that has caused an issue for this Moltres at least. But in those recent team fights, it has gone to the favor of Volticons. Both teams now are just kind of going their own separate ways, looking for whatever farm they can, and they're trying to steal this one away from Volticons. The overheat lands, and there does the Firebird Inferno finally finds a KO for the Moltres. Tibby going one-on-one against Mamoswine. Might not be the call, but the flank comes through from the side of the Blaziken, at least pulling the Blissey out of the way. They will dive in. Psychic Solaire will land, and Moltres is sent back to Nurse Joy.
Overcommitting their Volticons. They had the advantage getting that knock on to Machamp. A great start to it, but unfortunately they wanted more and they just did not have the capability to take that easily, and they end up losing the Moltres, even burning some Unites for that. So now, as we look towards this Regieleki, every Unite is up for Sublime. 30 seconds until we are at Groudon.
They take that Lecky. That will put some pressure on the T1 pad. That will rain on in, and they could at least get a little bit of an overcap as they score the lowest points they can. That should be a 40 overcap for them down in that bottom lane. And we're about to say hello to Groudon here, Magical. Look at how close this game is. Little points on the scoreboard. Levels are there for both teams as well. This is going to be one heck of a final fight.
Now, as everyone has their Unite move, well, save Blaziken, but that's a special case. We're getting it towards where it is on the line. It is going to be a razor's edge for both teams. It is so hard to actually figure out whether or not you have the true lead or not, and you have to assume that you don't, and they are going for the full fight. The Mammoth Bash trying to get to the back line, getting some damage, but it's the Mammoth that takes a lot of the attention, getting out of there. What we see, split up Blastoise, chasing Rezu away. Dodrio can't get the Greninja, and Blaziken is still looking for that angle onto the Groudon, waiting for the overhit. That submission doesn't find Hoopa. They're onto it now, but Groudon's going to be the true target. It's taken! Volticons lock it in! That's why you dropped the Blaziken!
That was so interesting. Volticons, they were taking the fight whilst they had Snow in the pit, and they had Cherry King ripping the Groudon from the back of the pit. Sublime didn't even notice it, and they had to dive to try and get a secure, but they're trying to out-secure Snow on the Blaziken with the overheat. I can't wait to see the highlights on that one, buddy, because that was such an interesting way to take that fight for Volticons.
It was a smart heads-up play from them, getting that position so they had that capabilities, as you called out rightfully. Now, it was a little late from Sublime when they realized, wait a minute, that Blaziken is perfectly defended, so far away from us and setting up a position to overheat. We don't have a very easy way to deny that from Blaziken. Overheat there's a reason why I love having Blaziken in any games, because the secure is so strong.
It really, really is. I mean, it was a really good fight from both teams, an incredibly close game, but just a really smart Groudon fight from Volticons. They pulled a lot of attention, and Fizzy really just kind of outzoning Rezu there. Dodrio wasn't able to get into that fight at all because of the way that Blastoise was chasing them down. So looking at this one, looking at the scoreboard, of course, that's the way it looks, but it was a very close game until that final few moments between them both.
It really was. And I mean, the damage numbers here don't tell the story of what really happened in this game. It was this back and forth fight where Sublime, I feel like they had these better fights. They knew the target selection when they had the straight up fights. But Volticons, I think, had the more heads-up macro plays on their position around the map that Sublime just weren't ready to kind of stop. And by the time they realized that with Volticons, a lot of times Volticons had already gotten themselves the points. They already got themselves the lead for a lot of the game. They had the points lead over Sublime.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect example. This was a great push from Volticons. They'd managed to find the KOs and score the points, and then they're just straight back as Sublime, and they find the revenge very quickly. I like this that we saw here. Mbot goes for the hit on the Ice Fang to the Moltres, doesn't find it because of the passive coming in from the support of Volticons, the trick, but then they just use Submission Machamp to do exactly what they tried to do. That double sort of control works so well against the Moltres, and it was a smart way for Sublime to try and shut that down.
And you see a lot of the time Sublime have these very strong team fights. They're actually doing a really good job of making sure they're getting advantages. But then right here, even though they have a strong team fight, now Regieleki is working against you. Volticons get that, so they have essentially a sixth player on their team that helps them turn around these fights and push back Sublime to give these edges to Volticons that they're able to use. Even if small edges, it's nonetheless all too important for a game like Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it really is. I did really like that as well from Dotrio. Just managing Rezu, recognize they've got to get on that Greninja, take that out of the fight, and they do very quickly. But unfortunately, the Lecky will just walk in. Right now, this is the moment where Machamp just goes really bit too far. They find the KO quickly, but then Volticons, they get a little bit too confident here, buddy. They push too far, they stay too long, and they're in a tough position. Here we go. Look at where King is on this Greninja.
Yeah, right behind, staying far, far away from the fight this whole time. So even though the Mammoth Mash comes out, they can't get the Ice Fang onto Greninja. He's staying as far away from Machamp and from Mammoth Swine as humanly possible. And a big thing, as you called out, is that Rezu's getting chased away by the Blastoise. So your other factor of getting rid of this Greninja is nowhere near where they need to be, which gives opportunity for Snow to dash over, get into the Groudon pit, and right there, Rezu realizes, wait a minute, Greninja's already behind, and now we have to try to move into position to deny this, but it's just so hard against a Blaziken.
I just love the recognition from Volticons. They're like, look, actually, we've got all of this under control. King can just go rip the objective, and then we've got Snow ready with the secure, and it is just that moment that Rezu realizes, and he's like, wait on, that's being ripped down, and they've got a Blaziken ready to secure. We got to do something here, but unfortunately, too little, too late. Smart fight from Volticons as they take game one, and they are just on the verge of being able to fight through this lower bracket into the lowest final here. That's crazy.
Hey, upsets are always what make these games and what make Pokemon Unite so exciting. So it's all possibility here that Volticons come into this game too. They knock out Sublime 2-0 to move on and face off against 3 hours or less in the lowers finals, which would be incredible for Volticons, a team that, as we've said, they've played against Sublime on ground so many times, but have struggled in a lot of those previous series. But it's only important when it matters in a series or a tournament like right now, when you're fighting for your tournament lives. Volticons are one step away from knocking out Sublime.
Yep, and then meeting in the losers finals, 3 hours or less. This is going to be one heck of a run for them, but Sublime, they've got something to say about it. Got to pull out the reverse sweep here, going to stick with the bans of making sure Snow can't do what Snow does on Cypher. And
taking out the Mega Charizard Y, probably followed up. I'd be surprised if we see too many adaptations from the ban. Surfetch going to be banned, but Champ is actually going to get banned this time by Volticons, not wanting the handshake anymore, saying, all right, we don't want to deal with the Machamp. It was still difficult when we had Moltres, but I would expect Sublime, Oh, they don't. They ban away Psyduck. Moltres, I don't know. There's not really a trade you're having at this point for Sublime.
No, I mean, I fully expect Volticons to take the Moltres here because it did enough. I mean, they did have the issue of the Machamp and Mamoswine combo that controlled it a little bit, but still Tibby did a huge amount of damage. So you would still take the Moltres there. That's the #1 pick you want to be pulling out.
Yeah, so what do you pull out for Sublime instead? They get Suicune, which we actually have seen not really picked up too often today. Still very strong pick. Great lockdown potential for Sublime on ground. Are they going to go for an early Inteleon? No, they go for the Snorlax that was banned previously, but this time you can get it pretty early while Blissey locked in by Volticons.
Okay, I kind of like that pickup. I mean, right now, they often say that Snorlax is the best defender, but it's kind of comparing diamonds with diamonds in that class at the moment. Fizzy looking to see if they can pick up either the Ho-Ho or the Mamoswine. I think take the Mamo off the field. Ice Fang, as we've mentioned, still extremely good in this game, and it will at least be really good at dealing with these all-rounders that it seems like Sublime like to play.
Giving them great lockdown, and depending on what Sublime want to lock in, this Mega Lucario, great one for them to Ice Fang and lock down for a long time, deny that burst damage that you can have, but an Inteleon will give them a lot of suppressive fire from far away that can start hitting the health pools of Volticons before they can even start off these fights.
Now, Snow does have the option, yes, to go for the Speedster. You've got to put, as we say every time we see an Inteleon, got to put pressure on these ranged attackers so that they can't consistently drop damage. Snow is one of the best Speedsters that I love to see. Cherry King stick in with the tried and tested Greninja. And to be fair, Magical, it has worked for Volticons for a couple of sets now.
It's been looking pretty good. This Greninja's showing one of the strengths that you have on an attacker who can self-peel, who can get out of fights themselves, that you are still able to get this consistent damage as long as you are, kiting them away, keeping them at bay, and then your team can start getting into the back then themselves and be that threat to things like Inteleon.
Now, this is a Pokemon that we just do not see anymore, but I've actually been enjoying quite a bit in my duo queue with my good buddy Lobo. The Leafeon. It just doesn't get used that much anymore, but still has a really good early game. I think people don't like to use it because it does fall off sort of in the late game, and it's really easy now to deal with the Emerald 2-step. It's easy to get away from it, it's easy to dodge the damage, and it's easy to get KO'd in it. So I'm excited for this, though, because I think that at least brings some great early game pressure for Sublime. They can come straight out of the gates with this one, Magical. It only needs level 4 before Leafeon is online. You can realistically get into the lane by the 930 mark, and that's when you can start to snowball this early stage.
And Leafeon, we kind of have seen fallen out of the meta for quite some time now, but I still think, as you said, as these good early snowball positions that you can look for, especially before the Greninja is going to be too slippery. If you can really punish them early on when there's the Frogadier stage, or even go a little bit earlier if you can, just get these knockouts, it's going to be nice for them, but it's all dependent on how you position first in these first few games.
Does mean that you can give a little bit more of this experience over to the side of your team, because it only needs one buff and a little bit of farm for the Leafeon, but it looks like they're going to take all of it anyway. We'll keep an eye on that. They were trying to see if there was an invade coming from the side of that Blissey, but they've spotted not, so they go into the lane while Mbok looks to see if they're going to get away from the huge amount of damage coming at them. Fizzy is so aggressive in this game. I love it.
Froakie getting so much damage there, just allowing this Swinub to actually dunk some points and keeping them pushed back far away, but not actually getting the knockouts and not taking away too many of the camps. So Sublime, despite kind of getting bullied around earlier on into that little exchange, they don't lose too much. And looking at Snow, who's already hit level 5, look to see if they can start off something, while Rezu also level 5 on Leafeon, throwing out some of the Leafs, just securing that central camp.
Yeah, you kind of got to leave that position if you are Snow. You do not win that fight against that level 5 Leafeon until you have Fly, at least. Mbok does go down, so that's a good hit for Snow to find a KO. I imagine they will be stacking with that, and they're looking to get more points, more KOs, and this is just unfortunate for Sobble, who has to go to the T2.
Yeah, just not much you can do there. Still only level 5, hasn't leveled up just yet to actually put some. And we see that the Frogadier has already been leveled up. That Froakie hitting at that point to be a little bit ahead, giving it Volticons that momentum early onto the game, while Rezu tries to see if they can wrestle some of that back on this Leafeon, getting some damage, but gotta be careful, throwing out the leaves onto Charking. Just takes the double team out of there. We see a knockout for Lucario onto the Moltres, solo style in the top path.
All of those leaves hitting a target is the difference between winning or losing that fight there. If they manage to hit all of them, they get a nice shield and they can find the KO on that Greninja, but they don't just yet. Looking to see if Rezu can get out of it, because Tibby, that will be an easy KO for them as they get the resets ready on this Moltres already. The rotation coming out from this Mamoswine again, as Volticons is a little bit more patient in this game that we saw previously.
But I gotta give a lot of credit to Sublime. The Lucario already doing a lot of self-sustaining, finding 2-level advantage up against the Moltres in the 1v1. Might even look for another knockout. Yeah, there it is. I saw that on the minimap about to happen. And in fact, finds that. So this Lucario, once they join in these fights, that's gonna be your biggest threat for Volticons to deal with.
It really is, and that's not a position that you want to be in at all. The Moltres should realistically be winning those fights, but it's just that's difficult against Lucario once they have a level advantage. Now we've got both Regis spawning on in. The Drago's in that top side as well, which is why we see Volticons show attention there. A Regirock buff will go to Sublime, which is going to be really good for the Suicune and Lucario that are currently in that top side.
Grabbing that Regieleki, traded it back and forth. We see Lucario run away, having some backup of Suicune, but not actually going to put that on to a fight. Instead, trying to see if they can defend the pad and the Regieleki. It's going to be Snorlax in with the slam and trying to see if they can get the punch back, but it's still a lot of damage onto Lucario, who narrowly escaped. Vultures almost had Snorlax. They turn it Blissey, the first casualty, and now Lucario, he's gone Mega. He's ready to turn back another on a Moltres, another slam too, and they make sure the Regieleki doesn't even crash into the pad.
Massive defense for Sublime there. They've not had a single point scored in this top goal, and that is all off the back of Kranix on this Lucario. Smart play from Sublime. We do see some harassment coming out from Volticons, though, as they try and get into this central area and steal some farm away. But good control from Sublime currently in this game, as they're up in the lead, 136 points to 41. It's down to them to keep themselves in this game.
But the thing is, for Volticons, it is getting a little bit dicey for themselves. They have still to wait till that Mamoswine has evolved until they have their true power, but that means that it's more time wasted and more time for these level advantages to still punish, as we see a Leafeon fire that Moltres. The Moltres just cannot find a good placement on this map right now.
No, and that is just dangerous for Volticons if you can't have your Moltres staying up. Looking to see if they can find Rezu here. Gets those Razor Leafs ready to give them a shield, but unfortunately Talon's claws are just too sharp at that moment. Cherry King, though, gets a little bit too confident. Drops the Water Burst Shuriken and is just answered instantly by Sublime as they get a Regidrago as well here. It's all going their way, Magical.
It really is. It just feels like every fight has been perfect for Sublime. Then that last game was a fluke. We're ready to win game 2 and force a third game and keep ourselves alive. A knockout onto Mamoswine at Regice with the whole squad here for Sublime. Should be an easy secure onto the objective, but Mbok almost overcommitting to a nice block. Will defend himself, keep himself alive, as the rest of the team still pushing up forward, ready to take out this bot pad, get a nice overdunk for themselves along it.
Yeah, Kyoro commits with the Azure Spike Vision there as well. It just meant that they had that lockdown, that damage potential if they needed Volticons pushing on in. They break that pad, give themselves an even better lead, and now they're going to rotate into this top side, looking to take the objective, but they do pull Rezu in off the back of that flame charge, but it is going to be the freeze from the Endless Ice Spikes from Suicune, and that is why you play this Pokemon. That's completely flipped this team fight, as Sublime are going to come out on top.
Sublime, I thought for a minute there that they had overcommitted, but right now this Mega Lucario is the carrying force for the team, just destroying the Thea Sky Runes. They have decided this is their palace. They are fully in control, and they are the kings, ready to win game 2.
That Regieleki will be uncontested here for Sublime, so a decent amount of pressure that will at least put onto Volticons, because they will have to expend one Pokemon to defend it at the very least, and it'll open the door for any push that Sublime wants to take. Alternatively, they could just go grab the farm that is spawning on the field. Although, not a lot of it left, buddy. All they can see is the yellow dots on the side of Volticons.
Exactly. And so Volticons, as they try to run away, they've lost control of their own jungle. Everything for Sublime is going their way, and this time they aren't nearly as threatened when it comes to the Groudon because they are the ones in control. They've made sure that their fights are perfect, their macro is there, and Volticons don't have a prayer to win.
They have been really good at handling the Moltres in this game, and I think that's the difference between them getting the wins. Massive hit with the Ice Fang for Fizzy, though, but again, just doesn't have the damage of their team to back them up in that moment. Reziel will get away with 1 HP on that bar. In fact, I can see the smallest sliver of red on that barmaid.
Exactly. Just looking at this, and as they solo out this the Mega Lucario solos out the Regice, we see that there is a push from Volticons. They have to go for something. Steal away this Regice would be nice for them. They don't, though. Secure for Lucario, making sure that as they are prepared for Groudon, they have every advantage.
Ali Krani indeed, as they secure that one away from a fly Talonflame. What more could you want from your all-rounder in this game? Groudon about to take to the field. This game is very truly on, but Sublime no. Volticons are the ones losing. The ball is in their court. They can play this nice and patiently.
And we see that there's that peel, almost the pick on a Talonflame from Lucario, as Groudon has kind of been started, but more just someone walking past it. The Snorlax kind of going slowly but surely around it. And as you mentioned, Sublime, they aren't forced to go for this Groudon. They don't need to pull for the Groudon because they already have the lead. It's up to Volticons to find a position to get that Groudon.
It's just control from Sublime that we've seen in this game. So effective with the control. Again, they force Snow to go on the retreat with the fly. That's a 9-second cooldown, that Asbuddy, so they know he can't engage just yet. Cranny again trying to see if they can get onto the side of Charu with a good dash through to them. Right now, the block from Mbok is going to resolve all that damage. There's a whirlpool from Sazero. It's just control. Volticons Unite right now are so backed up, and look at what Leafeon is doing. Completely just handling the Talonflame down in this bottom lane.
Just the speedster, very speedster matchup. Leafeon now has that advantage, has that lead as they're trying to get into the back line. But this whole time they weren't focused on the Leafeon, who joins up and finds the targets, dashing through. And Talion's down. It's a trade. Might be able to get Rezu.
Oh, wow.
Knockout for the Talonflame. Be careful. Look at Lucario waiting patiently for the fight. Some damage from Snow. Almost got Riku. And it's going to be Timmy. Moltres finding it. But look at that Lucario. Level 14. Finding the knockout. Ice Fang hasn't locked him down. Bounced around. The Mammoth can't do much against this Lucario. And for Volticons, that's the tragedy. They won the fight, but they didn't get Groudon, and even though they're about to get that Hundo Burger down south, they aren't in the lead still, and there's 10 seconds left on the clock.
People are spawning back now. They're going to be able to go and defend that T2 pad, and with Kranix finding that KO on the Mammothswine, that is it. Chari's not going to have enough time to get this in. It was too little too late. Sublime hold strong. The patience being the virtue there, and they're going to take us to a game 3, mate.
Game 3 for Sublime and Volticons. Close games, too. Got a little bit closer there for Sublime than I thought it really should have been, but they did have control of that game and knew where their power was. So for Volticons, having struggled in this game, what do you do to bounce back into game 3? See if you can take down Sublime once more, move on in the Springbeat, and then for Sublime, it's how you continue with this momentum and make sure you are into the lower finals.
That just shows the control that Sublime had in this game. Chari King has done 30% of the team's damage and didn't find a single KO in that, only having assists. Like, this is the kind of game that we've just witnessed, buddy. And usually with Volticons, when they're on the back foot, they always find a way to make that final fight extremely competitive. But it just took them a little bit too long in this one. By time they had the advantage, there was like 20 seconds left in the game.
Exactly. That was the problem for Volticons. And that's why I said for Sublime, they made it a little bit closer than it had to be. Yeah. Got a little bit dicey, but they were the team that was ahead. And that Lucario is the big factor. Winning these solitary fights against Moltres, where like you said, it's like really shouldn't be winning those fights in the first place. But once you get the level lead, you should be just dominating them. And there's not much Moltres can do to bounce back after you fall behind.
I gotta say, I can't wait to see it because Rezu's control of this Talonflame in the final fight was brilliant. They were really able to just keep them zoned out. I really enjoyed that flame sweep coming out from Snow there because it just pushed majority of Sublime in a position they didn't want to be in, but still, again, off the back of the power nap and Kranix, they were able to control that fight. This is it here. Every time Snow is trying to make an approach down here, look at where Leafeon is, and they just have to fly on out of there and burn that cooldown.
Reds are doing a great job just on that Leafeon duty, which is funny because normally the Leafeon, it's about finding the Greninja, not the Talonflame, but keeping the Talonflame away. And with how this fight ends up turning out, it gets really close because Talonflame got on to Inteleon. And Inteleon can't do much to get rid of a Talonflame, but Leafeon had already answered back, had already gotten rid of the Greninja, which is a big target, and then rejoins to the fight. I gotta give Snow a lot of credit. Yeah. Talonflame was looking good in a lot of these fights, but it's one of those things where you had already fallen too far behind. Your whole team just couldn't do much. And especially with Lucario being the big factor on the other side, you can take down attackers with ease. All-rounders, not so much.
100%. I like the response from Snow. They know the second they've got the advantage, they'll go score the Hundo Burger, but with only 25 seconds left, and Kranix knows I've just got to defend that top goal. My teammates are coming back. They can jump on the T2. It's just a matter of me defending this, and as you've already said, not easy to take down those all-rounders, especially not one that Kranix has in their hands. So going to a game 3 here in this EU showdown, and Volticons, they didn't seem as on it or as aggressive as we've seen them play previously, Magical, so I expect some adjustments in this one.
And it makes me wonder, what were those factors? Was it not having that Blaziken in the late game where you felt more confident in these late game fights? Or was it just lacking something in the early game to stop that Lucario, or making sure that you had a better fight against that Lucario in those mid parts of the fight? So I really am curious to see how Volticons are going to kind of answer this going into game 3. What were the elements they felt they were lacking in this one? Well, for Sublime, I feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix. They had a great team comp for themselves. They look very confident in pretty much every lane, so you might as well just go back to it.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like there weren't really many moments there where they didn't have the advantage. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's see if that's what Sublime stick with. Because looking at the bans, what they've done this set so far is completely ban out that Snow Cypher, which you kind of have to stick to. You might feel confident off the back of that and think, okay, let's let it through. But trust me, you can't deal with Snow Cypher, so stick with that ban indeed. And then Sirfetch'd and Psyduck has been their bans throughout the entirety of this. I don't think you need to change with the way that those bans have gone, because they've kind of shown that they can at least handle this Moltres. There's been 2 games now where they have been able to at least limit it in some way.
Right, and that's kind of the big thing, is just making sure the Moltres is limited. The resets that you have on Moltres are what ends up taking over a lot of these fights, because you're just going ability after ability after ability, while everyone else is like, what about cooldowns? What's all this? And so as long as you're able to limit that Moltres from finding those elements, it is going to be nice. But I think for Volticons, it's like, I look at their composition, and really, I think it comes down to, I think they need more confidence on bolstering that Moltres so it doesn't fall behind. Because falling behind right there was ultimately what lost them the game. Had that not happened, just take that one element and they're even in that lane between Mega Lucario and Moltres. That fight later on, where it was really close and they almost were able to take it back, Volticons, if they have just an even foothold for that Moltres in that fight, they win handedly.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We've seen it so many times from Volticons. When they are struggling in a game, they just come together so well in that final fight, usually finding a way for them to have the advantage, whether that is, splitting up the opposition and finding the right targets. They usually do so. And to be fair to them, they did in that one, but with only 25 seconds left. So it wasn't quick enough. They didn't get enough going with the momentum straight out of that 2-minute mark. So they need to be quicker on that as we go on in to the ban phase here, but it's sticking with the Cypher ban as Umbreon is also getting banned out by Volticons.
And no swapping of sides either. Just this whole series, both teams are wanting to stay on the side that they have initially. Umbreon, Charizard Y, Scyther / Scizor banned. I'm wondering if it's going to be a Surfetch or Psyduck ban here for Sublime. Surfetch will be their option with Machamp again for Volticons.
Yeah, so not really any changes in the ban phase just yet, and I like that both teams know that it's just going to come down to the picks and how the game shakes up. Again, it has been just the... Oh, okay.
Whoa!
Take the Mega Lucario away from Kranix. That's definitely a smart decision.
Is it though? Because now Moltres left open and Sublime, they can easily grab that for themselves in this one and say, all right, we'll play the other side of this matchup and show you what happens when you stay ahead or even in it. And it's going to be a very interesting showcase for Tibby, for Kranix. If they go for that Moltres, they don't get it. And Volticons, you have an opportunity to get both Mega Charizard Y and Moltres here.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm surprised Sublime just are not interested in it. I think because they felt comfortable handling it so far, they're quite happy to let that go on the opposite side. But it looks like Volticons are not interested in picking it up just yet either. Suicune looks like to be the decision here. I think they finally realized, after what they've just gone against, how strong that Pokemon still is. And Cherry King is going to take the Espeon. The stonks on this Pokemon have risen so much recently, and I think it's a great pickup. But Rezu has just got hold of that Mew.
That range from Mew. Garchomp, too. Great late game prowess for Sublime, saying, all right, these late game fights, they've been close, they've been even. Let's get something that thrives in them. Garchomp going to be great for that. And do they go for Palmut for Volticons? Another great one in these fights. They do with a Trevenant to help back up. And then Ginyu with the Blaziken.
Yeah, this is the point that we need to look at. I do love the Palmot pick by Snow, by the way, but we have to look at the fact that right now it's Kyoro who is subbed out. Ginyu has come in, so Nachos is now in and ready to go in this game, and that is one heck of a player. Just gives Sublime an even boost in that attack damage. So right now, it's more advantage Sublime, but Fizzy has picked up the Trevenant, which we've been seeing do so well in regards to the Horn Leech, the Wood Hammers, really getting on that flank. This is actually a really good matchup between these two teams here.
It is. Both teams have great elements. We were saying how the early game, we were wondering how Volticons are going to answer that a little bit better here. Grab the Mega Lucario. That's the answer. But then have great plays around late games where they have struggled a little bit against Volticons in that. Even that last game when they had the leads, they almost lost that final fight to Volticons when they had advantages. But now they have a Garchomp and Blaziken far better at securing these late game fights and making sure they have the fights, they have the advantages, they have the objectives that will go their way.
It's another example of setting up well for an Espeon in this game, buddy. Let's see if that makes the difference, because Palmot is a brilliant pairing with the side of the Espeon. Me and Lobo do that so often recently, but this is it. It is game 3. One of these teams will be progressing to the lower finals. The other will be saying goodbye to.
Which one is it? Will it be the favorites going into the Sublime on ground, or is it going to be an upset that Volticon delivered to them? They fight over these Bunnelbees early. Busy's taken a low so quickly. The poor Phantup almost wasn't able to get back to the pad, but gets that healing, gets the shield, and then tries to turn it back around, but not realizing there's a Chansey right behind them, but don't care because they got the knockout on a Mew regardless. And with the Suicune already onto Chansey, the team can push onto the pads, getting advantages, and now it's a Palmy to chase down the Saz and get rid of that Chansey.
That is the aggression we like to see from Volticons. They did pop the focus band on the Phantom, and I was a little bit worried for Fizzy there, but then they just bounce back big time, pick up a huge KO, and they have that advantage. But having said that, good control from that Blaziken to come back, find the farm. Sazero will go down here, but it allows Blaziken to get in that top lane and provide assistance to this Gible.
Be careful, because you have hit Gabite, but you're still not in the strongest position with a Combuskin right behind you, too. That's why they're playing defensively, not actually pushing any further. Suicune and Lucario looking like they can still contend against the Gabite, but the Gabite's trying their best to steal away some of the farm, get the camp for themselves, and with the help of that Blissey right behind them, Tibby's taking a beating. They dash back in with the Dragon Dash, but not getting the knockout onto Tibby.
Good control to get out of the way of that damage from Kranix there from Tibby. They were so close to going down, but all of this farm will be taken by this Gabai, and they have got the level lead over the Lucario at the moment. Regidrago is about to spawn on in. Espeon shaking into that top lane right now for Volticons gives them the advantage, but this rip is going to come through on the Drago, and that's a lot of experience they give to their team.
Well, they gotta lock it in first. Woodhammer trying to lock them.
Ooh.
Nice overheat. Make sure they get that experience as Rezu narrowly escapes danger.
So, 1 point so far between these teams in this early stages of this game. They have met very often, fighting and brawling it out. Looking at the levels, pretty even on the side of Sublime. They do have their Blaziken fully online with that level 8 now, and that's going to be dangerous for Volticons to deal with.
Getting that experience from that Drago, elevating them already to the final evolution so early. Well, that Palmo is not quite there themselves. They need Palmot when they're going to feel far tad bit stronger in these fights.
They have pushed the top lane effectively, though. Volticons unite at the moment. They've pushed out that Garchomp, who has to take the farm from the central area, which will at least get them into that big dragon monster. Here's the Regis on the field. Regirock will be taken down by Sublime down here, unless Fizzy has something to say about that. Wisely decides not to, because spots Blaziken, and that ain't going to be easy to secure against.
Exactly. Not just Blaziken, level 9 Blaziken already. You see that, you're like, no thanks. I have no desire to go anywhere near that. I don't have my Lucario, I don't have the Palmot with us, go for that. And then we see it as that Blaziken moves around, how quickly they can burst down their targets. They got Suicune in the blink of an eye.
Brilliant movement of the coaching from Rezu there. Has the muted auto ready to go. Coaches away from them so it does more damage and gets a clean KO. Regieleki will walk to this T1 pad. Volticon's going to have to defend it. And that opens the gates for Sublime to rotate down to this bottom T1 and cause a break. I mean, Garchomp is already on it with the 40 dunk, and now they pull the attention of Volticons up into the top lane once more.
I mean, right now, Sublime are putting on a clinical in this, saying how to move around. I was saying how in game 1, Volticons, they have the superior macro, but Sublime in this game, they're like, oh yeah, really? We have that. We're constantly putting the momentum down and forcing these fights over and over again. Right? They're fighting over every camp and coming out ahead in each scenario.
Yeah, whoever's shot calling for Sublime in this game is doing an excellent job, really forcing Volticons to be stretched in both lanes here, having to keep up with catching the farm, pushing top lane, pushing bottom lane. It's been some good control from Sublime so far, but Volticons are not out of this at all. It's still an incredibly close game. A good hit with the Horn Leech there onto the side of Nachos. Not going to get the KO though. They do keep on their feet and grab all the farm for their effort.
And for me right now, I'm looking at Volticons and like, what can you do? Sublime have just been goon squatting this up, rotating around so quickly. There's nothing for Volticons to get back into this game. Everything has been taken by Sublime.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to a team fight that goes their way, but that's not going to be an easy task. At least right now, it's a 4v5. They have to take advantage of this because they know Garchomp is in that top side. We do get the Aura Cannon coming out from that Mega Lucario. Tibby trying to see if they can get him for the damage. They find the hit, and that is going to work because there goes Blaziken as well. Volticons unite. They find the KOs. They get the Regirock, and that's exactly what they needed right now, Magical. Now they can score the points. They get extra levels. Good recognition on Garchomp not being there.
That was perfect. They had to punish at that moment. That was their only time they've had this advantage. But now they got to escape after getting that. It's going to be the little bit outrage. They're looking for the Espeon first. Target down. And then they try to turn their attention onto the tree. Horn Leech trying to get away. But it's so difficult when you're getting chased down by the Dragon. Dragon rush into the Flux Zone. And now with the Horn Leech, it's locked down too. But they lost the Flux Zone. Fizzy's gone from Blaziken's kick. And looking for Palmot as well. As Espeon barely gets back in. They've lost their Palmot though. Another dash. Kranix doing so much on this Garchomp. Having the double knockout, and with the second Solaire, it has gotten rid of at least the Blissey. But that is the silver lining in this one. You had to get the double kill on Slowbro to get a little bit more.
Yeah, that was just clean from Sublime. They get themselves a 31 over cap, push the top lane again. We've literally just said how quick they are at rotating this here, and that just means that Voltigons can't even take a breath from what just happened in that bottom lane. They're having to come up and defend this instead, as Nachos continues to go for the rip on the red Jalecki, finds the KO onto the side of the Pormor, and they've lost their oppression. Has to go Mega Lucario here on the side of Jimmy, getting ready with a close combat. Endless Ice Spikes will connect, and with a huge hit on the side of that Suicune, they find the red Jalecki, but will it be enough right now? Retreating is Sublime, and they look like they're going to be able to just let that go in, and it's not much of an overcap off that one, Magical.
Hey, the thing is, you take that if you're Volticons in this one, because that was scary. Losing Snow, who overcommitted on that chase, then into the Reggie Lucky. I thought it was over. Blaziken had the kick ready, but somehow, despite all the odds, Suicune got the Reggie Lucky. Those are points needed for Volticons to keep them relevant in this game.
Was under the 3-minute mark though, so we're going to have to see this Suicune charge up their Unite move, which is why we see them getting the hits on this farm in the central area, getting ready to use that for the fight that's about to come up in 25 seconds here. Sublime have everything going for them. Again, Garchomp at level 14. Kranix doing what they did on Mega Lucario. Now with the claws of this dragon, 10 seconds, and we will finally have our losers final ready to go.
And look at these experience leads for Sublime on Grand right now. Level 14 for both Garchomp and Blaziken. Mew is on 13. Well, you only have the 113, now 2 with Lucario and Palma, but with the tree already found out, and with that slow beam to make sure they got rid of the threat that is the Trevenant.
That is massive. Now the damage is going to come through onto the Groudon. Kranix is in there, ready to go. Great rip that Garchomp has. They're just going to zone out the rest of Volticons here. Big Beam finds Tibby, and that's Sublime with all the advantage that they needed. They're already in the lead. 1.5 minutes left in this game as they look to go for the damage on Groudon once more, just trying to lure in Volticons for them to strike back with a good rebound. Look at the way they're zoned out right now. Snow gets ready with a Supercell Slam, but he's going to diving alone. There's nobody here for the assistance. Bliss assistance comes through. There's a big beam. Endless Ice Spikes again. It's going to be pulled out, but it's the Blissey that finds the Groudon, and Sublime on Grand are the ones that have the lead off the back of that buff. Yep. White flag in the sky here, Magical, as Volticons accepts their fate and leaves the tournament.
Sublime on Grand. They lost that first game, but they bounced back perfectly and sweep it reverse on it to Volticons to move on into the lower finals and face against 3 hours or less. Sublime, I gotta say, that last game especially really showing off how good this team can truly be.
Yeah, that was just clean. And I mean, they were so good with Kyoro being in anyway, and then they sub Kyoro out and bring in Nachos, and we just see brilliant play on that Blaziken. So difficult to take down. The amount of times that we saw Snow trying to lock in and take that Blaziken out, overcommitting a couple of times to just be lured in to their fate as the team just closes around them, and Sublime on Ground bounce back in brilliant fashion.
It's so hard to kind of take apart the Sublime team, because your the one strength that was there for Volticons would normally be the early game. But Sublime were rotating around the map perfectly to get all these advantages and never gave Volticons that angle to actually get back into the game. I think there's only this one moment right before this where there's that push from Volticons that they finally get somewhat of an advantage, but then Kranix joins in the fight. He goes, yeah, no, we're taking that all back.
Yeah, brilliant. Livid outrage, and you just see, I mean, it already has great self-sustained as the Garchomp, but then you got a Blissey. Sazero is just paired with you and keeping you on your feet nevertheless, and that was a brilliant slow beam, by the way. Can I just say the targeting of Mbok with those slow beams was so good in this game, and it just shut down that Pormot in that fight. And as we see more of it going on here, this was just brilliant from Ginyu once more.
The only thing was missing the kick on to Reggie Lucky to secure that objective, but you know what? It's not the worst thing in the world for them, because they still have the advantages. They have the level leads. Like, going into Groudon, we still see that with the double 14s for both their all-rounders, the late game threats having that much of an advantage already. It's not impossible for Volticons unless they find a miraculous pick quickly on either Garchomp or Blaziken.
it's that situation where they took the unstoppable away from Blaziken. It's Indra's resistance, but it can be stunned now. So, you know, there's those few moments that we just saw where they just cannot find that secure, but this one was just clean. They were trying to lure in Volticons once more. The dive comes over from Snow on the Pormot, but it's just a massive amount of burst damage that Sublime are already throwing into this pit, and then Mbot comes back with the Surf, and it's just a clean secure again. Finding Pormot instantly with the overheat.
Exactly. The overheat use to actually get the knockout onto Palma, not onto Groudon, almost gave that possibility Volticons could have gotten this, but looking at their position right now, Leon's not in a position that he can actually do much. Chori is trying to get that auto, and then it's the Blissey putting down the Egg Bomb. Like, okay, that's us. We get that.
Look how close that is. That endless ice spike is so close. Look at that. So close to finally getting the damage.
It's
and
slap.
it's the slap from the Blissey. What are these games tonight, mate? This is insane.
I thought it was the Egg Bomb, but I saw the slap slowly going through. I'm like, it's the slap. Oh my goodness. It's the slap that gets it. So congratulations to Sublime Montgrand moving into the lower finals to face off against 3 hours or less. Volticons, you played your hearts out. Thanks for participating. It got close. But tragically, that is how tournaments go. We are going to toss it to a break and get ready for that lower final, so don't go anywhere.
Hola, trainers, and welcome back. This is the losers final here. It's NA looking to take on EU. The last chance for NA here, Magical.
Last chance, and they got to make sure they are playing to their hearts out in this game, because Sublime, they're looking really good right now. They were able to get the momentum from that past series. They're going to definitely take that into the series against 3 hours or less. So if you're the NA team, you have to look at what happened in these previous games and see what were the power points. What can you do to make sure you're getting that advantage against Sublime Montgrand?
So, Psyduck banned straight out of the gate. Zacian banned by Sublime.
Wow.
They reckon, buddy, they've seen the games. They know what they need to do.
Real recognizes real right there and say, that is not something we can deal with. Get rid of that completely. But still, there are other elements of 3 hours or less that can work for them. We even saw in that series before against Komai, it was a 2-0, but it got down to the wire in that second game. And if you're Sublime Montgrand, you got to see what you can do to make sure you're having a similar turn of fate for yourselves and make sure you're beating 3 hours or less in a similar faction to Komai.
Truly. We have the Hooper banned, we have the Umbreon banned, Machamp will be banned out by Sublime. Let's see what the final one will be. Definitely won't be Tinkerton. Charizard Y is going to be the answer. That's the state of our game at the moment.
A lot of powerful picks open. Sirfetch'd has made it through. We have the Blissey still available. Moltres still available. Suicune still up and ready to fight too. There's so many picks that you can go for. We see this Blissey here, and if it's Sublime, they're not as keen on that Moltres as other teams. So wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being something like a Blissey Suicune pick.
Blastoise is there as well. Yep, Mbok is going to pull out that Blastoise. So, 3 hours or less, they have advantage of taking that Moltres. Now, them free Pokemon right there for 3 hours or less, it doesn't get any better in the meta right now than that.
But Granix is more than happy to take that Mega Lucario into that matchup against Moltres. Had done so against Voltikins and got massive leads for the team. And then Nachos onto the Zoroark here. Wow, it has been some time since we've seen this strategy, but the Comfey has been denied by Chubbs, not even letting that be a possibility.
You have to take that Comfey away. I mean, I don't think Sublime would take it because they already have the Blissey. They don't. Nachos does not need a Comfey on the side of this Zoroark, but it does mean that they can have that on Zelot, on Gravy, and that's going to be pretty big for 3 hours or less. Rezu is going to pull out the Dhelmise here as well, and I mean, looking at the paper here, this is one heck of a matchup. You've got some really great Pokemon on the side of 3 hours or less, very powerful Pokemon, but Sublime seem to have the answer. Kranix is back on this Mega Lucario. You have the Blissey that is so good against these crowd control all-rounders, and Blastoise Dhelmise to protect Nachos on the Zoroark.
But the only thing is they do lack a lot of that range initially into these fights, and having to deal with Espeon, we've seen what Espeon can do, and having a great front line in the Moltres, in Snorlax, Sirfetch'd as well to cause a lot of havoc for them. So this Espeon can get clean damage from the side is going to be nice for 3 hours or less. The Sublime are going to realize that, and they should be focused. They should be targeted only onto that Espeon at the beginning of these fights, because if they can get rid of that Espeon, that is a lot of power denied for 3 hours or less.
Yeah, no, it really is. That is literally the secure tool for them as well as Zelot being there. I mean, right now, it's really hard to predict where this game's going to go because both of these comps have counters for each other, and it's purely going to come down to the players in this one. And, we know how good Nachos is on this Zoroark. We'll see whether 3 hours or less has the answer for it as we kick off the lower finals here. It is a best of 3. On your purple side is 3 hours or less. Sublime Montgrand here on your orange side.
Do we get the full EU finals, or do we get NA versus EU once more? This game is not going to be the deciding factor for it, but it will start off that advantage for one of the teams, as Rezu already getting the first points and getting that dunk in early to try to get something going for Sublime right out of the gate.
Yeah, and they're going to find some more secures here as well, as Reggie is going to get pretty weak, but they will get back to the pad. Focus ban, though, has been popped so early on. Advantage Sublime so far if Rezu can get out of there, but on this top lane, it's all about Gravy being here on this Ultras, and that's going to be so difficult to take down.
There's Nachos showing up. Perfect time for Zorak to get there, but a lot of damage on to Blissey regardless, which makes it so Sublime don't continue the hunt. But all the while, Nachos like, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'll continue to farm up the entirety of the jungle.
Yeah, that's it. You know that you don't have your combos off just then. Gonna farm on up, getting so weak though, and the boosted will come through, but it's just the Comfey on the side of Gravy that damage wasn't enough, and they find the KO, and that is how you stop the momentum that Sublime were looking to build.
Wow, just blow up the Zorak there, and that is a tragedy for the side of Sublime. However, if we saw on the picture-in-picture, down in the bot path, at least some advantages are being garnered by downlines, getting a little bit back over the Snorlax and making sure so they have something going at least in one of their lanes, even if Nachos is struggling at the moment.
Oh, Gravy's trying to see if they can take this. We'll find it with a good bit of damage, and wise by Nachos not to go in on that for the fight because the resets are just too good. On the Moltres right now, tries to see if they can find the boosted onto the Comfey, but that will go straight onto Zealot, and he's going to be quite happy to just take that and get back to their pad.
And with these leads, slow leads for 3 hours or less, got to kind of talk about where this will ultimately lead us with these compositions, because I feel like both teams, they aren't fully indexed into one style or the other. They're both going to do fine throughout a lot of the stages of the game. Of course, Sublime would prefer to have a snowball rolling for Nachos, so that way this Aura Arc is going to be bursting through targets late game, but they're not going to be too fussed about that either, as long as they're not falling behind. They're staying even in that element, and it's going to work for them. And then they can even use Granix on this Mega Lucario to be another one of those factors. But unlike in the previous game, it hasn't gotten quite that massive advantage over the Moltres. He's actually 3 levels behind the Moltres here.
The Comfey makes all the difference here. You see, as soon as that Comfey gets onto the side of the Moltres, people are just walking away from it. They don't want to take that fight on a 1v1 because, of course, it isn't. It's technically a 2v1, and they've got an extra boost of healing. They do take the Red Drago though, as Gravy just puts more attention coming into this bottom lane and looks for the Red Lecky. Mbok might have something to say about this though, tries to get it with a good boost of damage, but it is taken by Scooby. Espeon will find it. Registeel goes over to the side of Sublime. Will it be enough to defend this pad with though, as Reggie's coming back in as well with a Snorlax. Good surf is going to push them off the goal at least, but that heavy slam opens up the Lecky to walk on in, and again, Moltres is doing Moltres things, mate.
And unlike in the previous series against Volticons, where that Mega Lucario had wrestled in and wrangled in the Moltres, this time around, the Moltres has been unleashed and even has a hula hoop that they're wearing this entire time to look fancy doing it.
Level 9 now on the side of Gravy. I mean, they have found 9 on the side of the Zorak, but that top lane matchup just hasn't gone their way. Level 7 for Kranich so far, so, you know, 2 levels difference is massive when you have a Moltres. The saving grace is that they're coming down into this bottom lane to try and put some more pressure down here against Sublime, and it does open up that top pad, but that is going to be pushed up against the Sefetch at level 10 as well. All the levels are looking good for 3 hours.
They're looking really good, but of course, you got to make sure you're still playing patiently, because if you get caught out in a bad spot, this Sublime team will punish you heavily. And it only takes that one play for Sublime to get the snowball rolling and be unstoppable. They are looking for that Moltres, or they are looking for the Espeon. Not sure which one they're looking for first, but Mega Lucario and Zorak aren't with the rest of the team. They're pushing in this top path. They're actually going to get quite a number of points with the slam in the bot path, trying to start it off for Reggie, but just not ready yet. They don't have their hula hoop. In fact, they are only in a 3v3, and they're going to be pushed back, not looking for any further fight.
Brilliant defense from Sublime down here, to be honest. They've had a lot of attention coming out of 3 hours or less, and they've been able to at least keep the pad up, and that's opened the door for Kranich to go score points and get themselves to level 9 at least. They find the KO on Reggie, and it is a very close game, despite how well the levels were for 3 hours or less at the beginning stages of this. The Regieleki is here. Gravy has their collar to look pretty doing it. The connection goes again onto the side of the Espeon. Saget Solaire will be used. fast, but it's too much damage from the Moltres combo with that Espeon. Will they be able to push the pad though? Regieleki gives them an extra Pokemon damage to do, but there goes Kranix with the cannon coming out, and they're going to go in with their combat power as well. Hydra Typhoon with them, and that's too much damage from 3 hours or less to handle. Magical pushing back Reggie here as they look to find the KO, but Stellar has arrived, and they have the Comfy on them as well, ready to go in with that Lunging Leak Nova Blast, and that's going to be enough to find Kranix and get a tasty overcast.
Really forgot about the Surfetch. She's been waiting this whole time, and now with Comfey trying to turn it around, but they finally got the knockout. Well, this whole time, Reggie was looking for a dunk there, realizing that, hey, maybe I can get the dunk in, but ultimately 3 hours or less, it goes back into what we saw for Voltigun's last time, where it was the Big Five, sorry, earlier, where they put so much trying to get that pad. Was it worth it? I think this time it actually was for 3 hours. They lost a few mons, but they didn't get fully ace, and they got quite the momentum swing.
Yeah, 99 points in the lead now. They've got level 13 on the side of Zella, and they're pretty comfortable. I mean, the difficulty is that Nachos has just hit level 14 and is finding some good picks against 3 hours or less. Very close with the score for that final stretch here. Reggie will zone out the plant of Blissey, and that will be a KO. Kranix is going to take the opportunity to go mega here, and will find a hit onto the side of Gravy. So again, level 12 finally on Kranix. They need 13 to be so effective in that final fight.
Oh, anchor shot, perfect on the Snorlax with 45 seconds until Groudon is here. Getting even more picks for Sublime is going to set them up for control around the objective. They aren't even using their Unite moves. They're just getting these knockouts and taking out the bot path.
That's everything you want. You're now a point up coming into this final fight. You're going to get yourself a Regieleki, and you've just hit level 13 on the carries that you needed 13 on. You've got it on your Delmise, you've got it on your Lucario. Now everything is in your favor, realistically. It's all going to come down to that target selection in this final fight.
Well, we do have quite a number of 13s, even a 14 for 3 hours or less. We just saw Nachos hit 15 on Zoroark. Massive threat, another anchor shot, and Rezu's on point. He's going fishing and finding birds instead of fish.
Oh, another dunk as well coming out from Nachos, giving them an extended lead here. But the fight is going to come in from this top side as Nachos is going to get their boosted, ready to go on Groudon. Use that to bounce off Reggie and at least pull their attention. Gravy's going to die through here. There goes the Mega, and the Lunging Leak Nova Blast is going to displace them all, though, with the Psychic Solaire as well. That finds Kranix, and they've taken the advantage. But no, Nachos finds the Groudon, and Sublime bounce back big time. They've managed to find just one KO. The Seaweed Snare will come through, and they continue to fight in the central area, while Sazero and Nachos are going to go and score. This is insane from Sublime.
Beautifully done from Sublime. The patience in that. They actually make it so that 3 hours or less of the team that feel forced to go and fight in Groudon, which plays into their hands. Sure, it was at the cost of the Mega Lucario, but that set up Nachos to clean up the kills, get the Groudon as well. So now Sublime, game one in the lower finals, one step away from getting their rematch against Komai.
That was brilliant. I mean, it felt like 3 hours or less. They had so much control in this game until Sublime found that final few moments to get themselves back in. They push that bottom pad, they get the objectives, they get the levels, they get the points, and then it was just a really good fight there. Nightfall Days coming out from Nachos. They will go down with the Lunging Leak Nova Blast, but another Hundo Burger, and that's going to be game one put away.
Well done from Sublime, and continuing that momentum they got from Volticum series, looking very good in this one and proving they're a team that it is impossible to predict and impossible to actually ban out because they have so many different styles they can bust out here in these games, bringing the Zoroark even without Comfey and looking clean on it.
I mean, when you're hitting level 15 before the final fight, you know you've had one heck of a game, buddy. I mean, that's just Nachos' Zoroark. The EU hates witnessing that, and they've just brought that trauma to NA in this game at least. But it is a best of 3, so it isn't over yet. 3 hours of less, they have that little margin that is this game that they can falter on. But now they have to win back-to-back if they want to make it back against Komai.
Not impossible. Sublime just did that against Voltigons. We've seen that happen quite a number of times today. It's not saying that 3 hours or less are out of this, but it is getting dicey, especially with how close these games are. That game was quite close, despite the Zoroark actually getting ahead in levels. We said before, the Zoroark early in the game just wasn't able to find those moments, but all it takes is one for Nachos. That one perfect moment to get that snowball going, and that is what happened for Sublime. That allowed them to pick up this first victory.
Yeah, that was so good. But now, again, it's about the adjustment from 3 hours or less. As you said, we saw that adjustment from Sublime in the previous set. We need to see that from this team here. And I think they did have some really good control. I think the Comfey was a brilliant pick from them. It took so many resources to take down Gravy and take down Zealot as soon as that Comfey was sat around their necks. And that was a really good pressure from them. But it was smart from Nachos, because any time that they saw that, they just avoided the fight with that Pokemon, went and got points, went and got farm, found the picks on the squishies when they could, and hitting level 14 and 15 in the late game, you know you've done your job in that section, and that was Sublime all the way.
Doing great. And I gotta give a big shout too. I know when we see the replays, we'll probably see quite a number of those anchor shots, but they were perfectly placed in many of these fights that really set a lot of the advantages that they were able to gain right out of the gates. That sets up Nachos to find these knockouts.
Yeah, that Dhelmise was just so clean, but it was a great front line, to be honest. And, you know, that's exactly why they're picking that Pokemon. And it was just a really good sort of clean synergy from Sublime in this one. But it wasn't easy to bounce back. That's what I will say. It's 3 hours or less. They had so much momentum on their side in the early stages. But it's this here in this bottom pad before the 2-minute mark that gives everything Sublime were looking for. Levels, points, nothing more you could do. And it's off the back of that pick there from Rezu.
Starting it off and making sure they were set up, or even earlier, there was the pull to make sure that the Surfetch was just a little bit too far extended and say, hey, we're going to keep you too far away so you're not going to get out of this one, setting up the team so that when it came time for this Groudon, you could see another, those anchor shots were just perfect,
So
forcing
good.
out so much. Gravy then has to be defensive on that Moltres instead of doing what they want, which is playing aggressively so they can actually look for these fights. It just, that's why I like Dhelmise. I want more people to play Dhelmise.
I'm with you. My friend Lobo is as well. He loves Dhelmise and calls for it. What I love here, though, is that Nachos is just concentrating on taking this Groudon. Like, look at the fight going on below him. The attention is pulled onto the side of this Blastoise so much that Nightfall Daze will be dropped, finds it, and then Nachos just dashes on out of there. Knows, I've got the objective. I just need to go score. The fight continues in this here as they try and deal with the Snorlax, the Sirfetch'd, and the Moltres, and it just allows Sazero and Nachos to run away and go score the points.
Score the points, keep the lead, and take game one. One game away from the grand finals. All they have to do is win this one by 3 hours or less. Bounce back in this one. Look at the draft and both sides staying on their respective sides from the previous game. Umbreon going to be the first ban by 3 hours or less.
Yeah, okay, so I think we won't see much change here. Zacian is going to be the backup as well from Sublime, Hooper, Psyduck, and then it was Machamp and Charizard Y. Let's see if that's the plan they stick with.
Yeah, honestly, for Sublime, giving up both the Surfetch and the Moltres, I thought that was going to be their doom, but they were able to find the win despite it. Nachos, again, on that Zoroark looking great, Rezu onto the Dhelmise, but it is going to be the same bans that we saw previous. Machamp going to be the last ban by Sublime, and I'm wondering 3 hours or less, do you go back, probably grab that Surfetch first? If I have to be honest, yep, there it is, going to be that Surfetch.
So last time they picked up the Blissey and the Blastoise on the side of Sublime. Let's see if that's the plan that they go with again. I mean, why wouldn't you? It worked so well for you, and that is going to be the plan out of this gate. And that opens the door for Moltres and Snorlax to be taken again.
Yep, pretty much going to have a run it back comp. No!
Ooh.
So I was actually going to get the Comfey early. Moltres going through. Sublime have already shown they're perfectly fine with not taking the Moltres at all, letting that go through, and it looks like they're going to do that again, grabbing Mega Lucario and Suicune this time.
This is really good, and that just means that like Nachos can comfortably grab whatever speedster they want to go for, or the Blaziken. I mean, we love seeing the Zero Aura coming out from Nachos as well. Scooby will stick with that Espeon, and Gravy will pick up that Moltres. So the fact that Moltres has been last picked here is absolutely insane to me, to be honest.
Same here, and we are seeing pretty much the exact same compositions. The only change is that Rezu's now playing Suicune as opposed to playing Dhelmise, but they are running it back. Both teams feel confident in their comps.
And I mean, the Dhelmise and Suicune play such a similar role that it's kind of the exact same comp here, but it's just going for that tank crowd control that can do a decent amount of damage. They're going to swap that over to the side of Mbok and give Rezu the Blastoise here. So this is so interesting. Running it back, I mean, maybe they felt like it was so close there as Sublime were able to bounce back in the final few moments that, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 3 Hours or Less did have a lot of control in that game.
I mean, they had a lot of control earlier into the game. I think the biggest thing is that 3 Hours or Less just kept overextending.
Yeah.
They felt like they had these leads, and they just need to recognize when they need to fall back because they were getting punished. But Dhelmise was a big factor of punishing them for those overextensions, and that's the one thing I wonder here for Sublime is not having that Dhelmise. Will it mean that they can't punish as confidently or as efficiently the overextensions that 3 Hours or Less might commit to?
Yeah, I wonder why they decided to go away from the Dhelmise here. It did work for them, but they want to pick up the Suicune and Blastoise combo, swap that around so Rezu's playing it. Like, an interesting decision from them. Let's see if it works to give them at least more control out of the gates as we say hello to the second game here. It's down to Sublime to take it all and get into that grand final, or 3 Hours or Less take us to a Game 3.
We'll see. 3 Hours or Less have struggled in that. They got so close at Game 3 against Komai, but it was all onto the flip at Groudon that they ended up losing out on. Right here, they're going for an early fight. Reggie taken so low, they're going to chase that to the pad, but there's that shield to keep the Pokemon on his feet. Not going to have to visit Nurse Joy. It is difficult to lock down those camps.
Rezu knows that they're weak, and that Snorlax is going to be looking for you with a good hit with the double boosted and the tackle. Gravy already in this top side and recognize that it is in fact now Gravy on the Sefetch, and Zella is going to take this Moltres here.
Interesting.
Good pressure already from them. This is the combo that worked so well in the first game.
Yeah, but swapping up who's playing each of them, very interesting. And we even see that was the Moltres staying in the lane, and it was that Surfetch into the jungle as it was different last time. Look at that damage on the Kranix. Lucario could not get out of there. Didn't expect to get burst down so quickly, while Zoroark does a lot, almost getting Zealot's life.
Yeah, Gravy's going to go back and get the healing from the home pad while Comfey will keep Zealot up and at least healthy. But that boosted from Nachos was so clean, managing to get a huge amount of damage on 3 Pokemon in that one swipe. Going to have to see more of that here if they're going to be able to control what that Comfey wants to heal.
But I'm looking at the mini-map right now, looking at the positioning. Moltres still playing aggressively into that Lucario and Blissey. Rezu got taken pretty low. Scooby making sure that they're having that range advantage. That's the one thing for 3 Hours or Less. They will always have that range advantage for the Espeon, but Nachos is able to close the gap pretty consistently as you see him do a lot, even to a defender like Snorlax.
Yeah, now they've got Mbok with a Suicune as well. Oh my god! Spots it, but that is a brilliant secure from Snorlax. They do go down, but the heavy slam was clean. It lands, it secures, and that is massive for 3 Hours or Less to get that global experience.
You take that any day of the week. You're going down no matter what, but you make sure your team gets the objective. Then you get back into the bot path where 4 of Sublime were ready to crash onto the pad, denying them the one avenue for an advantage. Try to start off the fight. It's a 3v4, but Zoroark not even going to stay around. Instead, going to allow it to be a 3v3, wanting to farm up instead.
Yeah, that was great defense from Scooby once again, using the side beam to stop those scores going in and defends that pad so well on their own until their team gets there. We do see the push from Kranix into the central area to steal it away from 3 hours or less. They're going for the rip now onto the Reggie bot, but they've got to watch out because Reggie is getting in a position where they're going to be able to stun 2 of them. Taking that nap there, Reggie bot will continue to be hit. It's going to be taken by the Blastoise. Good secure against none other than Gravy and the freeze as well. But again, that Comfy is going to be too good, and the Lungy League Nova Blast misses.
Big miss. Great from Sublime to dodge that, because that could have been devastating had that connected. Makes it so that not only do they get the objective, they don't lose anything for it, and they find a free Comfey far out in the jungle while the team takes Regieleki top.
Now, good pressure from Sublime, but Kranix has to get out of this position. They're not going to be able to survive that long against those two. Uses the close combat to give it a little bit of self-sustain and gets themselves out of there at least. Now it's pushing onto the bottom pad once again from Sublime. Just a lonely Comfy to take this on, with Espeon coming to provide that backup now, and there's Reggie. This is Sublime playing pretty patiently, actually. They're not diving too deep here.
I like it though. You are playing patiently. You're giving respect because you know that if you fall behind on a Zoroark, you are going to be impossible to get back into this game. But if you find that lead, like right there, finding that pick on a Snorlax, these small leads will start building up one after another. You start an avalanche with a small snowball, and it's right now the snowball gaining that momentum as 3 hours or less are trying to stop it. They got Blissey, and they're getting pushed into the Flux Zone, but with that zone still having so many points left, they are forced to use the ult to try to see if they can get anything, and it's going to be that spin back in with Gravy to help assist, and even with the Hydro Typhoon, it does not stop these knockouts from going over the 3 hours or less, but Granite showing up in the nick of time. Does he find Gravy? He gets the Leaf Dash out of there, so he survives. Well, Granite turns his attention back onto Moltres, but the Moltres too gets out of dodge.
That's actually really huge from Sublime to be able to pull out that Unite move just so that they can get away. And now they look to see if they can find Moltres. They have been able to pop out that Comfey Unite move, the healing fields forever, so they have not got that for this next team fight here. They find the KO on Suicune though, and that opens the door for Sublime to break this pad. But the rotation from Sublime, in fact, was up into that top lane to go and score all those points.
They're trying to make sure they're mitigating these losses they know were imminent in the bot path. A lot has been picked up by 3 hours or less. We have 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Suicune trying to get something as they have Rezu nearby too, looking for Zealot, but Zealot having that hula hoop around them is going to be difficult to take down too quickly. Nice slam back, but Zealot's so low, they got rid of Moltres. As Snorlax and Comfey, they're trying to get out of it together, but there's so much to chase them both back, while Surfetch and Espeon, they're farming it out. They don't even want to try to help out the Snorlax. You're on your own. In fact, the Snorlax even momentarily was ready to go back for the fight.
That Lecky has hit the T2 pad as well. 20 points more on the board. We have gone in with the Mega Lucario. Hydra Typhoon's going to come through from Rezu here, and that's going to be a lock on the Regirock as the Lungeon League Nova Blast isn't quick enough, unfortunately, and they will fall. This is a cleanup from Sublime in the bottom lane. They will get the biggest cap that they can, and they take the lead in this game.
Huge fight in that one. They haven't gotten the lead though. Still 3 hours or less, maintain that, but narrowly in that one. They're even, almost dead even when it comes to experience, but once you get that Regidrago, now we're seeing Sublime starting to build up the momentum. Level 13s for Zoroark, but Moltres 2 has already hit level 13.
Damn, yeah, it's facts. I can't math, unfortunately, bro. That's why I play Pokemon Unite, but they do have those levels they were looking for. This is them back in the game, and coming down to this 55 seconds left, they're going to see what else they can take before we say hello to that final fight. Look at where Nachos is right now, deep in that central area, but it looks like they might find the KO on Rezu, who has to go into that spin to get up the Flux Zone and get back to their home pad.
Does survive, almost got threatened by Zealot, who's debating whether they wanted to actually dive that, but recognizing they need to get out there, especially with 30 seconds left until Groudon spawns.
Oh my god, this is so incredibly close. They do finally take the lead, but there is 9 points between these two teams right now, buddy, and it is all gonna be in this final fight. Look at Zealot looking to go hunting. The freeze is really good. They're still really deep here. They've got 10 seconds left, and they're already in the fight against Sublime. This might be where he breaks out. Can't find the connection with the side shock, but it is gonna be the 5-song Inferno. Endless Ice Spikes will be connected. Can they find the KO onto Zealot? Yes, they do. Lunging Link Nova Blast doesn't find a KO either, and now it's all on Cranny to be able to find the hit, but that is a huge hit, and the Bliss Assistance will keep them healed up. Can they take down Gravy? That's got to be their next target.
Trying to get out of there. We see Surfetch running as fast as he can, but right behind him, hot in pursuit. 3 hours or less. Got to be careful because Sublime, even though they are stunned up momentarily, you are backed up into the wall, putting down the smoke screen to try to get out of there. But they've got the lockdown. They're ready for this fight. They're on to Gravy. Gravy tries to see if he can dash back, looks for it, but the ulterior camo, we're going to get
Oh my god!
defending. Surfetch is alive.
That is incredible play from Gravy as they get out of that position. Zealot is back in this fight. Nachos is so weak right now. They've got to go back, and Kranix has been taken down. There is too much firepower from 3 hours or less in this fight here right now, and they are able to take the fight and take the KOs. Backing up again is Blastoise after using the Hydra Typhoon. They rip the ground on, but Nachos is coming back in. 55 seconds left here, Magical.
It's getting close. Zoroark's ready. Blissey is low, but can they get it? It's going to be the Blastoise out first with so little health on the ground. He's going in 3 hours or less, and they ain't done with this tournament yet. They want to stay alive, take this game 2, get us into a match decider as they have gotten themselves the objective. They crash in the points, and 30 seconds left on the clock. A surrender from Sublime as they're ready for game 3.
This is insane. We were talking about how many 2-0s we had today. It feels like since you and me have taken to the mic, it's been free game city. It's insane play from 3 hours or less, and I think the firepower of that combo of Gravy and Zealot with the assistance of that Comfey was way too much in that final fight for Sublime.
Looking so strong and proving why those two picks have pretty much been permanently banned. Surfetch and Moltres are so good and so strong, but on their own they don't even need the Comfey, but with that Comfey to back them up, it's nearly impossible to actually get them down. And then you get one of them, you get the Moltres, you get the Surfetch, but then you have to deal with the other one still. Now it's the biggest problem that Sublime had. It's like they could use so much to get one knockout, but then all of a sudden you're dealing with the other one who's still ready for a fight and doing a lot of damage.
I mean, we can understand now why they swapped. Who was on what? The over 100k damage coming out from Zealot there with the Moltres. That was a good secure from the Blastoise here. That was really difficult against so much oppression from 3 hours or less. But this final fight, I can't wait to see, because that is really where it was way too much power from 3 hours or less.
It really was. And I feel bad for Sublime because they were playing so smart in a lot of this game. They were making the wise calls. But tragically for them, it's hard for Nachos to find these fights if there aren't the mistakes being made by 3 hours or less. If your targets that you need to get rid of too, it's not the Espeon in this game. The Espeon was kind of a bait. We even saw Rezu fall for the bait and get these knockouts onto Espeon, but then it's like, oh, Moltres is actually just completely taking out our entire team.
It was so good. I mean, they do really send onto that Espeon, and that was so close as well from the Lunging League Nova Blast. But this is where we felt like they were finally getting control, was the side of Sublime. They do eventually give themselves the lead just before the final fight, but it felt like here, Nachos just wasn't able to do anything. The Psychic Solaire here cuts off that boosted. They're KO'd instantly with a Power Nap, and they just could not break through the combo of that Savetched and Moltres.
Exactly, because even after you get the Moltres right here, they have that Moltres knocked out. They spend so much time chasing this lone duck all the way up north, and then by the time you're actually getting close to him, he gets saved by the Snorlax, so he's still alive, and Moltres has respawned.
and you got to show all those resources that you don't have, because you don't have Unite moves now, to find those KOs. And that was it. Look at this here. The combo of both of them is too much damage for them to deal with. They just go straight for the rip here. And it was a good effort to try and get in to go for the secure. But unfortunately, Nachos just gets blows up whenever they try to approach here. They do get that boosted off. Look at the damage coming in from that Sefetched already.
Yeah, just doing a lot to the Suicune as we get close to the Groudon. I think it's the heavy slam in combo with the Moltres, getting that, making sure it was the Snorlax we saw before, the slap from a Blissey. Get Groudon this time. It's the butt of a Snorlax that secures it.
I swear down, Snorlax looked frozen midair there as well before he landed and found the secure on that objective. That was insane. We are going to another game free here, Magical. It has been non-stop game frees here in this bottom, like, losers round. All the way from losers round 1, the top side has been nothing but game frees.
They have been so close. These teams are feeling the heat. They're playing at their hearts out in these games, and we are looking at the pick bands for our third game of the lower finals and find out who will join Komai Esports in the grand finals, as every band remains the same between the two teams.
Yeah, not going to change that at all. And to be honest, will we see any changes from 3 hours or less? Twice they've gone with the exact same comp. It looks like possibly entertaining. Nope, yeah, Chubbs is going to pull out the Comfey once more.
But not the Sefetched. They're pretty much saying, Sublime, you can take this if you feel comfortable enough with it, but then it's going to probably be a Mega Lucario as well as that Moltres taken, unless we have Sefetched. And do they go for the Lucario? No. They go for the Blastoise. So Moltres, Lucario, those are what I have my eyes out for 3 hours or less.
I mean, grabbing that Moltres again, Zealot did over 100k damage in that game, and they're going to pull out the Snorlax, sticking with that one here. You would expect the Lucario, but now they're going to rotate Nachos onto the Blaziken that we already saw was so incredibly good for Sublime in that previous set.
Yeah, it was a big part of the win that they were able to get over the Volticons in Game 3 was Nachos on that Blaziken. And so here, grabbing that for the team, another good tool to secure these objectives, feeling, especially with that last game, it did come down to the wire. It was the Snorlax Slam that secured it for 3 hours or less. And this time, Sublime want to make sure they have more tools and not going to lose out on these objectives, while Darkrai Mew will be the final picks for 3 hours, and then Mega Lucario for Sublime.
That is interesting. Okay, so we do have some slight differences here for 3 hours or less. Going to pull out a different kind of comp, but they still have that core of the Moltres, Comfey, and Snorlax. And I actually really like the Darkrai here as well. It's pretty good for dealing big burst damage onto the side of these all-rounders. This is it though, buddy. This is the final game of the lower bracket. Both teams have to go big or go home in this moment.
And kind of focusing in onto that Darkrai for Gravy, it will come down to the wire on this one, because if you can get a good sleep onto the targets of Sublime, especially at those critical moments like Groudon, we've talked about it before, Blaziken used to be unstoppable. Now it's just hindrance resistant. So there are better paths for this Darkrai to actually punish the Blaziken than were before.
Yeah, that is exactly the difference. And we saw it in that previous set where we expected Nachos to get the secure on that top objective and just didn't because of the endless ice spikes coming out from the Suicune. So we got to keep a close eye on that one. I do love the fact that they still have the probably 3 best all-rounders in the game up against that Moltres at this moment. They have more firepower, I would say, for that Moltres and Comfey combo, having that Lucario, the Sefetched, and the Blaziken. But is it going to be enough? That's the question on everyone's mind as we go on into this third and final game of the lower bracket. 3 hours or less on your purple side. Sublime Mongrand here on your orange side.
Let us know who you think is going to join Komai in the finals. Do you think we're going to have the double EU squad, a full EU finals, or will NA make sure they get their rematch and keep it NA versus EU all the way into the finals?
Good bottom lane here, but it's not going to be easy to secure again. Sazero is going to try and steal this away from Gravy. That's a very difficult central laner to out-secure.
Yeah, but we did see there was an early knockout already. Zealot taking advantage of that Farfetch not being evolved just yet. All this while, we see Gravy doing their best to fight over some of their camps with Saz. This Chansey being what Chansey wants to be best, which is annoying in the jungle, but eventually getting a little bit of assistance from that Comfey will force out Chansey, who cannot get that evolution just yet.
Provide some assistance over to the side of Nachos, get that Evo on Blissey, and they're going to stick together as a duo down into this bottom lane. I like this. You know that Moltres is up there with a Comfey. Try and find some good KOs as quickly as you can. Reggie here trying to pull the attention. Focus Band is popped. They will find the KO, and they get points in as well in that bottom part.
Getting a lot for that play, committing a lot of resources to make sure they get the knockout, but definitely worthwhile for Sublime. Don't really lose too much in the top path either, though we do see it was dead even in the points until we had that 5 points dunked in by Lucario.
Okay, and they're going to find the KO onto the side of Kranix, but that was a brawl if we've ever seen one. This is so interesting. Tie game now as they do find more points in there. But looking at the level 7 on Blaziken, nearly ready to go with their Unite move. That comes in at level 8.
Yeah, so very close to getting Nachos into a powerful position. But it is answered by this Moltres, who's already gotten 2 knockouts onto the Surfetch and was even looking to fight against the Blaziken. That Comfey's really helping out right now as they're continuing this battle into the stone, getting the knockout of Surfetch, who thought he had his pad to keep him safe.
Regidrago here getting ripped by 3 hours or less. Sazero is there and wants to continue to be so annoying on this Blissey, but doesn't really have the chance to secure against a Gravy and secure from Reggie. So now they're going to push this top pad, and again, Zealot is here just zoning them out from their own goal.
Just keeping them far away, saying you're not really safe on the goal. The pad's not going to offer you any alleviation from this pressure the Moltres Comfey combo is offering in this situation, as Reggie is getting chased down by Sublime. They're chasing him very far away, but picking up that barrier to get that movement speed, getting into the bot pad. Now, as everyone's got it grouped up here, only Surfetch has peeled away and now going north to try to get themselves that Reggie, while Reggie Lucky looking secured. Oh, it is secured by that Blaziken. Moltres getting a lot of damage onto Sublime.
Okay, and they do dive through with the resets, and that's going to be too much for Nachos as they go back to Nurse Joy. And that Comfey Unite move keeps Zealot really healthy as they score plenty of points. It'll be a 10 over cap. They could have got more, but it breaks the goal, opens up the experience, which is why Zealot wants to go take that away from Kranix.
Just taking everything away, making sure this Lucario not going to have an easy time. Same with that Blaziken, who is going to show up level 10, double digits for the Moltres, but be careful. You might have overextended a little bit, having pretty low on health. And then dashing away, we see the picture-in-picture just continuing to take away more farm from Sublime.
Oh my god, I mean, this is just both teams really going at each other. Kranix can't find a hit onto Gravy, who will find another stack with it only being 5 points they need in. Looking at the levels, though, they do have Unite moves ready on both sides, and they're going to fight over that central area farm in the picture. Surf comes through from Mbot, gets them up. The worst nightmare has been landed on the side of Nachos as they try and hide in the bush. Who wins that 1v1, though? That is the decider as they push this T2 pad continuing onto the side of 3 hours or less.
Look at how many points 3 hours or less are getting from this bot lane play. Zealot is looking clean on this Moltres again. Last game looked really good, but even more so in this game. Bullying around both the Blaziken and the Lucario, not to mention this Surfetch who seem absolutely lost on the map.
The difficulty is, like, Sublime felt like they didn't have an issue with the Moltres, but when it's paired with the Comfey, it is an issue for them. Look at the damage that we're witnessing here as they blow up Sazero, goes back to the Pokemon Center, and more damage will fall through, hitting not one but 2 Pokemon with one move. Sky Attack again, big burst coming out from you, and with that muted auto looking to come through, they nearly take down the Lucario, but they get a huge overcap, and it's 269 points to 147.
Another 16-point overcap, and they aren't done just yet, forcing them all back to their base. Almost find them up in the Flex Zone again for this Moltres as they're diving further and further into enemy territories. Granite trying to get onto this Darkrai, but the Moltres chasing everywhere you go. And as you took a power nap right in front of them, almost got that knockout. Granix is so low. Has to be careful. Didn't want to go any further and get Gravy to have a knockout on him, but now he's chasing that Darkrai while Regieleki has been secured by Sublime.
Hopefully we'll find the KO on that Darkrai. They survived the worst nightmare at least. Regieleki has been taken here as well by Sublime. Look at Zealot though, just constantly trying to make sure that farm isn't open for Sublime to get those levels. And in fact, Granix is going to go down here against Gravy. I mean, trying to escape, but oh my god, gets away from the Dark Pulls and breaking ankles here as they do get away.
Dodging that, now trying to heal up. He's got the shield, but looking for that again as Granite saying, okay, fine, do that. I'll dunk a couple more points, at least get something by staying alive, and we look elsewhere on the map. These plays, eventually Granite does fall, finally taken down. Can't break his ankles forever. We do see there is a good push from Sublime in the bot path.
This is needed. This is really needed. The dash from the rest of the team is coming quickly here, and they've actually decided to go on the retreat, knowing that Moltres was going to be rotating down. So now they're going to go back to the home pad, see if they can get up into that top lane, I expect, but no, Zealot is going to stop two of them from being able to go home. Finds the pressure onto the side of Sazero as well as Mbok, and they will fall. Sazero is running away here, trying to get into that top side and go home, but Mew is looking to find them. Instead, goes for the farm.
Going for the farm, saying, all right, it's not really worth overcommitting. I don't know the location of my enemy, but Zealot was pushing back onto this ball pad again. Somehow, this Milk is so slippery. Nearly impossible for them to actually take down unless they commit so many resources too. And as we are having a Registeel secured by 3 hours or less, we are 30 seconds away from Groudon. NA having the lead into this final fight is nice for them at Sublime. They've got to find some sort of miracle to bounce back into this game and get into the finals.
I cannot wait to see the damage stats of Zealot in this game. He has been incredibly aggressive on this Moltres, and it has really put Sublime on the back foot any moment they felt that they could get back. Their farm has been taken from them. The block onto the side of the Blastoise has to surf out to Mbok, and it's these eggs that are being used by Sazero already to keep the Blastoise on their feet. The flank could come in here from the side of Kranix, but they're kind of isolated with their team being in the central area.
You know that 3 hours or less have a massive lead. It just said that, but they are actually starting up the ground on getting some damage. Granix behind them, trying to see if he can be sneaky. They've now spotted him out. Do they actually want to go for the rip on the ground? They're gotta be careful. Typhoon, it's the lockdown. Moltres gets it, securing NA's spot into the finals, making sure NA is not done just yet and deny Sublime their final fight, as 3 hours or less will be your team to join Komais in the grand final.
I mean, to be honest, was it going to be any other Pokemon? Zealot has been dominant in this game. What I am amazed at is that I think it was the Moltres Unite move that managed to secure that one, buddy. So,
I think so too.
Zealot making it even more harder for himself, but nevertheless, getting the secure. A minute left, plenty of points needed for Sublime. I think they're going to accept their fate. It was a brilliant, really good, clean fight from 3 hours or less.
And showing the power of Moltres here. Comfey buffing it up even further past the points that we even already knew from Moltres, making it look even more disgusting in this series. In 3 hours or less, playing these fights so well. Zealot looking so good on this Pokemon.
I genuinely think that they should have looked at banning the Comfey, to be honest with you, Magical. I think that, like, twice now, they have seen that that has made a huge difference onto the Scepet and the Moltres. Like, Sublime felt like the Moltres could be handled in the previous set, and they did. But in this one, the Comfey has been the difference. Has just not gone down. And even in the first game, when it was still a massive issue for Sublime.
It really was. It's one of those picks, too, that you're want for Sublime, because they have Nachos, they have the Zoroark, but it was a great take from 3 hours or less, and I even questioned, they picked that first in this final game. I was looking at the Surfetch, the Moltres that they had been taken in these so early on, and there was that possibility that Sublime would have even grabbed the Moltres away from them too, denying them that power, but they just didn't want that, or didn't have that know-how onto the Moltres, and it gave 3 hours or less that powerful combination.
I fully expect 110k damage or something like that from Zealot in this game. We'll have a look in the battle day. It just felt like they were constantly dropping damage onto the side of Sublime, even when they were on their own. Or I say on their own, they had Chubbs around them like the entirety of that game, but they were pushing up into the side of Sublime's T2 areas to steal the farm away when their team wasn't there. 151k damage, Magical.
That's, it's funny. I was going to say, I'm like, I felt like it was more than 100. It was a lot, but I didn't think 150 is where it was going to be at. Absolutely a monstrous performance. 45% of the team's damage just in Moltres.
This is a 5-player game, and Zealot has done nearly half of the team damage in that one Pokemon. And of course, it is only possible because of Chubbs being there. That 14k recovery was pretty much purely just on that Moltres, and that was the difference between them dominating on that Pokemon and having some counter.
And we get to see some of these replays. It was one of those games that's kind of like, it was close until it wasn't. And the big factor was Zealot, where everything else was fine, but then you saw wherever this Moltres went was success for 3 hours or less. It was purely onto how they played around Moltres and let Zealot just be a carry.
Yeah, this is exactly how this Pokemon is meant to be played. I loved how aggressive Zealot was in it. The amount of times that we saw them diving up the Flux Zone, trying to take farm away from Sublime. I said it during the game. Any time Sublime felt like they could have a breath and have a moment, Zealot was there.
And that's why they find this victory. They make sure that NA aren't done. They have been running the gauntlet through the lower brackets, and it's gotten them a ticket into the finals. They have a chance to get some revenge against Komai, who've been waiting this entire time. They've been able to study these games the teams have been playing. They are ready for their challengers.
The question is, okay, here we go. So I do think it was the Fire Song Inferno that's coming out here.
Let's see.
And I'm so surprised at that because it just feels so anticlimactic. Does this Unite move for how powerful that bird is, but you've got to hit it bang on basically to do the damage, and that's what Zealot manages to do there and does a huge amount of burst. Brilliant effort from Zealot. Literally put this team in this game on his shoulders with the assistance of that Comfey.
Yeah, pretty much said, all right, let's go, Faye. We're going to win this game. We're going to take this series, get into the finals. We're going to toss to a break so we can get ready for the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. EU versus NA. Which region comes out on top? You'll have to find out.
All right, trainers, this is it, the big one, the grand finals, the final one for the Springbeat here by MQL Magical, and it is a revenge set as 3 hours or less are looking to take on Komai once again.
They are looking to see if they can get revenge. They got 2-0'd, but that was a close 2-0 in the winners finals, where we are down to the Groudon secure and steal by Ghatlue that got Komai that victory. They guarantee themselves into the grand finals, while 3 hours or less had to play a brutal best of 3 against the Blymonk Grand in that lower finals to make sure they have this revenge, as we are going into a best of 5 now, where we give an advantage for the first game 2-3 hours or less. There's not going to be a bracket reset. It's just going to be that 1 game advantage to start off for Komai.
Ooh, okay, so straight out of the gates, let's get rid of that Moltres. They know what they've just seen, and they're like, yeah, we don't feel comfortable. Let's take that out of the game. They do ban out the Hooper on the side of 3 hours or less, and I think Safetch is probably going to be on the ban table as well, yeah.
You gotta ban the Machamp too, though. It's even if you feel like you can get that Blissey to help counter that Machamp, Ghatlue has looked really good on that. So looking at this final pick for the bans, Komai kind of going through a couple choices. Blissey makes a lot of sense. The one thing that can counter that Machamp. But I am looking at the other picks that have kind of been left open because of it. We still have Umbreon, Blastoise, Snorlax. These defenders are getting through. So which one does Komai want most?
Yeah, the fact that they banned the Machamp is they're recognizing that Ghatlue is so bad, so good on that Pokemon, sorry, that's so bad for them to deal with. Let's see what they want to go with for the first pick, because that Charizard Y is there, but so is the Mega Lucario that 3 hours like to take. Toast is going to pull out the Charizard Y.
Grab that, but I'm expecting it to be in trade for something like a Snorlax or an Umbreon. Umbreon should be a top pick, I think, for 3 hours or less in this one. Great to make sure they're getting some zone control. Great with the mean look to stop a lot of these fights. Even having Reggie on the Snorlax or the Mr. Mime. I still love that Mr. Mime, and I think more players should play that, but maybe it'd be a little early to grab that, so they decided to go for the Snorlax and give themselves a double defender.
That's an incredibly strong defender duo, especially because you don't really need to look for a support now if Gravy's going to, or whoever's going to play the Umbreon is going to go for the Witch moveset, but Narami is going to do the exact same. They've got the Aquaring capability of the Vaporeon, and Ghatlue gets the tried and tested Mega Lucario. The last time we've seen them take double Megas on the side of Komai, they absolutely dominated.
Exactly. So it's really a tough thing. You've given over this Mega Lucario instead of taking that away, wanting that double defender, triple defender. Oh my goodness. 3 hours or less are looking.
Oh,
okay. It's got to be a remake. I was about to say, I'm like a triple defender. That is a wild one. So we'll get this remade quickly, but I'm assuming a lot of it's going to remain the same.
Yeah, I think at least up until that Mamoswine pick. I was like, wow, they really want to take down Ghatlue here. They're going all out to lock down this Lucario as a good... We'll see what they decide to go with after that one, but I think the double of the Charizard Y and Mega Lucario has been so strong for Komai here that it's a bit of an unwise move to give that over to both of Komai again.
Exactly. It would be very tough for them, so... I'm very curious to see what's going to be the answers here for 3 hours or less as we get this remake done really quickly. And I'm assuming that a lot of the bans are going to remain the same. I'm just wondering if it's going to be the double defender and the Snorlax and Umbreon that's going to change, or if it's going to be what I expect that Mamoswine pick to be the change.
I feel like you've got such a good combo with Snorlax Umbreon that like you wouldn't really need anything else. I think the Mamoswine probably, I mean, you've got so good with the Wish coming out from Gravy or whoever's going to play that Umbreon, so you don't really have to worry about a support. You've got we've witnessed how good Reggie's Snorlax has already been tonight, so I think you stick with that combo. But then the other question is, does Scooby stay on the Mew? Because Scooby has been playing the Mew or the Espeon pretty much exclusively tonight, so either pick is going to be very strong for them, but I think still looking for the combo.
I think I like the Mew a little bit better here. Something that is a little bit more safe going up against a Charizard Y and a Mega Lucario. Having that self-peel tool. Yes, Espeon, you can use the Psychic Slayer to kind of lock people down around you, but that's also assuming they get over towards you. And we already know that Mega Lucario can do that damage from range and then get nearby if he wants to, or even with Charizard, he has great ways of getting into that backline and avoiding that if need be.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of with you. I think that's probably going to be the better pick for them, but I mean, we're just waiting for this to kind of continue with the pick ban phase, but nevertheless, Komai Esports, as you've mentioned, will have the advantage coming into this grand final from the winners' side. They did beat 3 Hours or Less with a 2-0 victory in the winners' final, although it felt like an incredibly close 2-0 victory and didn't really show what that game was like. But it does mean that 3 Hours or Less have to win 3 games back-to-back here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a lot for 3 Hours or Less. They only have the wiggle room of a single game because Komai do start off with a single game. Yeah, a single game. So they only have that single game advantage. I had to make sure I was doing that right. While Komai, they have a little bit more. It's going to be that 2 games that they have to really worry about and don't have to worry about too much. Then after that, when they're at that match point, they're going to have a lot more pressure put onto them. So for Komai, of course, they would love to get the sweep. They'd love to end this just in 2 games, get to bed, and say that they got the victory. While 3 Hours or Less, they're going to be continuing to play and try to see if they can drag this out into the late stages of the night.
Yeah, it's pretty late here in the EU region, by the way, chat. So it's getting pretty late for Komai. But nevertheless, they're going to give it their all. They will want to finish this. This is a best of 5, chat. So we're moving away from the best of 3s here. It will be fought out across the entirety of a best of 5. But they do have that 1 game up. So they're going to want to finish this quick. It is getting pretty late. 3 Hours or Less, though. They're warmed up. They're fresh off a victory and a well-fought one. Whereas Komai, they've at least cooled down a little bit, buddy. They've been waiting in this grand final for a little while now.
Okay, just got some word that it's only going to be a couple more minutes, and then we're going to get back to the game, figure out what exactly happened, so that way we can bounce back into this one and get our grand finals underway. Sadly, Pokemon Unite having issues. It's bound to happen eventually where we get something to come up. That's just online tournaments and the state of the game.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately. That's the way that the game goes, and especially in Pokemon Unite, especially when you have so many different devices that you play this game on. Nevertheless, I think we got to give a humongous shout out to MQL because this tournament has been brilliant, magical. We've been on day 1 and day 2. We've had some amazing casters. The games have been some of the best games that we've seen in Pokemon Unite for a while.
Sorry, I just started.
I saw you choking there, buddy.
Well, I was trying to get a quick drink in, but it did not help out at all. But yes, a huge shout out to everyone who's been putting on these games, the organizers as well. Shivam, our producer, making sure we get all these awesome games. We got Beams helping out with a lot of it too. I know Rosander's been helping out, so it's been awesome to get this Springbeat. And as you said, huge shout outs to MQL. Sadly, they got eliminated pretty quickly today, but still awesome that they were able to put on this event.
Yeah, I love these kind of events. The multi-regional events are just the best time because it's all these different regions coming to get against each other. You've got issues with ping, but then you've got, both teams wanting to fight for their region. It's just so much fun, and it's kind of a true test of how these teams are and which region is on top. I mean, right now we're in a grand final as we get back into this first game of it, and Komai Esports at EU, 3 Hours or Less at NA.
And here we go. Same bands I'm expecting for both teams. Moltres, Hoopa, Surfetched. I'm trying to remember. It was Machamp and something else there for 3 Hours or Less. Well, Blissey probably will be that final band for Komai too. Nothing. Oh, Psyduck. That was the other one. So pretty much going to stick with the same bands.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect much change up until at least those final few picks. I'm absolutely certain that that's what Komai are going to hope for, at least. Let's see if they stick with it with a Mewtwo, a Y for Toast, and of course, the Mega Lucario for Ghatlue was the picks.
So expecting a lot of that to stay the same, and then have a Snorlax and Umbreon locked in for 3 Hours or Less. Yep, going to go with the same thing. So it's going to be that second part of the picks for 3 Hours or Less where we saw the issues. So with Ghatlue back onto Mega Lucario, I think that was Vaporeon. Yep, so Narami getting that for themselves. What do 3 Hours or Less now draft for themselves to pair up with the Double Defender?
Okay, so This is it. This is the bit where we stopped. Let's see what they're wanting to go for. We did think Scooby was going to stick on the Mew, but they do have options with the Espeon as well. Looks like they're going for the double speedster tactic here. The good thing about this double speedster tactic, Zealot's going to pull out the Zacian. No, it wasn't banned, so Zealot will get access to that, and Gravy is back on that Darkrai.
I didn't even realize that until Zealot locked it in. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You just traded the Moltres for a Sword Dog. That is a problem. Zealot's so good on that Sword Dog, and with Gravy having a Darkrai too, great for a lot of these fights to put threats to sleep. Nils will round out with a Slowbro for Gek with that Espeon, but what do they want to have for their attacker for 3 hours less? Venusaur would be, oh wow, the Venusaur is what they go for, so having quite the powerful team fight here for 3 hours or less.
I really like that. They completely changed the way that they play this, and they've got big damage from the Venusaur, as we do see the shake-up of what held items are going to be picked here. It does look like it's going to be the beams. I was like, are we going to get a Pedal Dance Venusaur? But I'm looking at the spoon and both of the glasses, so I think that will be a Beemu coming into the game. But they have got the picks they were looking for of Komai Buddy. They've got that double mega combo that they love so much.
But it also is for the picks that 3 hours or less love to have, to Zealot on to that Zacian, Gravy back onto Darkrai. So a lot of power. So both teams getting a lot of comfort into this first game of the grand finals. There's that advantage that Komai start off where they have technically a game 1 victory already, but it is still going to be quite the first game between these two teams to start off our grand finals.
Yeah, it's the best of 5, so we know that this first game will just give the momentum over to one side. Komai already have that advantage, and if they do win this game, they're already on set point. 3 hours or less, they got to win 3 games realistically, back-to-back to take this one away, and that is an incredibly tall task, but they're a team that are up for that task.
Yeah, they can only drop a single game, and then after that, they are going to be at tournament point. And here we go, loading into the grand final. Komai Esports representing EU, 3 hours or less representing North America. Which region will come out on top? Which team will win the MQL Springbeat?
Yeah, that's any way that we could have wanted it. Up in that top lane, it is the all-rounder matchup that we'll keep an eye on. It's all about the level 5, and the Snorlax invading will make the difference between whether Zacian can keep up.
Looking at how our teams are moving around at the moment and where everything is going, we're actually having quite an invade here from Snorlax and getting some pressure onto that poor Charmander to start off the game.
Does mean that unfortunately Zealot will be KO'd, so stacks will reign in here for Lucario out of the gate as Ghatlue gets ready with that. And in the meantime, Narami is now going to invade. Gravy tries to keep them held up from getting in out of this position here. Zealot wants that assistance. They do have Snorlax with them now. Lucario gets out of that fight. Narami is in a position where they'll have a lot of damage dropped onto them from Gravy.
Seeing how Reggie's still kind of low on health. A nice target, easily taken down by Komai. So striking hard and looking for some of these points as they do have to trade the Charmeleon. Sword Doggo is at least able to get something, but it's got to be careful. Zealot getting chased back far away, waiting for it, but there it is. Narami making sure they got the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a position there where they're like, I ain't got anything I can do. I'm not making it out of this. Let me see if I can get some self-sustain. But unfortunately, Narami finds that KO. Snorlax is still invading in the central area here, but he's trying to limit Toast on this Charizard. Narami looking for victory against Gravy here as well, but will be hit by the sleep as well as this blue buff. And that gets them pretty weak as we see Zealot looking to see if they can get in here, but Narami will find the KO and look to retreat.
Looking at how Narami's got his avenue out of this one. It's like, where do you go? He is getting chased. Zealot is looking for that one. He even has the Darkrai nearby. But Narami doing a great job of kind of keeping him at bay and even still being a nuisance while running back towards the team.
I love Narami in this role. They are so oppressive, but unfortunately, free Pokemon proves to be a little bit too much for Vaporeon there. Regidrago taken by Komai Esports gives them that global experience, but now they have just come straight around to Ghatlue, who actually survives so much damage there, but will fall. Even the close combat, not enough to give them the self-sustain. 720's top lane completely controlled by 3 hours or less, but Komai looking for the control down here.
Seeing how we have that Umbreon about to get back into the bot path. Snorlax has already shown up for Reggie, but still damage from Toast to secure these objectives and get themselves to the camp. Well, Gravy has spotted out a Slowbro a little bit too far out of position.
First objective spawning onto the field in these lanes so far. Good zoning from 3 hours or less straight away, but guess what? Toast has Seismic Slam ready to go. Just needs a little bit of assistance from their team here as they get ready to pop that one off. Having that at this stage is massive for their team. Big Beam will come through from that Venusaur. Block coming out as well from the Snorlax. Look at where Chubbs is. They're just waiting to see whether they can go in and secure this, but it will be taken by Komai.
Komai getting themselves to these objectives and starting off this game pretty strong right now. 3 hours or less. Looks difficult for them to position. There's a Seismic Slam onto the Snorlax, and now, as he has lifted up into the air and trying to breathe down fire from above, Reggie's going the opposite way. Regieleki will crash in, and that bot path is gone.
Yep, you use your Seismic Slam for it, but it means that you can get an overcap if you so wish. They're waiting to see if anybody is around. They don't want to break it to open up that experience too quickly, but they're going to have to, as it does mean 155 points to 97 so far. Komai have the advantage, but 3 hours or less are catching up with these levels and cutting down that point lead.
Getting at least something for 3 hours or less, getting a little bit back, but it's kind of like they're getting small change while the big fortune's been made by Komai. They've gotten a lot going for themselves, trying to fight and secure from Ghatlue onto these objectives. He has been on point with a Psychic Solaire, starting off and making sure they got the knockout onto Gravy. Double slam from Snorlax, but the block not really helping out because the rest of the team just not prepared. Zealot's nowhere near. The 5 still running strong for Komai, pushing him back into the Flux Zone to get the double knockout for Ghatlue as Zealot finally shows up, slicing through the Espeon, looking for another one of the evolutions, but it's getting hard to chase this down too far. Finally on top of that Vaporeon, but those Aquarines healing up forever. Zordoggo now on the run, and Snorlax has shown back up with Gravy right behind, getting Seismic Slammed by Mega Charizard. Why? As Komai completely destroy that fight.
That was great control. The mean look will land onto Toast, so they won't get much more out of that Unite move, but they found the KO they were looking for nevertheless. And I'm sorry, I cannot stop watching Narami in this game, Magical. This Vaporeon play is so impressive. They get so weak, manage to stay on their feet, and they're such a nuisance to 3 hours or less here. Ghatlue, though, is in a sticky situation. Mean look has been popped. Acro Wing is going to come in once more, and that means that they still have the advantage.
Still have the advantage and have quite a massive lead, and looking at 3 hours or less, they're looking for any cleanup, but even that is not working for them. Ghatlue's gotten so far ahead now, level 11, doing so much with these punches, close combats doing so much, and then chasing Zealot into the Flux Zone again. A 2v3 that they're dominating now with more support for 3 hours or less. It's also more support for Komai. First knockout down to Ghatlue could start off a change for 3 hours or less, get them something back in the game, but it's hard for them to get much more than that. They're chasing far, looking for Komai, been able to get to relative safety.
Oh, good hit, though. They do take down Umbreon there, having to use the Aquamarine Splash to keep their team in that fight. They do find Narami finally on the side of 3 hours or less, and they're going to use the worst nightmare onto the side of Gek here, who will survive this fight so far. It looks like they're going to come out of that without being KO'd. Slow Beam will find the Darkrai and KO them, and with a Seismic Slam landing from Toast, they just demand respect in these team fights. Verdant Anger doesn't find a single KO, and Komai Esports win the top lane once more.
Win the top lane and are in the lead for points. We have just a little bit more than a minute until Groudon, and they are looking very strong. But there are some ways that 3 hours or less can get back into this game. But one of them being, they gotta get that Umbreon to level 9. Still only level 8, now hitting at that 9th level to get their Unite move.
217 points to 166, so it is a close enough game, at least in this final moment. Just one Hundo Burger will be enough for 3 hours or less to take the lead. A good cut here onto the side of Toast, who does manage to survive. This is a really dangerous position for 3 hours or less to be in, actually. They're going to have to retreat out of the central area, being so close to the ground on a huge amount of damage that they are able to find at least. The Rami does get so weak, but Aqua Ring does so much healing.
Does so much, but Narami is still taken pretty low, and now a follow-up defender down at the moment when we're about to get Groudon to spawn, but should be back up before. Take Solaire to try to see if they can stop any further fight, but that Lucario doing so much to help clean up these fights. They've gotten rid of the Umbreon, and they're looking for any more juicy targets as Ghatlue ready to go unstoppable. Groudon has spawned Zealot, still chasing on a Nils, but he's kept away from the important thing. The Groudon has really got to be in the sight of 3 hours or less. They need this miracle. They've got the power nap in the middle. They've got vision, but they got to get the Sacred Sword into it. The Snorlax couldn't steal it. Ghatlue securing Groudon again, which means Komai will take this first game and have a 2-0 lead in the grand finals.
I love how the entirety of that team were just sat waiting for that Dark Pulse Darkrai to come out of their position and get KO'd. This has been a confident game from Komai Esports. Beams will come through, Verdant Anger as well to try and stop these scores going in. There's a 35, there's an extra 70 coming in as well. And this is just going to be a closeout from Komai Esports, and they will be on set point instantly in this set.
Looking strong in this first game, like they haven't missed a beat. They had a little bit of time to breathe, relax, watch the games, and figure out ways in which to punish 3 hours or less, and they did so perfectly in this game. While we still have 50 seconds left on the clock, the point differential between the two teams is quite large, and it might not be possible, even if they're chasing and getting all these knockouts, for them to get back into the game regardless.
Yeah, Ghatlue will get an extra 60 here, and I don't think there's enough change on the field for 3 hours or less to make that difference. Gek will get another 42 points in the home pad as well, and that's going to be all she wrote in game one. 3 hours or less are going to have to go back to the drawing board and see what they want to do to handle Komai in the next game, and they're going to have to do that for the next 3 games.
And what can you really do here? Because Komai completely dismantled 3 hours or less in this game. Pretty much every stage of the game, we're looking clean. And the biggest parts were the team fights that Komai, I don't think they've lost a single one of the fights against 3 hours or less in this game.
No, I'm completely with you. I don't think they did at all. And it's the fact that Toast came into that first rotation of objectives with a level 9 Charizard Y. Seismic Slam was able to go from 7 minutes in that game, Magical, and that is massive for your team. The double megas worked so incredibly well for Komai Esports.
It really did. And this has been something they've been utilizing a lot in the day. Has been the double megas with Charizard Y when let through. Same with Mega Lucario. And that's a problem I feel like a lot of teams have, is that Ghatlue looks so good on Mega Lucario, but also looks really good on the Machamp, so you can't just let one of them through, but then you're using 2 bans on them, which leaves Toast to get Mega Charizard Y, or worse, like in this game, Komai getting both of the Megas.
It's a good amount of damage from Scooby-Doo. Where are you? With 101k, 32% of the team. But when that doesn't convert into KOs and important KOs, it ain't going to be enough for your team. And we saw that multiple times in those team fights as Komai just managed to keep ahead of 3 hours or less in the entirety of that one, and actually taking the most important objectives throughout that too.
It's just looking really dire for 3 hours or less, as they already start out with a disadvantage going into the series because there is going to be that extra game that they have to forfeit over to Komai. But Komai dominating in this first game, getting them to that set point, to tournament points. It looked like a massive canyon had developed between the two teams. I don't know if it's maybe burnout for 3 hours or less, or just Komai reading them like a book, but it looked like this did not look like the same series we saw from these two teams earlier in the day. It looked like Komai are the unstoppable juggernauts.
They get so confident when they're in grand finals to Komai Esports. I mean, as we have a look at these highlights here, buddy, I mean, they were the team that took down the undefeated BH3 in the UCS region. Like, they are the champions for a reason. Like, when they get into these grand final games, they are a different team and they are nasty to play against. This was a brilliant combo, but we have already seen where 3 hours or less have been on the back foot and they just bounce back really aggressively. That's what we need to see from this team now.
Exactly. They got to play that chaotic style that worked so well against Sublime and almost worked earlier against Komai themselves. But it's got to be something different. There's got to be some sort of change to really help set them up for more successes in these games. And I wonder if maybe it is grabbing that Mega Lucario away from Ghatlue to act as a fourth ban in these games, because looking at the bans, Hoopa, Psyduck, Machamp, it's hard to let any one of those through for Komai because they're going to take that quickly if it's left open.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you as we have a slowdown of the Groudon fight here, and we'll see who manages to take it. Narami's zoning was so good here. I think it's a side beam coming in from Nils at least. Yeah, that's going to do enough damage. No, it's Ghatlue that takes it anyway, but it was there. It's going to be taken by Komai. But I'm with you. I think the difficulty is that, like, it continues to ban the Machamp, because I do think that Pokemon, it just gives too much to anyone that can take it, because submission, it's not that difficult to get value out of that move. But then take the Mega Lucario. I think you've definitely got a player capable of playing that Pokemon. Take it away from Ghatlue and force him onto one of his other picks. I mean, might even force him onto a Greedent here.
Well, I mean, that would be interesting to see if you could really force them into some of these other picks and make it a little bit more likely for you guys, a little bit more friendly when it comes to a lot of these fights. But it is going to be tough. I think one of the starting things is going to be swapping sides. We do see that 3 hours or less is going to move over to the purple side. So giving them, I think, a little bit more, and this is going to be nice.
And this is it, though. This isn't just set point, buddy. This is champion point. This is entire tournament point here for Komai Esports. They just got to take this one to win the entire thing. And now 3 hours or less have to do one of the hardest things in esports to do, and that is a reverse sweep. They have no margin of error in this one anymore.
Hey, but the thing is, they have managed these reverse sweeps already. They did so against Sublime on ground just before this one, so they can go into this one and get that momentum and try to see if they can start this reverse sweep off against Komai.
It did it against Volticons as well in the semi-final. To be fair, they lost that first game and then just bounced back to win against them. So they very well rehearsed in how to do these reverse sweeps, but can they do it against the team that has dominated this tournament so far?
Oh,
and there you go.
Wow.
Gonna take that straight out of Ghatlue's hands. What do they do with the Machamp?
Do they want to ban the Machamp or grab that first with Moltres getting banned? Probably going to be Surfetch to join them on the bench, or you focus on things like Hoopa, like Psyduck, try to get those out of the hands of Komai early.
Double targeted ban to Ghatlue there is insane. If I was Komai, I'd have left that Moltres free or the Surfetch free, force their hand. You either have to ban the Machamp or ban one of those, and they can get that pick. So now with all that off the field, what's going to be the first pick here for 3 hours or less? We've pretty much got every defender you could possibly want out of the gates to go for.
And there's even the Hoopa too that they can grab early into this one if they want to. Give them that map movement to move around a little bit more consistently to see if they can mitigate some of what Komai were able to do last game with their movement around the map. They opt for that Umbreon, grabbing that very early so they at least get one of the top tier defenders right away.
I expect Komai to go for a support and tank here, probably the Blastoise. Something like the Suicune could work as well for them. Let's see what they're going to put the more attention onto. Mamoswine has been shown up a little bit here. They're just tiling between them. Ghatlue is going to go for their Garchomp instead. This is another pick that we mention a lot for Ghatlue when they can't get access to that Lucario or Machamp, and it works for their team.
Yeah, I like that Garchomp. It's been doing a lot of great things throughout the tournament, so something that can scale well into the late stages of the game with Gek on Vaporeon again to heal him up even further in these fights. But 3 hours or less, have ways to kind of answer that, and it looks like they're debating it. Zealot back on to the Sword Dog, and Reggie again onto Snorlax.
Yeah, that's a brilliant pickup by 3 hours or less, as they see probably Chubbs running that wish in this one as well. So let's see how Komai Esports look to answer this, because both defenders will be doing the healing in this. Narami's going to go for the slow bro instead of going for some sort of disrupt like the Sableye. We've seen Narami do so much. They're actually going to steal the slow bro here, which is actually very good for trying to shut down things like Zealot with that Sovereign Sword.
Getting great things to lock down, which the slow beam doing so much in these fights. And then for 3 hours or less, what other options do they have? They go for, a Galarian Rapidash and that Dragonite. We saw the Dragonite earlier, and remember how disgusting that was right out of the gates and looking really strong, even in Dragonair.
Yeah, I really like the Dragonite pick. I hope we see more teams pick up and play with this, because it is genuinely a really great pick in the game right now. Toast, though, is going to pull out the Urshifu here. Looking at that build, it looks like it's going to be the single strike Red Bear with the secure that they're looking for. Now, it's going to be direct targeting with that Ebon Fist. That's the most important thing with that one, Magical, and it means that Gravy or Zealot are going to be caught in that, and you've managed to catch them.
And here's a lot of pressure to be put onto the shoulders of 3 hours or less. For NA, they would love to win this tournament, but it is looking dire. They're down 0-1 game, separating Komai from the championship of MQL's Springbeat. You see the teams here that the teams have drafted for themselves. Good late game on each side, but also good team fighting. And I'm really curious to see how 3 hours or less are going to pilot this fight, especially dealing with Garchomp in Ghatlue's hands.
Yeah, and if Komai take it, an example for their Worlds campaign this year, buddy. They win the UCS regional tournament for EU. They defeat the undefeated BH3. They have their Worlds invite locked in, and then they come and beat this regional tournament with some massive names in it for EU as well. That's one heck of a rap sheet that they've already built up this year, with Worlds around the corner in August as well. What a tournament this has ended up being, and it's all coming down to possibly this final last game, or whether 3 hours or less, they have some fight left in them.
Gonna be this or never, 4 3 or less. It's already gotta start the reverse sweep somewhere. And it starts with this game against Komai, while Komai have to feel confident after that last victory. Very strong showing from them in the first game of the grand finals.
It's all going to be about this Dragonite. I really like the comp that 3 hours or less has brought in. Let's see whether it can have an early game impact like we saw it do previously, as Gek is going to be pulled back onto this here, trying to see if they can at least defend against the stacks that are raining in for 3 hours or less.
Yeah, getting at least a bit of an advantage early on. While there was that attempted invade to try to see if it can find that Dragonair for Eevee, but Dragonair's already evolved and now has a lot more they can do, deciding to go into the top path and make sure they are defending this, getting a lot of strength for themselves, and getting Ghatlue low as he's getting out of there. A nice knockout early for Gravy on this Dragonair.
It's just so good because it's so quick in the early game. It's so difficult to catch as Narami tries to do that here and just does a decent amount of consistent damage. I love the way Narami has been playing this Vaporeon, though. Luckily, though, Reggie's there to defend against what they were trying to attempt, nearly finding the KO on Dragonair.
Getting very close on that one, but this Dragonair we saw before can be very strong, and it is again the Dragon Dance Hyper Beam build. You get that extra burst damage, and I mean, I'm more surprised that more teams haven't tried to learn from this, because it looked so good the last time we watched it, and that was just earlier today. But of course, everyone's got to have some practice on the Dragonair and the Dragonite, so get it back into your wheelhouse. Learn that yet again, because it is a great fallback in these games.
Really, really is. Probably one of the most underused picks in the game right now, with it being so strong. Nils here is on stored power, and I really like that decision because they've got a lot of oppression that's quick around this map. Gravy with that Dragon Dance. You've got the Rapidash coming in as well, and Metal Claw from Zacian. The stored power gives you the kiteability on this Espeon.
We saw Gravy back into the top path. Slam onto Ghatlue, getting a lot of damage quickly, and here's going to be an Umbreon to try to help them out, but they are getting that Snorlax taken low, again with a heavy slam to make sure they got it, but it is going to be a trade as Narami back into the Flux Zone. Tordago has gotten it, but now the reinforcements have shown up. Urshifu and Espeon getting damage onto Chubbs, well, even with the mean look, it's not enough to stop him from going down.
Needed that rotation from Komai in that top field. It feels like 3 hours or less we're really controlling this top side. It's going to be Future Sight as well from Nils, so it ain't going to be an Espeon looking for secures. They're going to have resets off that Future Sight, and that's going to really clean up some KOs for their team here. That's an interesting decision, but right now, 3 hours or less, have the momentum. It's level 9 on this Dragonite, mate.
And with the Sword Dog already on to Registeel, there are going to be 4 here to stop them. Scooby goes down to Nils with the secure on the objective. Well, top path, we do see that is going to be a secure on a Regieleki for the Dragonite with a push for Komai, getting themselves an advantage in this bot path, taking quite the control away from 3 hours or less.
Love alleviating the pressure down in this bottom lane from Komai Esports. They will be able to defend this Regieleki as we see the rotation coming out from Ghatlue and from Toast here. They have seen Zealot in their central area, want to find that KO. They will pick up the Citrus Berry and they run into Narami, which causes the stun, and then Toast looks for it, but the mean look is all the distance. Eject button from the Psychic Solaire from Nils, and that's how they find not 1, but looking for 2 as Chubbs goes down as well.
Nils, perfect. That Psychic Solaire after the eject button to lock them both down, sets them up to win the fight in the top path. However, bot path looking dire for them as Gravy's trying to get that 40 over dunk. Narami making that hard. Hyper Beam doing a lot. This Vaporeon is going to fall. Another knockout for Gravy, but stopping the 40 points, being dunked in by Gravy.
Yeah, I think you're quite happy with that. I mean, they're on level 7, so they don't get that much experience for the KO, and you at least keep your goal up. Although it would open up that extra area of experience, it would have been a massive overcap, and you don't want to be getting that far behind with the scores at this moment.
Seeing more fighting as it was a trade of Urshifu for Dragonite in the central path. And then it was eventually followed up by Zacian picking up the kill, but looking again into the spot path, the Triad Blitz, trying to see if it can dash around. They take out Espeon, but there's a lot of shields that you have to go through with Snorlax and Vaporeon. That's why they decided just with that 1 knockout and then get out.
This is a proper brawly game from both teams in this one. It looks like the top lane is just going to be left down to the all-rounders to duke it on out as Regieleki's about to spawn in. Gravy's ready to go for the rip on the Registeel, and that will be a quick charge up onto that Hyper Beam. Trying to see if they can get in is Toast here, but the mean look and slam from the Snorlax is too much. That's going to be a secure for 3 hours or less, and that's going to be a massive buff for them to be able to push this pad.
They're gonna get a lot for themselves from that top path, but the bot path, it's really wherever Gravy is, success awaits for 3 hours or less as they got Urshifu, and they have this point easy that can dunk in. It's going to be a 37 over dunk for Gravy and for 3 hours or less.
That puts them back in the lead. Komai just grabbing it for a second in that moment there, and now it's 181 points to 3 hours or less. Rotating again into this top side as they try and get more points in. Narami looks to stop them, does manage to do so, but they're going to jump on over with that block, and Reggie looks to retreat.
Reggie, this is going to be hard. You're running away from a Vaporeon and a Garchomp. Garchomp great at chasing this down, but a nice eject away from Reggie. Actually will avoid that Dragon Rush. Well, Zealot has actually now run into this dragon and is trying to see if he can chop him through, but it's going to be the Livid Outrage traded, getting a lot of damage on his Zealot, but he avoids most of it and then goes right back for the knockout. But it's onto the Regidrago as Urshifu showed up out of nowhere to get the knockout on Zacian. Then the rest of the team start fighting over the Regidrago with a mean look onto Narami. They're waiting for that engage. The Psychic Solaire is hit onto 2 with a block, pushing him away. Nils has been locked down, but it was Vaporeon that got the Regidrago in the experience lead for Komai, and then getting the trade. Espeon is down. Nils has been taken out by the pony with the bear finding it as well.
That was a brilliant effort from Nils to try and get out of the positioning that they were stuck in, and they do enough damage to at least allow the KOs to come through from Narami. Komai Esports, they have the levels in this. It's very close points-wise, but it's all about shutting down this mighty Dragonite. It has been a big issue for them and continues to be so. Will they be able to do it? 40 seconds left before we say hello to the final objective. Regirock looks to go uncontested here to 3 hours or less.
This is a far closer game than game one between the two squads. Komai winning this game will guarantee them their victory and get them the championships well for 3 hours or less. Of course, they need to win this one to make sure they are surviving, that they still have a chance at that title. A lot of pressure is going to be put onto this Groudon that spawns in 10 seconds.
Zealot is the rip target. If Zealot is there in that pit, they will be looking for the rip. They do have Dragonite ready to go as well, but Ghatlue has some great rip themselves. And this is going to be it, 2 minutes, and it is on the fight. Triad Blitz is going to be out. Psychic Solaire will be popped out just to buy the space for their team, but they're going to pull out the Moonlight Pants and the Power Nap while the rip continues, and it's going to be Hyper Beam that locks it in alongside the Sovereign Sword. The zoning from 3 hours or less was a thing of beauty there, as they're able to zone out Komai and take the objective, but can they win the team fight? Livid Outrage comes out, and that's going to find not 1, but 2 KOs for Ghatlue, and it's still so incredibly close here, Magical.
And still, with the fact that Groudon has been taken away from Komai, unlike in most games, this does not guarantee victory for either team. There's still 1:20 on the clock. Slight lead for 3 hours or less, with a lot of points built up for Komai.
Difficulty is, they are ready down on this bottom T1 pad. They know this is what they have to defend. A Hundo Burger gives the points to Komai to win the game. They do have that buff onto the side of Ghatlue. Mean Look hasn't been found onto them. Unfortunately, Pony is going to score up in that top side, and that will make the difference. They need more than Hundo Burger now. Big Block is going to push them off the pad at least, and Gatlue's in the Mean Look here. Look at the Dragonite continuing to push up. Another Hundo Burger is in. They will score this on the side of Komai, but they need more. 101 points right now. One Burger won't make the difference. The flank comes out from this, and the Triad Blitz will land, and Toast is going to go down. 3 hours or less has done what needs to be done with the defense here at least, as they look to find the KO on the Rami. More points go in from the Snorlax Magical, and that is 3 hours or less, taking us to at least another game in this best of 5.
They ain't done just yet. Taking back this game to make sure that they're keeping this game and this series going as they fight valiantly. They had a great play at Groudon that allowed them to get it. At first, it seemed a little bit difficult on how they were going to be able to utilize it, but they had the luxury of already having the points lead, didn't have to force anything, and that is why they take this game and make it 2-1.
And again, that Dragonite from Gravy is so impressive, mate. Every time we've seen them pull it out, it has been the Pokemon that just dominates the game. It is off the back of some brilliant setups from Chubb's Mean Look and Reggie's blocks as well. But boy, is that Dragonite an issue.
Yes, it is. And now looking at these games, it's like, what are your answers? If you're Komai, how do you stop this Dragonite? Because the movement, the map capabilities of just moving around for Gravy are just so strong. Look at that, 106k damage for a Dragonite. 36.7% of the team's damage just in this one dragon.
And it took the least damage of the entire team, which is absolutely insane, mate. That is a Pokemon that is so comfortable kiting around the fight and being able to drop the damage from realistically a safe distance. And that's insane. You've got to find some sort of combo to take that out on the side of Komai. It doesn't have to necessarily be a ban or a pick themselves. You've just got to find some way of handling that, because they aren't right now.
And some of the options that you kind of have with this would be things maybe like that Umbreon, maybe even have something like the Snorlax can help push them off. But when those are taken early on by 3 hours or less, it's hard for you to just cleanly draft that. And then we look at how this game was. I think they had great answers in the game of playing aggressively for Toast outside of where the Dragonite was. But the problem was, the Dragonite was making the plays. They were winning those fights wherever they moved. So even if you're getting something to go well for Urshifu, you're still losing out somewhere on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe, I don't know, something that can at least stick to it, like a Mimikyu or even the Water Bear, maybe from toasting that one.
Maybe.
It can at least, you know, get through that line, but it's just so good. I do want to say, though, I was really impressed again with Narami's Vaporeon. That was a really hard target for 3 hours or less to be able to find in this game.
It really was. It was doing a lot. There was great moments for Komai. It was a very close game between the two. It just ended up being that Dragonite is very strong. Like we saw right there, bursting down with Zealot on Dashian to take that objective quickly. I think this is a combination. If they can draft this again and again, 3 hours or less, it is a unstoppable composition for them.
That was such a brilliant Groudon fight from 3 hours or less, by the way. Just using the Moonlight Prance from the Umbreon alongside the Power Nap from Snorlax to zone out the entirety of Komai Esports whilst their two RIP Pokemon take the objective. I mean, when they saw that Komai were all lined up in that top bush, they must have felt like this is a gift given to us because they can't get out of this area of crowd control that we currently have. It was so smart from that team.
And they've been running these double defenders that can kind of utilize that and punish. Say, hey, oh, you're over here. We're just going to be this giant wall that stands in front of you, and you can't get past us to try to get into these fights, to get onto the Groudon, to deny us this objective. And so for 3 hours or less, it was very well done in this game. But that's just one. You have two more you have to do the same thing for, and you have been playing all day long, all weekend long. Komai got a little bit of rest in, while 3 hours or less had to go from one series into the next.
Yeah, it's really tough. To play this much Pokemon Unite back-to-back is incredibly tough. We've seen 3 hours or less. They were in the semi-final. That went to a Game 3. They move over to the winners' final. Komai takes it with a 2-0 victory, but a close one. And then we come straight down to the losers' final, where 3 hours or less had to go up against Sublime in another 3-game series. So it is a lot of Pokemon Unite that this team has played, and you know, you do get that fatigue coming in, but they didn't show any of it there. Buddy, Gravy was so good on that Dragonite.
And I'm expecting to see probably the pick on the Dragonite again, because it was that good. Unless, of course, we see an absolute field day from Komai where they find themselves banning the Dragonite or just having perfect counters to it. It shouldn't be something that you just disregard for 3 hours or less.
Yeah, you simply can't. And the difficulty is that looking at the bans that Komai pulled out there, they got the Moltres, the Sfetched, and the Charizard Y. What do you let through for the Dragonite to be banned out? You know, you've got to look at something that counters it, I think. Unless you can take it yourself, and I do know that they have players that are very comfortable on the Dragonite. Gatlue's played plenty of it himself, so that is an option.
Could be.
But it just opens the gate if you don't, if you take one of those bans away for the Dragonite, it opens the gate for them to do what they've done previously with the Moltres, for example, with Zealot on it, or the Sfetched with Zealot as well. It's just, you can't allow that either.
No, exactly. You can't allow a lot of the strong Pokemon that are already strong in the meta to go through, but then also it's like you only have so many bans.
Yeah.
Do you focus on the meta, or do you focus on what the team that's in front of you is doing really well on? We saw in the previous series, Sublime got rid of Zacian the entire time, didn't let Zealot play it at all, but that let Moltres through, and then Zealot absolutely demolished on that. And here it could be a similar thing. Like, you could ban, say, the Dragonite, but then what are you letting through instead? Because you only have so many bans.
At least the benefit for Komai is that they have that little margin of error. That game at least didn't mean that they weren't able to win. They still have champion point here in this game. They've just got to lock in and take this one. They still have a margin of error because if 3 hours or less win this next one again, we're down to the final game. But they definitely want to take it here.
Yeah, so it could be the reverse sweep in the makings for 3 hours or less, as they have banned away the Mega, Lucario, and Umbreon. But Komai have decided to go back over to the purple side. They ban Moltres, Sfetched, and Blissey. But guess what has made its way through? Charizard Y and Machamp have both made it through. Which one do you go for first? Mega, Charizard Y. Do you grab that Machamp here 3 hours or less and deny that from Komai?
I feel like you kind of have to. Like, it is such a good Pokemon here, and we've seen what Ghatlue has been doing on it previously. So yeah, Zealot will pull that out instantly for 3 hours or less, and then they're debating whether they want to go for a support or the ranged attack. So they pair that with the Espeon. This is the double combo that we've talked about being so dominant so far.
Well, look at these powerful picks that have gotten through. Psyduck has been taken by Komai. Narami sees that and be like, oh my goodness, you let that through? We'll grab that with the Mega Charizard Y and get on it to Snorlax to make it even worse for 3 hours or less. With 3 hours or less, they answer back in a pretty powerful way. They get the Blastoise for Reggie and Chubbs onto this Comfey. I think they're setting up Gravy back onto this Dragonite, just similar what they did with the Moltres with Comfey.
Ooh, the Mewtwo Y is going to come out from Nils here, trying to go for a huge amount of damage. What are they going to see? Because it looks like Gatlue's going to go with another range attacker. No, they're going to pull out the Blaziken. Your Mewtwo Y is just kind of falling off a little bit, buddy. We don't see that much of it anymore. It's usually like the Mew or the Espeon that is the go-to ranged attackers now.
Exactly. So very interesting for Nils here, grabbing that as opposed to going what we expected to be something more in the meta, being the Mew. Gravy locking in the Darkrai, not going back to that Dragonite, going for something that is going to try to get into this backline and punish the squishier players such as Narami or Mewtwo Y.
This is just 3 hours or less, letting Zealot take the central area with a Machamp and trying to dominate the game from the get-go, mate. Chubbs is going to be looking to sit around Zealot for the entirety of this game and do what they did on Moltres. They know that is going to be the target, Komai Esports. Again, we need to see a big game from Toast. We need to see that level 9 Unite move ready to go at that 7-minute mark.
Exactly. So for Komai, they have a lot that could go well for them and has gone well for them in the past. Toast on Mega Charizard Y is really difficult to actually knock out in a lot of these fights and does so much damage. But it is up against a Machamp, something that is great at locking him down and making it hard for the Charizard to do what he wants, which is getting that consistent damage throughout the fights over and over again.
You got to remember, coming into that lane instantly is going to be Zealot on that Machoke, which already has submission. So you know that round about that sort of, 9-minute mark, even like the 9:15 mark, Zealot is going to be in one of those lanes, and they're going to try and overpower that lane to get a snowball action going on for their side. So it's all about how Komai respond to that, because again, typically, you would expect it to be a little bit more late game with that Charizard Y, but as we've said, multiple times we've seen Toast get that online ready to go before that 7-minute mark.
And that's what happened in the first game of the Grand Finals as we load up lead for Komai. Still, that championship point on their side. Well, 3 hours or less to get us. And they need to make sure they're winning this one if they want a chance, if they want to get that reverse sweep even closer to being reality.
At least with this Mewtwo Y, it means that they've got a huge amount of damage down in this bottom lane straight on the get-go, as all of that will be secured here by Gek. And now they're going to see if they can steal it away from 3 hours or less.
Trying to get as much as they can away from them. Bully around poor Squirtle, making it hard for him, especially when you're already, you don't have to evolve your Snorlax and your Mewtwo, so you're getting a lot of advantage against them. And so Reggie, as he struggles to get those leads, finally has hit level 4. We look at someone who has hit at one of their evolutions, Toast, already in Charmeleon.
Difficulty is, Darkrai is not one that needs an evolution either, so they're going to go up against Gravy to take some of these Natus away. Narami already looking for that assistance. I think Narami's looking for the Bubble Beam here. That KO is going to come through, and Squirtle is sent back to Nurse Joy. I think all of that was taken by Toast with a good burst.
Yeah, wow. Just annihilating all that farm, getting that quickly. And look at Zealot, still only level 4. They need that 5 for that submission. They're fighting over the Vinyl Beast, but so close, but not quite there yet.
So Gravy's going to go back and look to see if they can get their central area farm here at the moment. We're 20 seconds away from that Reggie Drago spawning on in. And Komai have given themselves a slight lead in the early stages, 21 points to 0, which at least means that we have stacks online for Komai Esports.
Oh, and there it is. That submission on to Torchic, who's hit Combustion, trying to get some damage as they kick them back, but even with the Compe, isn't enough to keep that Machamp alive. They get the knockout on a Machoke, and Compe will join them in the Pokemon Center.
Brilliant stun, kicking them into the wall there from Ghatlue, and that's why you have a Blaziken in your lane. Rotating down now is Komai Esports, and yes, it is a level 7 on the side of Toast. Getting this Drago will go a long way for them to be able to get their Unite move here. Reggie's trying to see if they can take it, and they do! That is massive for 3 hours or less.
That was pretty much picture perfect. It had to go that way, because if not, they were going to fall too far behind in levels. So getting that global experience for everyone going to help them out immensely. Even looking at top path, as they have gotten some more levels here for Zealot, are going to be as far behind as previously thought against Charizard Y.
Yeah, it's a really good position for 3 hours or less to be in, and that is what you need. You need players to pull out clutch plays like that from Reggie and to give you that extra little boost of a lead. Now, this is the 7-minute mark. We've got both Reggie spawning on in. Trying to displace them is Narami, but they will land that submission. Cross chop will come through. They're going to pair that with a Darkrai as Gravy looks to find Ghatlue.
Nice.
Burns the eject button, but submission is coming once again, looking to find Narami, but they managed to push them away with a sidekick, and that means they're going to fall. Komai Esports are cleaning up the top lane.
They're like, this was a friendly duel. What happened to the 2v2? All 5 of Komai show up. Great rotation to not only get the knockout onto them, but take control of the top path, get the franchise, even with the second select, completely canceled out by that seismic slam with a knockout to boot. Komai looking hot in this game.
And that is not a Unite move that you get back quickly when it's being cancelled. So they're going to have to look to farm up that Psychic Solaire as we rotate down into the bottom lane. They're trying to see if they can put some pressure on a 3 hours or less. Leaving Ghatlue up there is Komai just to get nice and fed with their stacks. Trying to see if they can find a pick. Is Zealot once more. They do have really good crits off the back of that cross chop, but that is the teleport coming out from U2Y, keeping them at range.
Keeping them away, trying to stay safe, but that's going to be the dunk. Not that much of an overdunk for Zealot, just wanting to get rid of the bot path with Reggie Lucky also secured. They got a lot on the nails, trying to see if they can chase him any further. Going to get the knockout onto Mewtwo, and now Snorlax, he's the next target. Seismic Slam as they barrage blow down the Psyduck double for themselves. They tried to re-engage, putting up the wall, doing their best, but another Seismic Slam with the submission onto Ghatlue has led to a knockout on to Blaziken. Seismic Slam has locked down damage and taken out Espeon. They're burning through Machamp. Double knockout for Charizard Y as the rest of 3 hours or less on the run.
It's so good for Komai to be able to rely on Toast on this Charizard Y, to get to those levels quick enough, have effective Unite moves to be able to keep them out of trouble in those specific situations. And that is just great team synergy from this squad. They know they just got to defend that for as long as they possibly can, because Toast is on his way and he's going to find some clean KOs every time he drops that Unite move.
Look at that lead too. Toast level 12 on this side, while 3 hours or less have been able to at least move around some of this appearance and have all of them in a pretty decent position. If you're falling this far behind a Charizard, it's not looking too pretty. They put him to sleep, and that's why they needed to get that knockout. Perfect timing for Gravy to get rid of Toast. There's not much Komai could do except get back to safety.
Pretty much the perfect target for your worst nightmare. The one thing that you want to take out of this fight, and now they look to rip the Reggie. Infinite Cybern's going to come in though, and that's going to be massive for them with that full power Sai, reducing the damage. Trying to see if they can find the KO onto Reggie as he gets back onto the pad. Overheat coming in, and it was going to be a good effort from Chubbs, but you can't out-secure that overheat, my guy, as Ghatlue takes it, and this is going to be a 37 overcap for Komai.
And point lead secured for Komai, giving him more advantages as we get later into this game. A big part of that is off the back of Toast. Charizard Y, we were talking about before, has really been that backup for the team, that insurance policy that they're getting later into the game. Level 13 compared to the Machamp's level 12 he just hit right now. Quite a substantial lead for Toast.
Okay, Psychic Solaire is burned there, unfortunately for Sager. They're not going to get anything out of the back of that. That is a shame as the rip comes through on the Lecky. Going to be taken. Barrage Blow whiffs as well. Doesn't get picked up by anyone. And the Power Nap is going to make the difference here for Komai Esports as they look to shut them down. Submission allows them to get out of that position as they can't be stopped. and this Regieleki is just on the verge of being pushed on in. Nils again trying to get around the side for a good bit of damage. Massive block from Gek opens up the gates for these points to rain on in.
And a substantial lead now, 102 points for Komai with less than a minute until Groudon has spawned. The pressure is on for 3 hours or less. You're back to the wall, and with the lead being slowly but surely lost in every one of these fights, how do you secure victory to get that reverse sweep, to keep your hopes alive, and make sure we are going to our final game?
It's difficult right now. Levels are on the side of Komai Esports. They've just ticked over to 14 on the side of Toast. Ghatlue has found 13. 20 seconds left in this game. You need more than one Hundo Burger to take the lead. It's all coming down to this right now, Magical, and they managed to find a good pick onto the side of Gravy, pushing them into the wall. Worst Nightmare has to be used instantly, but they still have access to the power. Comfy's going to go on down. They don't find the KO onto the side of Toast, and Gravy is sent packing as well. Perfect full power Sai is going to get let loose, and right now Komai Esports have dominated 3 hours or less. It's all down to Reggie. What can they do to get in here? They've got a Hydro Typhoon. They're going to drop it, but it's too early, and now they just get burnt away trying to secure it, but the Groudon goes to Komai, who look to put away the entire tournament in this final few moments.
EU greater than NA. Komai come out on top in that fight and have shown that EU, the strong region for Pokemon Unite. The last hopes for 3 hours or less as a miracle has to happen, but nothing the sort will happen. Komai have dominated. They've shown their prowess in these tournaments, and when the pressure is on, they've shown up countless times and will continue to do so here in the Springbeat as they are ready for their victory lap.
Now they do have a minute left, but with enough change on the field, will it make a difference? They have all the Groudon buffs they need, and they just have to defend these pads. Do they let the T1 pad go? Do they defend it? They're rotating up to it here at the moment, 3 hours or less. This is their last moment, the last push that they can take to try and win this game. Submission is going to miss as Nils dodges it. Zealot has to back up into the bush now, waiting for the reset. Reggie goes in with a serve, but a huge amount of damage is sent their way. Sager trying to lock in with the side shot, but it doesn't work. And Toast does what Toast has been doing the entire time this man joined this team. Komai will defend against 3 hours or less, and they can put right next to their CV UCS EU champions, Springbeat champions as well.
Another victory, another title for this team to show that they are now the true powerhouse of EU Pokemon Unite.
Man, what a set that ended up being, though. You gotta give the respect to 3 hours or less. They had a lot of fun throughout this entire tournament. They're a team that has just come together for a little bit of fun in this one, mate. And they get all the way through to the grand finals, and they bring it into at least winning a game against the ultimate Komai Esport.
Incredible from Komai. Just incredible with how they played these games. Even though dropping that last game, they bounced back into this one and look like they haven't missed a beat. And Toast on that Charizard Y, proven why this has been nearly permanently banned away from him throughout the entire tournament, because it was incredible in his hands.
It really was. I mean, I said it in that game. When you have a player like Toast on this Pokemon and you know that you can rely on them to get their levels and have their Unite move where it matters the most, it makes a massive difference for your team and how you can stretch Sky Ruins for your own squad. And that's something that 3 hours or less did struggle with in that game. No wonder they've been able to take this one, buddy. They really tried to bring it to Komai, but when they get the picks they're looking for, this is a completely difficult team to take down.
And even still, they didn't get all the picks they wanted because they lost out on the Machamp that was taken away by 3 hours or less. But it also goes to show why it's not the easiest of picks. Ghatlue makes it look easy, but there are ways to counter the Machamp, and one of which is making sure that early game you're not submitting to the submissions early and getting caught out.
Yeah, it was interesting that they kind of allowed the Darkrai to take the central area to get that sort of extra bit of leveling, because I feel like Machamp is one of those Pokemon where when you have a level lead, it's so difficult to handle, and that's why Ghatlue typically does so well on that Pokemon. So it was an interesting decision from 3 Hours or Less with the way that they gave the experience out in the game, but they at least had some brilliant moments in it. As we see here in these highlights, it was really close. But again, Narami with some perfectly timed full power Psy-Eyes to keep their team in the fight.
And honestly, it's also another one why you tend to ban away that Psyduck too, right?
Yes.
What you can do on Psyduck to keep the team alive, to make it even more difficult to actually survive and to actually get the knockouts in these fights. Psyduck just a great support in the current meta.
And to be honest, if they'd have found that KO on Toast there in the worst nightmare, this might be a different game that we're looking at, because that Seismic Slam comes straight out and it is massive. Ghatlue was ready with the Overheat though, the second that Darkrai was going to be leaving. And to be honest, there's not more you can do here if you're on the side of Reggie, unfortunately. You've got the entire team battering your HP bar. You just have to use your Hydro Typhoon and hope that you can do enough.
And sadly, it was not enough for 3 Hours or Less. Second place is still a great showing from our North American representative here, making it into the finals, but it's the champions that are the most important here. The winners, 3-1, Komai Esports, playing their hearts out, winning so many of these games, moving through. The only time they had a loss was this one series, and then against against Sublime earlier in the day, where Komai was able to come out on top of a very difficult series. So well done to this team to fight thick and thin throughout the entire weekend to be the champions of MQL's Springbeat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to be honest, 3 Hours or Less were the EU executioners throughout this one, buddy. They took down Rework Esport in the quarterfinals. They took down Voltigons Unite in the semifinals, and then they just couldn't beat Komai, but they do manage to defeat Sublime down there in the lower finals. So 3 EU teams and decent big EU teams they had to take on, dispatch them, but Komai proved to be too big of a giant in this Springbeat.
Komai got the revenge for all of EU against the EU Slayers,
Yes.
saying that they can beat other EU teams, but not me, and they take that victory. So well done. Congratulations to everyone from Komai Esports in finding this win and for playing some really good Pokemon Unite this weekend.
What a season they're having, honestly. Like, as soon as Nouns broke up, everybody was like, where's Ghatlue gonna go? Where's Adesu gonna go? What's going on with that? They formed Goodnight Gaming with Toast, and Ghatlue was having a lot of fun in the tournaments that he was playing. He said it like on his stream multiple times. And then they come together and they just have the best UCS season they possibly could, defeating massive teams and then coming in here and going up against other regions and really dominating the show. I think that's going to be it from us here, though, Magical. We've got a humongous amount of thank yous to be giving out, I believe.
Yes, thank you everybody for watching in the first place, for being here to support more Pokemon Unite action, but also got to give a shout out to our casters, yourself, Tano. Thank you for joining me as usual for this weekend. Nitera and Still Agent Kyle too. We're doing a great job to start off the days for both days and make sure we had some awesome games casts. We have our observers, Bina, Rosander, and Shivam, our producer / observer at the same time, doing double duty in this one. So always huge legend there in Shivam. And our admins, Bina and Melina, thank you so much for doing everything you do for these games to make sure that we can bring more Pokemon Unite to people.
And of course, we had Kuto and Purple doing other streams in their own languages. And a humongous happy birthday to Kuto.
Happy birthday!
It was his birthday yesterday. So everybody, happy birthday, Kuto, the absolute legend. But that is going to be it from us. There will be more Pokemon Unite action coming up. Don't you miss that. Keep an eye on all of the socials. Humongous shout out to MQL as well, putting this on. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, chat. And we will catch you on the next one.